Order. I've been informed that a clerical error has occurred during the drafting of Bill C-301, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Firearms Act, registration of firearms. Accordingly, I've instructed that the bill be reprinted and that an updated version be posted on the parliamentary website. Pour la gouverne de tous les députés.
For the edification of all members, I'll be tabling a copy of the letter addressed to the Speaker in which the necessary changes are described.
Of documents, dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du...
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des...
Introduction of private members' bills.
By Mr. Malloway, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Mass Transit Operators. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to present this bill, which aims to amend the Criminal Code so that those convicted of assaulting the operators of buses, streetcars, rail and light rail vehicles and ferries would receive the same penalties as currently apply in the cases of assaults of pilots and peace officers. We know that millions of Canadians depend on the skill and protection of transit drivers each day, and we value their service to our communities. Yet as the law stands, these workers regularly endure threats and attacks. Since 9/11, we have become increasingly aware of the targeting of mass transit vehicles and the vulnerability of their operators. And so this bill is in the spirit of trying to protect our public service workers who transport people in various ways, and we want to ensure their safety. Although this bill was written and introduced last session prior to the tragic death of Tim McLean, who was beheaded on a bus coming from Edmonton to Winnipeg. And although we do not know whether this bill, in fact, would have any bearing on that case, we are reminded, each and every one of us, about the importance of safety on our public transit systems.
Ms. Washalisa-Lee, seconded by Mr. Malloway, moves that the bill be now read for a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When will this project be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Chief Opposition Whip.
Madam Speaker,
Chief Government Whip. Pardon me.
Madam Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I believe you will find consent for the following motion regarding the report stage of Bill C-10, the Budget Implementation Act, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, at the conclusion of debate at report stage of C-10, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on January 27, 2009, and related fiscal measures, all questions necessary to dispose of report stage of this bill be deemed put, and recorded divisions be deemed requested and deferred to 3 p.m. on Tuesday, March 3, 2009, provided that the bill may be taken up at third reading in the same sitting.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Motions? Presenting petitions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member from Western Arctic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from the people of the Northwest Territories calling for the Conservative government to stop its plan to eliminate the environmental protections and the protections of the rights of navigation under the Navigable Water Protection Act found in Bill C-10. My constituents go on to indicate their displeasure with this bill being attached to to the budget implementation bill, the elimination of the opportunities for extensive examination of this important right of Canadians in committees. And this petition contains 63 signatures of people from across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 36 and as certified by the Clerk of Petitions, I'd like to present two petitions to the House today. Madam Speaker, the first petition comes from constituents in my riding who are concerned about religious persecution, and they would like to draw to the attention of the House that religious persecution is affecting many religious groups in countless countries around the world, and that this persecution of persons and groups on the basis of religious beliefs violates the individual's freedom right to the freedom of religion. And that in August of 2008, in Kandhamal district, that's spelled Kandhamal, state of Orissa, that's Orissa, India, 179 Christian churches were destroyed and thousands of Christians in the area were displaced in the aftermath of the religiously motivated violence. The petitioners therefore call upon Parliament assembled to condemn the persecution of religious minorities around the world, and in particular Christians in Kandhamal district in the state of Orissa, India. The second petition, Madam Speaker, is another income trust broken promise petition. The petitioners here, Madam Speaker, remember the Prime Minister boasting about his commitment to accountability when he said that the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. The petitioners remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, that he broke that promise, and he imposed a 31.5% punitive tax on hard-earned savings of retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors. Madam Speaker, the petitioners therefore call upon the government to admit that the decision to tax income trust was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
Presenting petitions. Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper.
Madam Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-10, the Budget Implementation Act 2009, and on the motions in group number 2.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from York West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to join this debate on the Budget Implementation Bill today. And I have to say right at the beginning that I find it distressing that we're standing here and having to deal with a budget bill that is going to spend a huge amount of money and put us back into a huge deficit position. But I'm sure that all of us as parliamentarians are not happy about what's happened with the economy and are hoping that we can work together and overcome some of the issues that we differ on our opinions about, but that we will do what's necessary for Canada and for all Canadians in trying to deal with what people expect of us in difficult times. Looking back just a brief couple of years ago when Conservative government got elected, they were fortunate enough to come in good, strong economic times and find themselves with a $12 billion surplus. And now we're talking about going into a $50 billion deficit. Now, how fast the times have changed. And it's just too bad that money wasn't put aside in the rainy day fund to continue to be able to help Canadians when we had this very severe downturn that we're all having to deal with today. And had they not spent the cupboard bare, we would have had more resources and not have to be dealing with going into such a massive deficit, not even knowing whether or not that's really going to help us through this difficult times. But as responsible parliamentarians on this side of the House, we're going to do what we need to do and what Canadians expect of us to do, when that is work together with the government to try to make sure that we have accountability and that the investments are being done where they need to be done. And quite clearly, we're not afraid to stand up and put a vote of confidence in when it's necessary. If we do not see the kinds of investments going where we believe would be better off for Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, when we're looking at all of the decisions that we've had to make as the official opposition in this last bit of time, a very wise man that I know in the House said quite recently, we need an election like we need a hole in the head. And I think that clearly reflected on behalf of the official opposition where we were coming from, that we were putting the interests of Canadians first and going along with a budget that gives us huge concern in various areas, the navigable water, the changes that are being made to that act, as well as other ones. But in behalf of Canadians and in the best interests, we're going along with that. But clearly, the wise speaker, the wise man that I referred to, of course, was our leader of our party that made the very comment about we need an election like we need a hole in the head. And I think it's just, again, another tribute to his levelness, his common sense approach that he brings to the challenges facing all of us in government. So we have said earlier we will put the government on probation. We'll not be afraid to call the government to task if we don't believe that the investments are going in the right direction, that they're not meeting the needs of our country and meeting the needs of Canadians. So putting them on probation and having a reporting process, I think, was a very smart, intelligent way of working with the government, working on behalf of Canadians, and making sure that we were following through, that the money is getting where it needs to be spent and not just being scattered all over the place like the previous $12 billion surplus we had that really didn't create any significant job creation or investment that we could actually point back to that really made a difference in the lives of Canadians. So we will be supporting the budget with reluctance, as you've heard from many in this House, on the conditions that Canadians will clearly get the accountability and the help from the government that they expect and that they deserve to have. We will be bringing the government to account by amending the budget motion. If the Conservatives are unwilling to provide this accountability, or if they fail to satisfy the expectations of Canadians, we will act, and we are going to do whatever is necessary on behalf of the citizens of this country and our responsibility. Canadians are going to get regular reports to Parliament on the budget's implementation and its cost. One in March, which we look forward to coming in soon, one in June, and another one in December. We will examine those. They will be the subject of much discussion and review, and we will go forward very, very carefully. Each of them will provide us an opportunity to withdraw our confidence should the government fail Canadians at this important time in our country. Now, there are some positive investments proposed in this budget. Some of the measures that the Conservatives are putting forward as a result of the work with the Liberals and the pressure from us was investment in social housing and infrastructure, something that we have been calling for several years. When we were in government, we had a Minister of Housing and had committed significant dollars to meeting the needs for affordable housing throughout Canada, as well as the investments in infrastructure. We all know that investing in infrastructure is a huge bonus for our country. We have an aging infrastructure and the needs are huge. But that provides an amazing amount of jobs and spin-offs. So the investment into the infrastructure, providing that that really gets done. And it's a concern that we had previously with this so-called Building Canada Fund, that very little of that money has ever actually hit the streets of our cities. It's still tied up in cumbersome red tape and so on. It's up to the government to cut through that. And I know the minister clearly says he's going to do all of that. But, you know, talk is like hot air. There's lots of it. It's only when the money really hits the street and we see the equipment out there and we see the building going on that's necessary. There is targeted support for low and middle-income Canadians through an expansion of the child tax benefit and the working income tax benefit. Again, issues that we have to face is the struggles that people are having that are unemployed, the low income, that clearly just can't make ends meet. And we have a responsibility as a government to be there when they need a helping hand. The investments in colleges and universities across Canada, that's the future of our country. And ensuring that we invest more in providing the opportunities for education for our young people is critical if Canada's going to be able to compete in the future. Those are areas that are in here because the Liberal opposition pushed for those to be in there, and we intend to continue to monitor that that money is getting to the places where it's needed. However, there are some aspects of this budget that we are still concerned with. and we will be watching and holding the government to account very carefully. They include references to the modernizing of the pay equity for women. They call it modernizing it, but it clearly looks like it's 2 steps backwards. The heavy-handed and divisive approach to federal-provincial relations, the broken promise to all of the Canadian provinces on equalization. This is not a time to be getting into fights with our provinces, as they are all dealing with their own challenges with these difficult times. And what kind of strings are going to be tied to the infrastructure funding? What are the strings that are going to be attached to the funding for the auto industry? It is important, as the official opposition, that we know, and I think for all parliamentarians, because we have a responsibility to do the right thing, to make sure that the conditions that are put on all of these things are fair and adequate, and they will be protecting our investment as well as achieving the goal, which was to keep some of these companies going. The auto industry is critical for Canada, for the spin-off jobs, and I'm anxious to see that we move forward with the assistance that they need. The undermining of the public service collective agreement. You know, those are not the kind of things you put into a budget implementation bill, and I think they really need to give us a lot of reason for concern, because they were negotiated agreements, and I would have suggested it would have been far better not to have them in a bill, but have them in a separate thing, but have them discussed and have negotiations rather than to put them in a government bill. The missed opportunity to target significant stimulus towards the green sustainable economy. Very little comments in the budget when it comes to the green economy. Changes to the navigable waters, the weakening of the environmental requirements are things that I think we have to watch very, very carefully. There's not enough improvements to the employment insurance. There's no help for Ontario. I had hoped that they were going to balance the employment insurance benefits all across Canada. Sure, we're a have-not province now, and those changes needed to be met sooner than later. And they also failed to extend the EI eligibility, which is critical during these tough economic times. And there's no credible plan to get us out of an $85 billion deficit. These are things that we are very concerned with on this side of the House. I would have liked to have seen more help for veterans, more help for our seniors. They're also dealing with difficult times. So, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions if necessary.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her interventions. There was many things she stated as the priorities of her party, and some that I would agree with. I guess what it comes down to, though, is, if there are things in this budget that can be changed, they should be changed. And I guess that's why we're here today, to amend what is an ill-conceived budget in many ways. And I just want to ask her a question on, the fiscal update. There was many things, and she intonated this, that were wrong. The problems with the collective agreement of public servants, the pay equity issue. At that time, people weren't supportive. We're not supportive. We want to take those facets of the budget out. They have no place in this budget to help Canadians in terms of stimulus. So I just want to know why her party isn't supporting us in removing the, really retrograde parts of this bill, like pay equity and navigable waters, as well as some of the parts of the bill that have to do with collective agreements.
The honourable member from York West.
Well, thank you very much for the question. Clearly, we have issues. They have issues. We are the official opposition, and I believe we're acting responsibly. The government has clearly indicated that any amendments to the bill is going to trigger an election. It's a threat, sure, but we're not prepared to walk down that road right at this moment. We're going to try and work with the government. We're going to hold them to account. We've got a report card coming up March, June, and in the fall. And if they're not meeting the needs of Canadians, and if we think that it's putting us into far too a negative position, we're not going to be running. We're going to be standing here, and we'll be voting non-confidence in the government, and we'll do it exactly with full intent of knowing what we're doing. But we have a responsibility to try to make Parliament work. Canadians expect that of us. So yes, all of those issues that I have concerns with, my other colleagues have concerns with. Frank, I'd ask the NDP, I think if they were really looking at what their role is in government today, they would be joining with us and saying, let's try and make Parliament work, rather than trying to be obstructionists at a time when they know Canadians expect us to do better for them.
The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member mentioned about the items that are in the budget that have no business being there, like the Pay Equity or the Competition Act, the Navigable Waters Act. But I wanted to ask her about infrastructure, which I know she's very important. She's worked so hard on the city and urban agenda in Parliament. Over the last 2 years, some $2 billion of approved infrastructure funding never did get delivered. Approved, appropriated, promised, but never spent. We still have the last month of the current fiscal year. The budget deals with the year starting April 1st, but we still have a month to go. We have money that's approved that is going to lapse still. And it seems to me, Madam Speaker, that even with regard to the budgeted infrastructure money, I think 40% of the stimulus package is infrastructure, that you just don't say, okay, here, well, let's do this, go put the shovel in the ground. There's a lot of pre-work. There's the considerations, the approvals, all of the administration, all of the setup. And I'm fear, Madam Speaker, that the only reason that we haven't got work happening on the existing approved funds in the current fiscal year is that the government is trying to window dress the results of the current fiscal year to make it look a little bit better than it actually is. Madam Speaker, it appears to me they are in fact putting partisan interest ahead of the people's interest.
Member from York West.
That's certainly, we've seen that in the past. The so-called Canada Building Fund that involved the gas tax and all of that to come up to $33 billion. 4% of that has actually been applied. I have great concerns about two things. One is that lots of announcements, lots of hot air, but nothing actually gets done. And that's part of why the accountability measures that we have in, we're going to monitor that and see whether things are being done right. But the second is there is money that could have already gone out to our cities for an aging infrastructure. All of our major cities in Canada have sewers, water mains breaking. We've seen that throughout this really tough, cold winter. Those are issues that are on the books right now for our cities to do, and they just need the assistance from us. And I thank my honourable member for that question, because it makes me think about the other thing about matching funds. And whether we're talking about my city of Toronto or we're talking about smaller cities that don't have the funds to match. And as much as I understand how the government does things, requiring a 50% commitment from my city or some of these smaller rural parts is going to be very difficult for them to match. So I think it's just pretending that there's money there. But
reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member from Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to raise concerns about a budget which is not a budget, but contains poison pills. It contains poison pills that the Liberals seem all too willing to swallow for months and months to come. Poison pills regarding women's rights, workers' rights, and especially today I want to comment on environmental rights, because the environment should have rights. I rise today to raise my concerns regarding the review of the Navigable Waters Protection Act. This is a bad act with good goals, but a bad act, and it especially should not be in this budget bill. It should be a standalone act where we can debate it without fear of bringing down the House and precipitating an election. Madam Speaker, I've been getting a lot of correspondence from my constituents and many groups in northwestern Ontario, Thunder Bay and the rest of northwestern Ontario, like the Matawa First Nation and other First Nations. Environment North, northwestern Ontario's largest and oldest environmental group. Many paddling groups, including the Lakehead Canoe Club, and Eco Superior, which is a non-profit group seeking to protect the environment of Northern Ontario. And those concerns have been around the proposed changes to the Navigable Waters Act. I know that nationally there are many, many dozens of other organizations that have concerns about this act, and they're all up in arms over these changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act. In February 2008, the government requested that the House of Commons Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities undertake consultations to develop a new Navigable Waters Protection Act. That act was written in 1882, and it's one of the oldest pieces of legislation in Canada, and it certainly is time to rewrite it. But the way we're going about it and the suggested changes are not acceptable. The Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee last year wanted to eliminate a lot of the red tape around municipalities, in particular building infrastructures in and around waterways. At the same time, they wanted to modernize this 127-year-old act, and those were laudable goals. Unfortunately, they've done it the wrong way, and the result of a rewritten National Waterways Protection Act is less navigation rights, less environmental protection, less accountability, and less transparency. During the hearings that took place at committee, numerous government departments, federal and provincial, testified and brought forth their issues and proposals for modernizing the Act. Unfortunately, the committee restricted the number of witnesses from environmental groups, First Nations, and citizen organizations. The NDP opposed this limitation and regarded this as a violation of both the concept of consultation and the proper functioning of parliamentary committee reviews. As a result, the committee then attempted to offer a comprehensive proposal for modernizing the entire Act, which was the original government request, and instead of doing that, has chosen to recommend a series of amendments to the Act which are problematic at best and completely unexamined at worst. The NDP voted against these proposed amendments. The committee, through a majority vote of the other parties, would not allow a supplementary or dissenting opinion to be included in the report. This action is rather unusual, since it is a traditional practice to include supplementary opinions and recommendations when there is not yet a unanimous vote in favor of the committee reports and studies. This is yet another example of the increasing dysfunction of that committee, acting beyond traditional procedures and practices of parliamentary democracy. While this is the first phase of the process for changes to the National Navigable Waters Protection Act, this method sets a troubling precedent. The committee now awaits the government's legislative amendments, which are anticipated and are now here. At that time, the NDP had intended to ensure that all interests, including environmental, First Nations, recreational, and citizen organizations, were to be allowed to make both written submissions and oral testimony in regards to all changes, but that has not occurred. The Navigable Waters Protection Act does need to be modernized. The process must be comprehensive and transparent and truly consultative. We need to do it. Now is not the time, and this budget is not the place to do it. Madam Speaker, a rewritten Navigable Waters Protection Act would create a class system for Canadian streams, granting the minister absolute authority to deem certain waterways worthy and others unworthy of environmental protection, and designate some as minor waterways. Madam Speaker, there is no such thing as a minor waterway. Work of newly defined minor waterways are to be exempted from environmental review processes. This would likely mean, Madam Speaker, that most environmental review requirements for projects on Canadian waterways would be eliminated. Reviews for even major bridges, dams, causeways, and barrages will be left up to the discretion of the minister. By taking out today's automatic triggers for environmental assessment, these changes mean that politics and money will govern our streams and rivers, not the environment, and not society's long-term needs. Where is the transparency and accountability in all of this? By eliminating public notification and consultation on these projects on the minister's whim, this will pose problems for the historic public right of navigation on our waterways, which have been in place since the founding of our country. I can guarantee you, Madam Speaker, that this issue will not go away, even if the changes in Part 7 are not decoupled from the government's omnibus budget legislation. This government is trying to inappropriately slip environmental changes in with a fast-track budget omnibus bill. More than just transport, this issue impacts the protection of our waterways and the access to those waterways by everyday recreational Canadians and other Canadians. What we need is a separate debate in this House and in the appropriate committees. Madam Speaker, we agree that the Navigable Waters Protection Act must be modernized, but this must not come at the expense of the public's right of navigation or environmental protection. We propose that these proposed changes be decoupled in the Budget Implementation Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and or Madam Speaker. I know that my colleague has personal experience in his professional life with the issue that he's speaking about. I want to thank him for the comprehensive remarks that he made and the very real and important points that he put forward on behalf of all of those who care about the conservation and in fact, the stewardship of our water systems. Would my colleague tell me a little bit about the background that led him to hold these views, some of the personal experiences that he may have had working with the conservation groups in the region that he represents, and expand somewhat on the state of the stewardship of our waterways as it stands today, as that compares to what's been put forward in this bill that he spoke about today.
The honourable member from Thunder Bay Superior North.
My thanks to the honourable member from Winnipeg. In a former life, I'm a biologist, and I used to write environmental impact assessments and review them. And I have discovered over many years of doing that work that rarely do environmental assessments stop projects. Rarely do they stop them. Rather, they improve them. Environmental assessment is one more tool, a useful, necessary, and in this case, essential tool to help us to do better planning, better building, better construction, and to assess the likely impacts of upon the environment, in this case upon our streams, by proposed projects. Environmental assessment is just one more kind of good planning, and I'm sure everyone in this House supports good planning. We should not be reducing environmental assessments in these days. We should be ensuring, particularly in our waterways, that environmental assessments occur.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in the debate on this group of amendments to Bill C-10, the Budget Implementation Bill. And I believe, Madam Speaker, it would be appropriate at this point to actually recap where we are so Canadians understand just how significant this debate is and how we are at a defining moment in the life of our country. Madam Speaker, you will remember that this budget for 2009 was intended to address the economic crisis. It was supposed to be a stimulus package. It was supposed to kickstart the economy. It was supposed to create new jobs, protect current jobs, protect the most vulnerable. At least those were the parameters, the principles going into this debate on the part of many parliamentarians, and certainly articulated by the Liberals. They specifically mentioned protecting jobs, creating new jobs, and protecting the most vulnerable as their mark over how they would judge this, as their defining description of how they would judge this budget implementation bill. Well, Madam Speaker, you will know that this bill does not achieve those objectives. It does not protect jobs, it does not create new jobs, and it does not, in fact, protect the most vulnerable. Despite that, the Liberals gave their blessing to this bill and to the Conservative agenda. Now, the other side to this whole budget debate is that not only does it miss the mark in terms of a true economic stimulus for the economy, it also, as my colleague from Thunder Bay just pointed out, it is filled with poison pills. It is filled with a whole set of favourite projects of the Conservatives, part of their neo-conservative agenda to try to use every avenue, every opportunity to really to destroy, to eliminate, to hijack those developments and those innovations and those important projects that were developed over many years, reflecting the values of Canadians. So despite the fact that it is neither a true stimulus budget, and despite the fact that it is filled with poison pills that kill important initiatives in this country, critically important issues like pay equity, like environmental assessments pertaining to the Navigable Waters Act, and the list goes on. Despite all of that, the Liberals are going to hold their noses and vote with the Conservatives, despite the permanent damage that this will have on our economy, on our environment, and on our record around human rights. Now, that is truly mind-boggling, Madam Speaker. How, in fact, did the Liberals let themselves get hoodwinked by these Conservatives? How is it possible that they still stand here to this day with being inundated with information from organizations, groups, and individuals right across this Canada about the devastating impact of this budget? And they can still stand in this House and say, well, you know, we want to avoid an election, and therefore, in the interest of political expediency, we will support the Conservatives, no matter the damage done, no matter the hardship created, no matter the principles involved. And that's what's so frustrating and so disappointing here in this chamber, because as Canadians look at this Parliament, they're going to ask, what does it mean? Why are we here? What do we stand for? If in the blink of a moment, blink of an eye, we can suddenly, politicians can abandon their principles for the sake of a political partisan agenda. How is it possible that we're dealing here right now with the Navigable Waters Act, which, as my colleague said, has been around since Confederation, an act that allows for accountability when, in fact, major projects are embarked upon, whether we're talking about dams or bridges or widening of navigable waters or dredging of waters, whatever the term may be, whatever the issue involved, this was an act that allowed for some accountability to the people of Canada, that required environmental assessments, that had some protections in place to ensure that something as precious as our navigable waters were not tampered with, and not in any way that would affect the lifestyle or the working requirements of people right across this country. So in one fell swoop, without a blink from these Liberals, we're going to eliminate something that historic as these protections under the Navigable Waters Act. And, Madam Speaker, you know, my colleague from the Liberals are again yapping from their seats, suggesting that it's something about the Conservatives. Well, we know the Conservatives. We know the problem is the Conservatives bringing forward extremely right-wing, neo-conservative agenda items. We know that.
I'd ask the honourable member from Eglinton Lawrence to wait till he has the floor. He will have the opportunity in a few minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for reminding me, too, of that Liberal who was yapping from his seat, the member for Eglinton North, who seems to be on the defensive as a result of my statements around Liberals propping up Conservatives. 50, how many votes now? We're up to 55 votes in the last couple of years, propping up Conservatives, but still every day standing in this House and saying, we don't like it, it's not good for this country, it's against our principles, but we're going to go with you anyway. Now, when do you draw the line, Madam Speaker? When do you say enough is enough? How is it that we're dealing with something as important as environmental assessments right now, as we speak? That's what these amendments are about. Amendments being made to the Navigable Waters Act to supposedly, and I quote, streamline approval processes. What does it do? Gives more authority to the minister, takes away authority from members of parliament and from Canadians. It allows for construction without further environmental assessments. It will exclude certain classes of works and works on certain classes of navigable waters from the approval process. That means we're giving carte blanche to the Conservatives, these great defenders of our environment, right, Madam Speaker, to suddenly, on their own, without any consultation with us, with Canadians, with the environmental community, to make decisions about our navigable waters. Now, do Liberals trust that? Do Liberals here believe that they're putting the best interests of this country? The future of our planet is at stake, I remind you. Do the Liberals believe, in fact, that they can trust the Conservatives to do what's best? I see some nods. Well, that might explain it then. So they talk out of both sides of their mouth at once, Madam Speaker. 1 minute they stand up in this House in question period and they condemn this government for everything that's in this budget, from Navigable Waters Act to the pay equity to the way students are being treated to you name it. And then the next minute they're nodding their heads with the Conservatives and going along with it. Well, Madam Speaker, I think Canadians have had it with that kind of two-faced double standard of politics. I mean, they're sickened by the way people give up their principles so easily, cave in to pressure, couldn't bear the heat, couldn't figure out a way to work with the opposition parties to create a reasonable budget. A progressive budget that not only was a true economic stimulus package, but also did none of these extreme right-wing poison pills that are filled throughout this budget. Madam Speaker, you know, yes, the Conservatives here are suggesting that I protest too much, Madam Speaker. They're suggesting that the sky won't fall. They're suggesting that everything is good with this budget. Well, Madam Speaker, I have to tell you something that Canadians know full well, and that is that there are some very critical elements in this budget for which the sky is falling, around which the sky is falling, Madam Speaker, because, in fact, this bill actually brings down the sky on a number of key issues. It kills pay equity. Now, isn't that, is that the sky is falling? Of course it is, and it's not tongue-in-cheek. It's not to be toyed with. It is true. It is a fact. And we know the Conservative agenda on pay equity. They are killing pay equity. It is gone with this legislation, and we have one moment, today and the next day only, to stop it. They are also killing any kind of checks when it comes to navigable waters and environmental assessments. That is a fact, Madam Speaker, and the list goes on. So I suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that we stand up today in this House. My colleagues from the Liberals join us in opposing this bill by supporting these amendments that put back what is essential when it comes to navigable waters and ensure that we are doing our jobs as members of Parliament to protect the environment and to save the planet for future generations.
Questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my friend does protest way too much. With respect to the issue of navigable waters, apparently she does not understand that there is an environmental assessment done anytime there is a public work that is going to be touching a body of water. The province is responsible for the foreshore of a river, the foreshore of a lake, the bed of a river, and the water in the river. The only thing that the federal government has anything to do with on the navigable water is what you do on the surface of the water. Basically, what we want to do is to be able to get the money out. We want to be able to create economic activity in Canada, and by having the additional environmental review about what you're doing on the surface of the water is redundant, considering the environmental review that will already have been done by the province. She does protest way too much, Madam Speaker, because, in fact, by doing away, or by making this amendment, I should say, by making this amendment, it basically creates the ability of being able to efficiently assess environmental concerns and with satisfaction, be able to move forward. Madam Speaker, she really does protest way too much.
Here, here.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Well, Madam Speaker, do I protest too much when we reference the fact that this is a government that, despite all of its emphasis on dealing with crime in this country, it turns around and cuts RCMP salaries? Is that protesting too much? Is it protesting too much when I say that this budget totally ignores childcare and does nothing to ensure that working people and families are able to do the best they can in these tough economic times and know that their children are cared for? Is it protesting too much when we reference some of the groups that work with those who are impoverished and homeless each and every day to say that this budget does nothing to help the most vulnerable in our society? Do I protest too much when I actually when I refer to all of those organizations and individuals who know that pay equity is dead under these Conservatives unless we can convince the Liberals to change their minds? Do we protest too much? In fact, when the former director of the pay equity for the Human Rights Commission in Canada stands up, as he did yesterday for us, and say that in fact this is contrary to the Charter, it is contrary to human rights. Do we protest too much when we say, with respect to navigable waters, that in fact we are dealing with federal jurisdiction, we are dealing with the fact that they are taking away checks and balances on something as vital as the environment and the future of this planet?
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Eglinton Lawrence has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Give me an opportunity to just say a few words, but I was almost swept away by the members' protestations of protestations. Yes, she does protest too much. The fact that we have the government opposite is a large measure thanks to steps that she personally took 2 elections ago and that her party has taken ever since then. But I would like to ask her, since she would profess to have the greater interest of the future of Canada in mind, whether she would have a plan in place that the government has already put to one side, or whether she has a better plan that she would like to engage the official opposition in order for us to support a viable plan. We're determined to be cooperative, and as you heard me say, Madam Speaker, when we were prepared to work with them, the government objected. Now that we're moving ahead with others, they're objecting. Which one does she want?
Honourable member from Winnipeg North has about 30 seconds to respond.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, what the member for Eglinton North said has just reinforced what we all know, and that is Liberals never seem to accept the will of the people. They didn't accept their defeat 2 elections ago. They don't accept the fact that Canadians want them to stand up for their principles today, and it's about time they did. I want to say to the member, if he truly believes what he's saying, if he truly believes in representing his constituents, he wouldn't for 1 minute stand here and support a bill and a budget that kills pay equity. A fundamental
order. Resuming debate. Seeing no other speakers, pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of motion number 7 are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred. The recorded division on motion number 7 will also apply to motions numbers 8 to 31. I shall now propose the motions in Group 3. Mr. Dewar, seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves that Bill C-10 be amended by deleting Clause 358. Monsieur Dewar, appuyé par...
Mr. Dewar, as proposed by Mr. Rafferty, moves that Bill C-10 be amended by the deletion of Section 359.
Or shall I continue? Shall I dispense? Yes. Oh, dispense. Okay. I will dispense with the motions from the New Democrats, but there are also motions from the Bloc. Monsieur Laforêt, appuyé par...
Mr. Laforêt, supported by Mr. Vincent, moves that Bill C-10 be amended by deleting Section 383.
Shall I dispense? Okay, dispense. Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Ottawa Centre.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to do what our party has been doing for a number of years, but of course most recently in the House on this budget, and that is to take our role as opposition members to actually get involved with what we think is an extremely important project, and that is the budget of this nation. Madam Speaker, the budget of the government lays out its priorities, it lays out its intentions, and it shows what direction it wants to take. We saw the direction that this government wanted to take last fall when it provided a forecast and a road map that was going to take Canadians down a very interesting path. It was going to take public servants and basically tell them that their rights are gone, that they will not have the right to strike, that they will freeze their wages, that collective bargaining would be suspended for however long with their intention, I would suppose, as long as they were in government.
3 years.
They want to rip up pay equity. They wanted to play politics with funding to political parties, of course, and we saw where that led. We then have a government that claims that, it was like Saul on the road to Damascus, and that, all of a sudden we understood the role of government, and that we get that there's a fiscal problem, that there's a crisis, that government has a role. And then they came up with this budget. Now, on the surface, Madam Speaker, you would think, well, good. They actually saw the light. That, after it was quite frankly our party working together with other parties forced them to pull back from the precipice, to understand that there is a role for government, and that they would, mend their political errors by way of having a budget that would actually be there for people. Well, Madam Speaker, and the amendments I'm putting forward today illustrates how illiterate this government is when it comes to this fiscal crisis. The amendments that we put forward to delete clauses of this bill have to do with, we talked about navigable waters, but have to do with pay equity, with the provisions they have for students, and to deal with equalization. Madam Speaker, it's important to understand that this government is actually demonstrating exactly what the Mike Harris government was illustrating when it first came into power. For those of those of our colleagues who were not in the Ontario legislature or in the province of Ontario at the time, and we know who the Chief of Staff is now to the Prime Minister, his fingerprints are all over this budget. The idea is that you put all of your ideological tenets and elements into a very large budget. I believe it was 26 was the omnibus or the ominous bill that wrecked this province. What it did, Madam Speaker, is it put in so many different things that there wasn't time to responsibly deal with them in committee. Why? Because they actually changed the rules in committee, so they couldn't be debated. They made sure that all of the things that they wanted to do to actually change government, in fact, take government out of the business of many of the things that it responsibly has a role in, and put it into a very large bill. Well, guess what, Madam Speaker? Mike Harris is back. It's in this budget bill. Rip up pay equity, change environmental regulations. When it comes to students, Madam Speaker, one of the amendments we have is to take out the provisions. You know what they want to do, Madam Speaker, in this budget, a budget of so-called stimulus for students? Well, right here, the page I have opened right now, would say to students, by the way, if you made an error on your filing, that we'll go after you and fine you, and we'll give that power to the minister. This government is taking power and concentrating it. Everyone else around the world is looking at ways to open up government, to be more, open to the public on how government works, to be transparent. This government is going exactly in the other direction. Instead of giving grants to students to make sure that they can get a leg up, this government is coming in with retrograde legislation that will basically say, you know what, we don't trust you. We don't trust you as students, so we're going to put in a provision here to make sure we can go after you and get you. That's what this is all about, Madam Speaker. This provision has no business being in a budget bill that claims it's going to stimulate the economy. Further to that, Madam Speaker, we've heard about the retrograde of pay equity. What galls me, my constituents, and many who have fought long and hard to see pay equity, and by the way, I hope by now the government understands the difference between pay equity and equal pay. I think there was a lesson yesterday on it, and hopefully they came and they took notes. I'm not sure that they did. But, Madam Speaker, when the Treasury Board President has the gall to stand in this House day after day and point to both the government of Ontario and the government of Manitoba and say that's exactly what they're doing, I hope one day that he will actually have to be held to account for his performance on this file, because, Madam Speaker, what they did in both of those jurisdictions is they had a commission, a pay equity commission, given resources to make sure there was pay equity in the workplace. What this government does is say, guess what? Your right to appeal for pay equity is gone. Oh, and by the way, you'll have to negotiate. Oh, by the way, your contract's frozen. Who in their right mind would believe this government on pay equity? Who in their right mind who believes in pay equity would let this go through? Madam Speaker, this government took away the ability for people to challenge the government when it's gone wrong. The court challenges funds, gone. That was a couple of budgets ago. And you know what they said at the time, Madam Speaker, and this applies to pay equity. They said, all the laws we will bring forward will be charter-proof from here on. Well, let me say today in this House that they will be challenged on this law. And I will want to know, when it is challenged and when this law is struck down, how much we will have paid through legal fees, through government justice lawyers having to go and defend this nonsense, and how much we lost in real dollars. And I'll guarantee you one thing, Madam Speaker, is that people will look back to this day and say, why was this bill ever let through? It's retrograde for pay equity, it's retrograde for women, and it's going to cost us more. Madam Speaker, in a nutshell, when we look at these amendments, they're essentially trying to take out the worst elements of this budget. We hear the government say, oh, we want to get stimulating the economy. So they bring in measures to take away pay equity. They bring in measures to, have oversight over students. Don't give them grants, but, make sure they can go after them. They want to crack down on students. They're a big problem, right? Their tuition is so low. Every single member of this House paid less tuition than students are today. It's absolute hypocrisy that instead of providing grants, we put in Section 358 where we're going to go after students, right? We'll make sure if they omitted one thing in their file, we'll go after them. How much money is it going to take to go after students? And could that money have been put in to actually help students? I don't know. With this government, it's not on their radar. So, Madam Speaker, these amendments are trying to take what is an absolutely retrograde approach to budgeting and take out the worst elements. In summary, I just have to say with my friends to the Liberal Party, you know what? It's not too late to stand up for your principles. Don't let them bully you. What's the difference between this retrograde legislation going through now and dealing with it in June? And just remember, every single right and progressive piece of legislation that has been fought for in this country. When it is ripped away, it doesn't come back soon. So what they're doing today, Madam Speaker, my friends from the Liberal Party are saying it's okay because we're going to get a report card from them. Well, on this side of the House, we say it's not okay to rip apart pay equity, to go after students, and to basically rip up agreements on equalization. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Mississauga-Streetsville.
I want to thank the member from Ottawa Centre for his comments, and I completely agree that the budget is far from perfect. But I have to ask him, frankly, that if he's so concerned about the interests of Canadians, why did he defeat the budget in 2006, which had provided Canadians with universal childcare, with a Kelowna Accord, protection for Aboriginals, and a environmental protection plan under Kyoto? I ask him again, is it not more important to accept this budget with all its warts, with the omissions, to ensure that the Canadians who need the extra funding, the sectors which need the stimulus, will receive it, the infrastructure spending that the municipalities like my own in Mississauga-Streetsville are crying for, the EI extensions to help those who are unemployed, the sector investment and the subsidized housing? If he really cares about Canadians, will he not work to help get the money flowing to the Canadians that need it?
Member from Ottawa Centre.
I thank my colleague for the question. I think she would probably know that in 2006 it was the Conservative budget that we voted against, and I did it gladly. So I think she might be referring to 2005. I wasn't in this House at the time, but I say to her that what we're talking about now is things that are so reprehensible that I'm absolutely not able to support it with the facets that are in. And what we're doing today is we're asking for the Liberals and others to support our amendments to take out those things that are so ill-conceived and destructive to our country. So I have to say to her, back to through you, Madam Speaker, is I would like her to support us on making this budget bill a little less reprehensible and trying to amend the most destructive aspects. And finally, Madam Speaker, I say this business about getting money out the door. Where is the infrastructure money from the last two budgets that the government actually has in the register right now and they haven't spent and could do tomorrow? So I say to her, don't get caught by Tory traps. It's a trap that they set all the time. Don't believe them. They have money now. They didn't spend it 2 budgets ago. They could do it today if they wanted.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Madam Speaker, let's carry this one step further. If the member would just take all the chaff off the wheat, what it really gets down to is if the budget is defeated, there is an election. And it would be likely that the House would not return and get back to the same point where we have a budget before us, probably until next fall. Madam Speaker, it would appear to me that the stimulus package needs to be there, and it needs to be there now. And there is nothing that can happen months from now that's going to change the critical nature of having that stimulus in there now because of the economic lag of its impact. So, Madam Speaker, the question again to the member is, can he advise the House of what other items that he's concerned about that can't be fixed when this government is replaced? And doesn't he agree that if the stimulus doesn't come now, there is not going to be any opportunity to give the assistance to Canadians when they really need it?
The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Election in June. So, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to get the logic of the member and his party. They say right now, well, you know, we can't do anything about it. We'll ask for a report card. We won't put any amendments forward. We won't negotiate to make it better. You know, 2005, we're just talking about that budget. Our party negotiated $4.5 billion in stimulus, Madam Speaker, because we saw that as our role. It was their government at the time. So what do we get from the Liberal Party? Hard-nosed negotiations. You know what they do? They are tough, boy. Don't mess with them. They're going to ask for 3 report cards and this nonsense about probation. You know what? You're an opposition party. You don't pretend to be, opposition on Monday and then not on Wednesday. So I say to him, what's the difference between, defeating an ill-conceived budget now and in June? which is, by the way, what the honourable member's party is saying they might do. So it's about them. It's not about Canadian people. And that, Madam Speaker, is a travesty.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This morning, I'm rising to discuss the Bloc Québécois amendments and the consequential changes with respect to equalisation. We are suggesting that various clauses be deleted. The Conservative government came up with measures in its budget which in many ways ride roughshod over the 2007 measures that the government introduced. We know that in changing the calculation method, the equalisation payments will drop. There'll be $912 billion. $1 billion, Madam Speaker, was what Quebec was expecting. We know that equalisation payments are planned for in advance. So Quebec, for example, does its budget forecasting, its expenditure forecasts with respect to the services that it's going to provide to its population based on these equalisation projections. Now, when the government uses an economic crisis as a pretext to amend a pre-agreed equalisation formula, well, what we call that is offloading their problems onto the provinces. Quebec will be short over $1 billion just next year. Imagine the services that the Quebec government is going to have to get rid of. What services will the Quebec government have to eliminate? Quite simply because the federal government decided by itself unilaterally to amend this formula. In 2007, at least the equalisation payments were predictable. And in 2007, and I'll come back to this later, the Conservative government had said that the provinces will know in advance the amounts that they will receive under the equalisation program. And that was part of their effort of settling the fiscal imbalance. But we don't believe the fiscal imbalance has been addressed at all. In fact, the federal government needs to transfer tax points to Quebec and not take away from its tax base. But that's another kettle of fish. Now, in November, in the economic and fiscal update delivered by the finance minister, and also following a finance minister's meeting, in fact, the result was that the Quebec government is losing out. The National Assembly of Quebec held a special session in January where the four parties, there's a fourth now, the four parties adopted a unanimous resolution which condemned the federal government's choice to unilaterally amend the equalisation formula. The unanimous motion stated that it required that the federal government maintain the equalisation program as it currently is. Now, with respect to current formula, we're not the ones that invented the current formula. I said earlier that in 2007, the Conservative government agreed on a new formula, and the Prime Minister even wrote to the Premier of Quebec to inform him that for the first time in decades, I quote, "This will enable provinces and territories to count on long-term federal support that is predictable with substantial growth for important priorities such as healthcare, post-secondary education, social programs, training, and the reconstruction of infrastructure throughout Canada." Listen, Madam Speaker, these were the current Prime Minister's words only 2 years ago. And yet, today, unilaterally, they are scrapping this equalisation formula. The Minister of Finance is the same Minister of Finance as in 2007. We can no longer trust them, quite clearly. They committed themselves with a letter, with a budget. They said our good government is now going to reflect our firm commitment to open federalism through a plan. We're going to respect provincial areas of jurisdiction by upholding the federal power of spending. Quebec will receive predictable and long-term payments to help fund post-secondary education. And it doesn't end there. The second last paragraph of the Prime Minister's letter said we are setting up a very solid base focused on transparency and predictable long-term budgetary measures. This didn't last very long, however. Today we're faced with a budget which very clearly specifies that the federal government is unilaterally changing the formula. It just doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. Why should the federal government do this unilaterally? They should have called for a federal-provincial meeting because they'd already made undertakings for this equalisation program to be predictable and long-term. It's all very well for the Prime Minister and Finance Minister to spin in 2007, but they're just empty words, and Quebecers can't trust this Conservative government. Once again, this is an example of that. We're giving Quebecers ammunition here. When you ask Quebecers, how can you trust this government? What's their word worth when they can't keep their promises? And there is a myth in Canada about equalisation. In Western Canada, many people say that Quebec is the spoiled child in Canada because it receives more. We always hear that equalisation only benefits Quebec, that we get more money out of it. But in fact, the reason why Quebec gets substantial amounts is due to its population. But when you bring it back to a per capita amount, Quebec is not spoiled under this program. In previous years, Quebec received $1,030 per habitant in Quebec. PEI, $2,000. New Brunswick, $2,100. Newfoundland, more or less the same. So quite clearly, Quebec isn't the spoiled member of the Federation. This unilateral change will have a major impact on services in healthcare, education, early childhood development and services throughout Quebec. Madam Speaker, we hope that the opposition parties will vote in favour of our amendments so that Quebec, once again, can get back its fair share of equalisation because the federal government has acted unilaterally. Questions and comments? Questions and comments?
Member from Ottawa Centre.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I want to say that when you look at this budget bill, and I want to ask the member a question, is that there's so many things that are problematic with it, that there are so many, as someone said earlier, poison pills in this bill, that when you look at it, you say, is this a budget to stimulate and help people, or is this a budget to actually change the role of government and how government works? So my question to him is, what really is going on here with the Conservatives? Do you think they actually understand what is required now in terms of government's role, or do you think they're actually using this as a kind of a bait and switch equation, that they're just trying to put in what they need to feed their base, to change the things they don't like, and oh, by the way, we have a couple of dollars to stimulate the economy on the side?
Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Ottawa Centre for his question. Well, indeed, we get the sense that this budget implementation bill has been used by the government as an omnibus bill. They've put everything but the kitchen sink into it. There are amendments that have absolutely nothing to do with a budget. Now, if they really wanted to kickstart the economy in a concrete, proper, honest way, which would be in line with the government's responsibilities, we wouldn't have found in this budget measures, for example, to amend the navigable waters, to avoid environmental impact studies. There wouldn't have been amendments to pay equity, rights of women who have been breached and flouted in this bill. We wouldn't have seen amendments to the equalisation formula, as I said earlier, in a unilateral fashion, without going through the necessary route. Nor would we have found provisions in this budget implementation bill that would give the government over $150 million to set up a single Canadian securities regulator that virtually no one wants in Quebec, and which was also the subject of the National Assembly's unanimous motion last January. Questions and comments?
Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais demander à mon collègue, je vois que...
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, well, I know he mentioned regulations the government wants to bring in regarding pay equity, but with respect to the Build Canada Fund, I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks the Conservatives are really doing, if he thinks that this fund will help communities who have been selected because they are will be selected by the Conservatives. There are communities that have already spent $80,000 over 3 years and still haven't had their project okayed by the Conservatives. Does he think that this will help them? The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague has raised a very important point with respect to the extreme partisanship of this government. We know that the government was elected to represent all citizens, and we should be able to expect that citizens from all the regions in the country, no matter what party they voted for, would get help. So we're really afraid, though, that this government will be applying its principles of partisanship to this as well. We know that in parts of Quebec, there are officials who are acting the same way as members or ministers will say such and such a region won't have a certain subsidy because they didn't vote the right way. So, Madam Speaker, under Duplessis in the good old days of 40s, this was the case, and it seems that this is happening again. And democracy is at stake in Quebec, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think this is just about my last opportunity to try to convince my colleagues in the Liberal Party to change their minds about a fundamental human right which is at stake in this budget implementation bill. We are at a minute to midnight. We're on the verge of losing a fundamental human right in this country, a right that is entrenched in the Charter of Human Rights, that gives women the ability, the right to seek justice when they are being denied equal pay for work of equal value. This bill, Budget Bill, the Implementation Act C-10, takes away that right. I may have been very emotional at times in this debate, Madam Speaker, and I may still be emotional in this last chance to speak on this bill, or one of the last chances. But I hope with all of my heart that I can somehow convince the Liberals that this is a fundamental human rights issue that has to be stopped dead in its tracks today. We owe it to the women who have struggled before us. This has been a part of the women's movement for 30 or 40 years. I go back to the mid-70s, when the National Action Committee on the Status of Women, when Women in the Law, when advisory councils on the status of women, when women everywhere in the labor movement, at the community level, fought with everything they had to get recognized in the true meaning of equality, which is to be paid according to one's worth. And that is what equal pay for work of equal value is all about. It is about recognizing that if we really believe in equality, you've got to address the issue of job ghettos. You've got to recognize that men have traditionally been in job categories where they are considered invaluable to their business, to their organization, and are paid accordingly, paid very well. Whereas women traditionally have been placed in ghettos, job ghettos, and although they may be performing work of the same value as the men, as their counterparts in other organizations, they are paid far less. They are treated as second-class citizens. They are still treated as second-class citizens. They are not paid according to their worth. And that's what is at stake, Madam Speaker, pay equity. It is equal pay for work of equal value. It is not equal pay for equal work, which is comparing exactly the same jobs, which does nothing to do to get women out of job ghettos and to ensure that we eliminate the wage gap in this country. We owe it to women who have fought before us for this. And I want to today pay special tribute to Michelle Demers, who was the head of the Professional Institute of the Public Service. She died tragically recently, and we mourn her loss. She fought tirelessly for her movement, for professional employees in the public service. She fought for pay equity. She never let us down ever, and today we are about to let her down. And we cannot let her death be in vain. We must find a way in this House to be true to the people like Michelle Demers who fought day in and day out for fundamental human rights, the right to contribute your very best, be recognized for it, and not be diminished in terms of your status in society or treated as cheap, a source of cheap labor to be moved in and out of the economy as needed. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives talk out of both sides of their mouth. We know from the past that the Prime Minister has said that pay equity is, and I quote, a rip-off. We know that when he was involved with the National Citizens Coalition, he said that the government should scrap its ridiculous pay equity law. We know that the Conservatives at their November convention in Winnipeg this last year actually redefined pay equity from what it really means to the 1950s version, calling it equal pay for equal work. So we know where the Conservatives are coming from. Yet at the same time in this House, the President of the Treasury Board stands up and defends this new move under C10 as something progressive, something that will ensure that pay equity is maintained, because in fact we are going to legislate it and people won't have to wait so long before the Human Rights Commissions. Well, Madam Speaker, I think the fact that that is not true must be connected to the real agenda of the Conservatives, so we understand where they are coming from. And the Liberals in this House should know that and should in fact use their heads and their hearts to finally do what is right and stand up for the women of this country. Madam Speaker, we are talking about a fundamental human right. I want to just quote for you a few words from Darlene Jevitt, who's the President of the Manitoba Federation of Labour, and she says this: "I watched with great concern as the federal Conservative government announced that it would remove women's right to pay equity from the Federal Human Rights Code. Treasury Board Minister pronounced that such protection for women is too costly and time-consuming, and as such must be removed from the code and into the realm of collective bargaining. He also cited the pay equity legislation that was passed in Manitoba in the mid-'80s as a better alternative to Human Rights Code protection." Darlene goes on to say, and I quote, "What bunk." And, Madam Speaker, I say that 100 times over. What nonsense, what bunk, what complete fabrication of the truth. When a government, and she goes on to say, when a government announces its intention to remove protections afforded to any group from human rights legislation, red flags should be raised. To use the President of the Treasury Board's argument, it would then follow that if any other discriminatory practice, such as discrimination based on age or ethnic origin, for example, were to prove too time-consuming or costly, then that too ought to be removed from the Human Rights Code. Then I guess there would be more time and money to pursue other, less sticky or costly discriminatory transgressions. Madam Speaker, the question for everyone in this House, especially the Liberals today, is where do you draw the line? If you can't stand up for pay equity, which is a fundamental human right, when will you stand up? What is the line in the sand for Liberals? When is it? Is it something? Is it racism? Is it homophobia? Is it an attack on the rights of unions to bargain collectively? Is it an attack on people with disabilities? Is it an attack on people of color? When do Liberals draw the line if they won't stand up for women on a fundamental human right? Madam Speaker, I cannot say, I don't know if I can find the right words today to actually impress upon members in this House, especially Liberals, just what is at stake. We are talking about a fundamental human right, and the Conservatives are proposing to take that away completely by, number one, eliminating the right for anyone in the federal level of government, at any level, at any part, any aspect of government, to take a complaint about pay equity to the Human Rights Commission. So there's no longer, no matter what happens in society, whether you're working in a labor movement or you're protected by a collective agreement, or you're working in the private sector that has none, there is no provision to go to the Human Rights Commission to pursue a fundamental human right as outlined in the Charter. And there really is no legislative alternative either, Madam Speaker, because in fact this is not equal pay legislation we're talking about. This is something called equitable compensation. It doesn't define what that means. It doesn't entrench the notion of equal pay for work of equal value. And Madam Speaker, it does not even mention the word men anywhere in the legislation. So how in the world do you compare jobs? And isn't that the essence of what we are talking about? We're talking about comparing the value and the worth of the work that women do in our society with that what men do, and in fact trying to find ways to bridge the gap so when women are performing jobs that are high at the same level of skill and education and responsibility in the workforce as a job being performed by a man, shouldn't they be paid the same rate? Shouldn't they be in a comparable salary range? That, Madam Speaker, is what is at stake in this bill. Gone will be the ability to pursue that kind of comparative work. Gone is the right to pursue pay equity under the Human Rights Commission. Gone is pay equity forever unless we can convince these Liberals to get off their duffs, start to stand up for their principles, speak up for what is right, don't be compromised, do what's in the best interests of Canada, stand up for equality and human rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to a motion regarding Bill C-10, a motion presented by my party which asks that 383 to 392 be suppressed. And this has to do with tax arrangements, fiscal arrangements. The implementation of C-10 would lead to certain changes to the equalization formula. These changes would mean $1 billion less that Quebec would receive, and you know that $1 billion in these difficult times is a very important thing. You know the struggle the Bloc has been leading with respect to the fiscal imbalance between Canada and the provinces. Well, one part of these partial regulations authorized has to do with equalization and the equalization formula. So unilaterally, and I'd like to repeat, unilaterally, the federal government, supported by the Liberals, is going to take $1 billion away from Quebec. And I had the opportunity to read the letter written by the Quebec Finance Minister to the Federal Finance Minister. So, Madame Jérôme Forget, it's a letter dated January 2009. And, Madam Speaker, I'll read you the first paragraph of this letter written to the Federal Finance Minister by Madame Jérôme Forget. So, and here again, this shows just how important it is that the Bloc defend Quebecers' interests. So I'll read you the letter. It begins, "Dear colleagues, the Conservative government has asserted that all information relevant to the changements you intend to make to equalization and that were communicated at the last Premier's meeting, this information was not correct. Please allow me to rectify." This was from the Quebec Minister of Finance, and all members in the National Assembly were quite shocked, and they saw that the federal government was saying just about anything. It seemed that the provinces were aware of the changes to equalization, or the government said that the provinces were aware of these changes, but it wasn't the case. This was unilateral, a unilateral move, taking this $1 billion away from Quebec. And I think it's important that we understand this, Madam Speaker, because too often people ask why the Bloc stands up so often in this House to defend the interests of Quebecers. Well, it's because the federal government doesn't keep its word. And here again, it's not keeping its word, and it's depriving Quebec of money to the tune of $1 billion. Madam Speaker, equalization is not a system unique to Canada. It's not peculiar to Canada. It's something that we might call a confederative system. Is it federative or confederative? Well, in any case, the equalization as it works out in Canada is also used in South Africa, Australia, the UK has a system like this for Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. This is a system which is supposed to be a means of better distributing wealth within a federation or a confederation. And this means that provinces that are poorer can benefit from the contributions of this federative system, and this helps to balance things. And so provinces that aren't as well off are helped. I know that Quebec is a province that doesn't. I know that in Quebec we benefit from this. We also have our own system. When people say that Quebec is the spoiled child of Confederation, well, and I'll give you an example here, and it's a myth. This is not true, Madam Speaker, because per capita, when we look at the money spent per capita in the equalization 08 to 09, it was some 1,000. Nova Scotia was a little more. In Newfoundland, a little more. New Brunswick, similar. It was more again. So this equalization system is not equal with respect to the sums paid per capita to various provinces, and that's another reason why Quebec has been asking for various years for a rebalancing of the system. So if you're not as wealthy, that you should be able to benefit a bit more. We want to restore this balance. The Canadian government and the Conservative government have decided that there were economic mistakes, Madam Speaker. They may now think that cutting the GST was a mistake. It didn't bring very much to taxpayers, but it did deprive the federal government of $14 billion a year. So when we saw the economic crisis looming, the federal government cut transfers to provinces. This is a fact, and Quebec will be deprived of about $1 billion for 08-09. And it's a problem. It's all the more so because, as was mentioned in the letter by Madame Jérôme Forget, Minister of Finance of Quebec, in her letter of January, she says, in the last paragraph of this letter to the Minister of Finance, she says, I'd also like to talk about the fact that when at the meeting, the Premier's meeting, federal officials notified provincial officials that there would be changes, and that these changes would lead to a change in the way dividends were the treatment of dividends. And this would be a source of revenue from companies rather than from natural resources. That this would affect transportation and cost for money for electricity, but it wouldn't cut it.
So all the dividends paid by Hydro-Quebec to the government would, even if they were a large part of these dividends, like for Hydro One, as part of distribution and transportation activities. So once again, that deprives Quebec of $250 million. So even when it makes changes, the Conservative government has decided to penalize Quebec even more by $250 million further. So, Madam Speaker, what is very worrisome here is that once again, the Conservative and Liberal members of Parliament, they have elected officials in Quebec, and they're still beating up on Quebec, and that's the harsh reality in this House of Commons. They try and they try and push Quebec to the limit. They treat Ontario a little bit better with Hydro One, and Quebec is penalized. And once again, that increases the fiscal imbalance. And also Quebec's place in this federation or this confederation, call it what you want, Madam Speaker, because this is why, from election to election, Quebecers trust the members of the Bloc Québécois to defend their interests in the House of Commons and to table amendments like we did to Bill C-10. And we hope that all the members of Quebec in the House will stand up and vote for the motion of the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? So, resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
You know, we're talking about this budget, and this budget really is an attack on women. International Women's Day is approaching, and it's supposed to be a day of celebrating. And I think that the celebrations this year will basically be quite somber. They'll have very little to celebrate because we're not advancing, we're actually going back in time. We were supposed to be moving forward, not backwards. The budget didn't just leave women out. It actually attacked and undermined them. It attacked and undermined the women's equality. The federal government has to stop ignoring the fact that women in Canada need pay equity, and instead of attacking them, they should be helping them. The Conservative budget's proposals on pay equity basically really isn't just an attack on women, it's actually an attack on children as well and on families. Instead, they should be looking at EI changes. That would help women. The EI changes that we need to see is we need to ensure that there's a reduction in qualifying hours. So, you know, if we could qualify the hours at 360, because across Canada, the qualifying hours are very different. They vary, and it's very unfair to some workers, especially women. We need to remove the 2-week waiting period so that people that are already finding themselves out of work aren't facing the hardships right away, that they can actually start accessing that money right away. We need to extend the qualifying weeks for the waiting period. So this government has actually indicated that they're going to increase the qualifying hours or the qualifying weeks by 5 weeks. That's fine and dandy, but it's still not enough. We certainly need the 52 weeks to be there. The demand for a national and affordable, accessible childcare has basically fallen on deaf ears with regards to this government. You know, the help that they've given them with regards to the allotted amount of money per month doesn't even cover a day's pay for a childcare worker. It doesn't cover the fact of how much it actually costs to pay for your child to be in childcare. When women have an average income of about $27,000 a year compared to a man's of $45,000, the tax reductions in the higher tax brackets are very little help. Basically, the poor will get poorer and the rich will get richer. I've talked about the national child care because that certainly would actually assist women in being able to be into the workforce and earning a decent living, not saying that they're going to work just to pay for their child care. We also have to look at the minimum wages at some point as well, because the minimum wage across the country isn't enough for someone to go to work with. All too often I've seen where someone on welfare who's actually gotten a job is being told that they're better off staying at home because it's going to cost too much money for them to have their child look after. Instead of giving a hand down, we should be giving them a hand up. I've talked about the EI reform, and I think that that's a really big key in here, because I can tell you that the biggest economic stimulus that you can find is EI. For every dollar that is spent into the economy through a person who receives EI, it's a benefit, an economic stimulus of $1.64. That was provided to the government during their pre-budget consultations, and yet they chose to ignore it. Imagine that, ignoring the biggest stimulus package, because these people will spend their check the first 2 weeks that they get it. The infrastructure is another one that we said was the biggest economic stimulus, but you got to do it properly. And the economist panels that we've held, and we held 2 of them, one prior to the pre-budget consultation and one after the pre-budget consultations. And basically, the information that was provided to us said the same thing, that in order to deal with this, you had to, in order to stimulate the economy, you actually have to deal with poverty. When you address poverty, then the economic stimulus package will actually really kick in. So by building affordable housing, by making sure people have jobs, then you can actually move that economy forward. We have to also look at the measures to end violence against women, because, I mean, we talked about the International Women's Day coming up, and that's a big key as well. And all too often what we see is the people who are living in poverty are the ones that are being abused. So we need to make sure that the government actually address that. With regards to the pay equity laws, again, you know, we saw this in this budget, how unfair it is to women. To say that, you know, you have to go into collective bargaining to do that, well, not everybody actually has a collective bargaining process. And that process can actually be lengthy because it all depends on the employer whether or not he wants to bargain or not. So I think that we're going truly back in time, and we really need to have that addressed. We have to talk about the people who are retiring. The biggest amount of people retiring right now and living in poverty are actually women. A 2004 study found that an astounding 45.6% of women in these circumstances still live in poverty. So women who are retired, just think about it. I mean, these people have actually helped build our country, and all of a sudden they're finding themselves that they're retired and they're supposed to be enjoying their retirement life, and now they can't. They can't because this government refuses to address the fact that a pension income, CPP or CPP disability is not enough to live on. So we need to make sure that those get addressed. And again, it's hitting the women the most. With regards to the jobs out there, what we see, and that's why I wanted to touch base on the minimum wage a while ago, because when you're looking at jobs, more than ever, we see it's that women are the ones that are taking those minimum wage jobs. And more often than not, what we're seeing is that it's immigrants that are actually in those jobs. And there's so much poverty out there that it's a shame that this government chose to attack women under this budget. There's so much that we could actually do to support women. And I really think that, you know, the labor movement certainly has been working in that direction. Instead of kicking women down, we should be giving them a hand up. I've said that a while ago. Pay equity legislation prohibits wage discrimination where employees are performing work of equal or comparable value, whereas equal pay legislation prohibits it in respect of the same or substantial similar work. We have to look at the pay equity in Manitoba and Ontario because it's not a part of the regular collective bargaining process, and human rights cannot be bargained for a bargaining table. The provincial legislation in Manitoba and Ontario covers both unionized and non-unionized employees. Manitoba legislation only covers public sector workers, while Ontario legislation covers both the private and the public sector. For unionized workers, pay equity plans are developed between both the employer and union, but not during collective bargaining. This process happens separately. In Ontario, Ontario has a pay equity commission with the same powers as the Labour Board that can investigate, mediate, and resolve complaints. If one side disagrees with the complaint resolution, there is an appeals process that is referred to as a tribunal, and the results of the tribunal are binding. But in Manitoba, the Pay Equity Bureau existed to deal with complaints. However, because the Manitoba legislation is quite old and the process only existed for public service jobs, Pay Equity Commission has run its course. However, it functioned in a similar manner to the Pay Equity Commission in Ontario. Any disputes now are handled through Manitoba Labour Management Services Board. Again, let's look back at how much a woman actually makes. A woman actually makes like 71 cents on the dollar compared to a man. And if you're a woman of color, it goes down, and if you're an Aboriginal, the amount that you make is even less. So I think that it's time that this government actually really takes a serious look at what they've actually put into their budget bill and pull that part of it out, because we really need to move forward on it. Pay equity is actually a human right protected by the Canadian Human Rights Act. The current law prohibits differences in wages between female and male employees, and I don't think this government gets it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to the extremely progressive and emotional speech by my colleague. And she is definitely sincere about fighting poverty, and that's a very honorable thing. So I think that she is right to remind us that with regard to employment insurance, this government has been dragging its feet, and the Bloc Québécois has proposed a number of bills to improve the lot of people who unfortunately are unemployed. So I'd like to ask my colleague 3 questions. I would like her to remind us of the importance of social housing to fight poverty. I would like her to underline the imperative nature of the improvements to be made to the EI system, and I would also like to hear her viewpoint on the lot of women within this budget. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin-Kapuskasing. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm going to begin with EI because I think that it is a great challenge that we have, and we need to realize how important it is to change the EI system. My colleague and his party have proposed changes last week, but unfortunately they didn't seem to hear what we actually needed to help people who are on employment insurance. The impact on women is dire, and we need to address this. As I said earlier, for every dollar spent by a person on EI in the community, this provides actual stimulus of a 160 to the community. With regard to affordable housing, this is extremely important. It took us long enough to build one affordable housing unit in the area of London, I believe, and that was only actually 12 units. And it took the government 3 years to build that. So can you imagine that? Imagine all the people who are seeking affordable housing who need it. They can't find jobs. They don't have access to EI. When they work, they usually earn minimum wage. And that's why this government needs to realize the enormity of the current economic crisis and the importance of stimulating the economy. It also needs to ensure that Canadians have affordable housing, because once we start to build affordable housing units, this will reduce poverty, people will be able to find housing, and then they'll be able to find work. But what I also think, another thing that is very important, and I'm going to say this in English, we need a national child care program to ensure that people can find child care, protective child care for their children while they go to work. And this child care needs to be affordable. We've been talking about this for a very long time. The former Liberal government stated that it would set up such a system, but they forgot their promise. And the Conservative government then said, well, we're going to help you. But what did they give them? A paltry sum. And they're saying that this is assistance, but I mean, it cost me a great deal more than that when I had to have my children cared for when I was going out to work. So it's not everyone who's lucky enough to have a child care center that they can afford. So I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always with great pleasure that I see you in your chair, because I know, Madam Speaker, that you enjoy this responsibility that has been entrusted to you. Madam Speaker, you know that the Bloc Québécois is involved in a very important battle for Quebec citizens, and it's all about the respect of the amounts that are paid to the provinces in the form of equalization payments. Now, Madam Speaker, this is not just any battle, because for 2009-2010, with the budget that is being proposed to us, now I hope that everyone who is listening, and I know that there are many people who listen to us and watch us on TV, and I want them to know that the Conservative government has deliberately, in a pre-planned fashion, decided to help impoverish Quebec through its public finances by the amount of $1 billion. So, Madam Speaker, when we say that the federal government has the means to destabilize the public finances of the provinces, well, then this is a perfect example. Now, the equalization formula, which was established in the 1950s, further to the Tremblay Commission, seeks to give fiscal capacity to each province so that they can offer services to our citizens. So the idea is to avoid regional disparities. That's what the equalization formula has been used for since its creation. Now, equalization became part of the Constitution in 1982 when the Constitution was unilaterally patriated. Now, you may remember this, Madam Speaker. Quebec, through its National Assembly, never was in agreement with the constitutional patriation that occurred as of the beginning of the 1980s. And even under René Lévesque and Claude Ryan, we must recall that the National Assembly was against the unilateral patriation of the Constitution because the National Assembly created, by its own prerogative, especially concerning language laws, and history showed that it was right because we know that the Supreme Court quashed entire sections of Bill 101, especially concerning freedom of speech and expression. Now, the equalization formula is designed to allow provinces to provide services. It takes into account their tax bases, their tax points, taxes that are collected from companies on their territory. And Quebec learned at a federal provincial conference, and this so enraged the Minister of Finances, Madame Monique Jérôme-Forget. And, Madam Speaker, we can certainly not accuse her of having any sympathies for the sovereigntist cost. Now, this Minister of Finance of the Government of Quebec has sent a letter to her counterpart, the current Minister of Finance of the Conservative government, saying that she found it absolutely disgusting that the calculation formula be modified unilaterally because it would cause the loss of $1 billion for 2009-2010. The second very dire way of proceeding was that the provinces were impoverished, but in addition, they were not warned, they were not given reasonable notice with regard to what this would mean for service cutbacks. And on at least two occasions, the Minister of Finance, under Jean Charest, Ms. Monique Jérôme-Forget, attempted at a federal provincial conference to find out some information on how the calculations were being established. Premier Charest tried again at the Federation Council, and never, not once, did this government act with transparency by publicizing how the calculation payments were going to be established. And I find that absolutely inadmissible. Who is defending the interests of Quebec? Who is standing up on the Conservative side to denounce this unilateral way of going about things, which impoverishes provinces by not taking into account the fact that we should work in partnership? Now, Madam Speaker, if it hadn't been for the Bloc Québécois speaking out for Quebecers' interests, then I must regretfully say that I did not hear any colleague from the Conservative caucus, the Quebec Conservative caucus, to stand up and denounce this modus operandi, which is completely inadmissible. Now, you know full well that when Quebec is deprived of $1 billion of revenue in its budget, then that means, Madam Speaker, that there are services that will have to be reviewed. And that means, Madam Speaker, that there will be certain program elements that will have to be readjusted. Now, is that work in a spirit of partnership? I recall during the election campaign of 2006 that the current Prime Minister gave a speech in the Quebec City region, more specifically in Sainte-Foy, if I remember correctly, and he referred to the need to work together, to act in partnership, to set up what he called comparative federalism. And he wanted to mark a difference from the authoritarian federalism from the preceding government.
And do you think, Madam Speaker, that when you cut back equalisation payments by $1 billion that you're demonstrating cooperative federalism? I don't think so, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are so many parts of this budget which are defective and deficient and detestable. It never would have crossed our mind in the Bloc Québécois to support such an imperfect budget. Now let me give you a number of examples because I can see that you are dying to hear what the shortcomings are. Employment insurance. The Bloc Québécois has called for a standardisation of the number of hours to qualify for equalisation, or for EI. The Bloc Québécois has asked for the waiting period to be eliminated, so that would extend eligibility by 2 weeks. We also need to take into account seasonal workers. Nothing in this budget meets the needs of job seekers, Madam Speaker. We know in this economic crisis there are many unemployed persons looking for jobs, and unfortunately employment insurance doesn't meet their needs. 1 out of every 2 workers pays into the system. We know that it is a system that the federal government does not contribute to. We know that this is a system which gets 100% of its funding from workers and employers. So there's absolutely nothing in this budget to meet the needs of job seekers. The Conservative government has decided to ride roughshod over women's rights, and that is their right to have equal pay for equal work. The Bloc Québécois is flouting women's rights who aren't represented by unions. Women aren't getting pay equity because they can't appear before the courts to lodge complaints. Mr. Speaker, that says a lot about this government when it comes to its sensitiveness towards women. The Bloc Québécois fights hard in the defence of Quebec's interests and moved a number of amendments. In closing, I'd like to say that equalisation is an extremely important issue for us. We think it is absolutely egregious that the federal government is going to deprive Quebec of over $1 billion for fiscal 2009-2010. Imagine the ramifications that will have for those who are trying to plan the provision of services in the province. We know that this is shameful. It shows a lack of sensitivity. And had it not been for the Bloc Québécois in this parliament, nobody would have taken up this issue, even if it is a matter of importance for the National Assembly. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to ask my colleague a question. Mr. Speaker, when I listened to my colleague's speech, I was disgusted because he has said the opposite of the truth and the opposite of logic. So my question is, Mr. Speaker, Quebec has never received such high amounts under equalisation as it is under the Conservative government. Never. All members of my caucus have ensured that Quebec is not deprived of substantial funding. There were hospitals that were closed when the Liberals were in power, services that were closed, that were slashed. And what are we doing? We're increasing social transfers and equalisation payments to unprecedented levels in the history of our federation. And Quebec's benefiting. And it's the Conservatives in Quebec, members of the government, who are approving measures like the budget, which will help Quebec in this period of economic uncertainty. Here's my question for the member. How can he forsake Quebecers? How can he forsake workers, families, seniors, by failing to support this economic stimulus plan, given that the economy, in the period where the economy is ailing? This is an ideological approach when Quebecers need members in this House that deliver the goods for Quebec, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. However, I need to tell him that he is, in fact, far from the truth in his statements and coming very close to lies. Quebec is losing over $1 billion. Through you, Mr. Speaker, will he agree with what the Minister of Finance said when he sent in a letter to the Finance Minister of Canada and the Prime Minister of Canada that under the current formula proposed by his government, Quebec will lose money? The National Assembly will lose $1 billion. And this is a Conservative member who's getting up in this House to question that, and that means he is on a slippery slide towards lying, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to what my Conservative colleague had to say. He said that his government, in its budget, would meet the needs of workers and families and seniors. But I don't think we read the same budget in that case, Mr. Speaker. But these measures for workers are only for 2 years. They're extending EI benefits by 5 weeks. I don't think that's enough for workers. The Seniors Workers Program is also inadequate. The government needs to help these people get through this economic crisis, but they're not doing so. I think the government needs to make a bigger effort. Now, when it comes to seniors, $1,500 will be tax deductible, except, Mr. Speaker, these individuals have to be in a position to pay taxes in the first place, and given that many of them are below the poverty line, they don't pay taxes, so they can't benefit from these government measures. I'd like to ask the following question. What sort of approach should Parliament have to the Conservatives and to this budget? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. I'd like to thank you, my colleague, for his very well-informed question. He himself is well-informed. Well, the answer is straightforward. From a tax standpoint, I think that Quebec should be able to have more tax points and take up more tax space. And I don't think there should be any amendments to the equalisation formula without consultation with the provinces and approval from the conferences. When it comes to seniors, the Bloc introduced a bill about the guaranteed income supplement. And, of course, sovereignty is the ultimate solution from a national standpoint. Resuming debate.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I'm most pleased to be able to add my voice to the concerns expressed here, particularly in regard to the insinuation in this budget implementation bill of the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act. What an Orwellian term that is. Mr. Speaker, over the last 3.5 years, this government has tried to silence the voices of women. They've reduced funding to Status of Women Canada. They ended research, advocacy, and lobbying. They closed 12 regional offices of Status of Women Canada. They ended the funding to many women's organizations, and they removed equality from the mandate of Status Women Canada. All of these measures, Mr. Speaker, designed to keep women quiet, to keep them in their place. Well, it's not working. This government may have tried to deny the voices of women, but I have a letter here signed by 79 individuals, winners of the Governor General's Award in regard to the Persons case, lawyers, academics, Canadians of great stature. And I want to make sure that their voice and the voice of millions of Canadian women are heard in this place. So I'm going to read into the record a letter that they sent to the Prime Minister. We write to express our dismay at the introduction of the new Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act. We're concerned that this legislation has been introduced as a part of Budget 2009 and that as a consequence, Parliament will not be permitted to decide whether the legislation has its support as a new law independent of the budget. This amounts to legislating by stealth, in our view, and is unworthy of any Canadian government, as well as unfair to women. The legislation takes away the right of women federal public servants to equal pay for work of equal value. You've claimed that your government recognizes that pay equity is a right of women and that this new legislation merely introduces efficiency and speed to the process of obtaining pay equity in the public service. We've studied this legislation closely and find these claims false. The Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act empties the right to pay equity of its meaning. The new legislated criteria for evaluating equitable compensation will reintroduce sex discrimination into pay practices rather than eliminate them. Under the Canadian Human Rights Act, it is a discriminatory practice for an employer to establish or maintain differences in wages between male and female employees employed in the same establishment who are performing work of equal value. In assessing the value of work performed by employees, the criterion to be applied is the composite of the skill, effort, and responsibility required in the performance of the work and the conditions under which the work is performed, and that's Section 11 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. The new legislation adopts these criteria, but adds new ones that completely undermine the commitment to equal pay for work of equal value for women. Section 4, sub 2B of the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act adds that the value of the work performed is also to be assessed according to the employer's recruitment and retention needs in respect of employees in that job group or job class, taking into account the qualifications required to perform the work and the market forces operating in respect of employees with those qualifications. This, Mr. Speaker, permits any evaluation to take into account that male-dominated jobs are valued more highly in the market, requiring the employer to pay more to attract new employees or retain current ones, even if the value of the work when it is assessed based on skill, effort, and responsibility is no greater than that of female-dominated jobs. The right to equal pay for work of equal value was introduced in federal human rights legislation in 1977, precisely in order to expunge the sex discrimination that is inherent in market pay practices from the assessment of the value of work. Historically, the market has devalued work that is done by women. Seeking now to evaluate the federal public services compensation practices for female-dominated job groups by comparing them with pay assigned to those jobs in the market will entrench sex discrimination, not correct it. In addition, the new legislation defines a female-dominated group as one in which 70% of the workers are women. Only these groups can seek equitable compensation. This is too rigid a definition, as it simply puts outside the boundaries of the legislation those job groups in which women are 51 to 69% of the workers, no matter what the context. The legislation restricts comparisons of male and female job groups so that comparisons may only be made within defined portions of the federal public service or within federal agencies, not across the public service as a whole. In addition, the legislation repeatedly refers to providing equitable compensation within a reasonable time. This seems to imply that women public servants may not receive compensation for the full period when they received less than equal pay for work of equal value, and may not receive what they are owed immediately. We conclude that the substance of the right to equal pay for work of equal value is gone. Restrictions have been placed on who falls within the scope of the legislation and on how comparisons can be made, and time periods for which compensation is owed are malleable. In addition, the processes set out in the Act for seeking equitable compensation are fundamentally flawed. The legislation makes employers and unions jointly responsible for equitable compensation, even though federal public sector unions do not have any control over the federal purse. It also makes equitable compensation for women federal public servants a matter to be negotiated between employers and union, alongside and at the same time as other collective bargaining issues, not separately and distinctly, as it is under the Manitoba Pay Equity Act. This puts women federal public servants at risk of having their right to be free from sex discrimination in pay bargained away because other issues are of more importance to the employer or the union or both. The Supreme Court of Canada ruled in Dickinson versus University of Alberta that employers cannot contract out their human rights obligations. There is nothing in this legislation that ensures that women's human rights will be respected and fulfilled in the bargaining process, rather than ignored and set aside. The effect of this restructuring of the process for obtaining pay equity is to make pay equity no longer a human right of women, but a benefit or privilege which may be bargained successfully or not. We note that individual women, both non-unionized and unionized, are permitted to make complaints to the Public Service Labor Relations Board if they believe that their compensation is not equitable. However, neither non-unionized women nor unionized women will have anyone to assist them. Currently, if women file a complaint with the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the Commission will investigate it, interview witnesses, and examine evidence. Under the Public Service Equitable Compensation Act, complainants will receive no assistance whatsoever. Further, unionized women cannot have the assistance of their unions to make pay equity complaints. Indeed, unions will be fined $50,000 if they assist any woman to make a complaint. We point out that this legal imposition of a fine violates international human rights norms, since it contravenes Article 9, sub 3c of the Declaration on the Rights of Human Rights Defenders. Article 9, 3 sub c states that everyone has the right, individually and in association with others, to offer and provide professionally qualified legal assistance or other relevant advice and assistance in defending human rights and fundamental freedoms. This individual complaint procedure has been turned into a meaningless enforcement mechanism. Complaints about pay equity are, by definition, group complaints. Individual female public servants, without help from the Commission or their unions, will not have access to the information about pay rates and job descriptions that is necessary to make an equitable compensation complaint. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is running out. I had a lot more to say, but I want to conclude that the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act does not comply with the commitments that Canada has made to women in international human rights instruments or the Charter. We ask you to withdraw this legislation immediately and instead to implement the recommendations of the 2004 Pay Equity Task Force. As Canadians who have contributed many years of work to improving the lives of women, we are angered when the Government of Canada moves backwards on the rights of women. This is the fifth overt attack on the rights of women in Canada made by this administration, following as it does on the cancellation of the funding for court challenges to the criteria for funding for status of women, which preclude advocacy, lobbying for law reform, cancellation of the status of women. Mr. Speaker, these individuals have indicated that they are ashamed of what Canada has done to women. This is a dark day.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Yes, it's not very far away, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. My honourable colleague across the way pointed out that there was nothing that would force unions to defend women's rights. It's not part of their mission. They can do it if they wish, but they don't have to. And so now, and that they have things, other things to negotiate than women's rights, and so women will be sort of left the wayside as the way they always have been. He said that there are thousands upon thousands of women who are not unionized and who have no one to defend them. Women need pay equity. Equal salary for equal work. This is a fundamental principle which is not negotiable, and my colleague is quite right to remind us of it. By presenting us with a legal system where this law is not respected, the government has brought us 50 years backwards. Mr. Speaker, what I find truly sad and tragic about this is that there are liberals who claim to defend women's rights who are voting with the government. I'd like to hear the opinion of my colleague on this matter.
Fanshawe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And I must admit that in reading the letter in regard to these incredible women and leaders across Canada who have expressed shame that this government would compromise the human rights of women and, in fact, trample them, my shame is equal when I contemplate the Liberal Party of Canada joining in with this sham of a piece of legislation and in this march to end women's equality rights and their human rights. I do want to be very, very clear in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, in response to my colleague, that including equitable compensation or their version of it in collective bargaining, it makes it very, very difficult. I'm very proud of the union association that I've had in my career as an advocate, as a member of the London and District Labour Council, and I know that unions do their utmost to ensure the rights of all members. But when it comes to a matter of safe workplaces and compensation, very often there are pieces bargained away, and in this case, it cannot be human rights.
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to indicate that the Liberal caucus agrees fully with the member with regard to the women's issues, the pay equity, the court challenges, the status of women issues, etc. The government clearly has shown itself to be anti-women in virtually everything it does. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, my question for the member is with regard to the dilemma of the plight of those who are at risk of losing existing jobs, the problem of not having the creation of new jobs to alleviate the employment situation, and the implications and the problems created for those least able to help themselves in our society. It would appear that the only element of the budget that is going to address this is a stimulus package, some 40% of which is the infrastructure funding. Although we know very well there's many other problems. We have an omnibus bill rather than a budget bill, Mr. Speaker, but that stimulus package is something that they need. It's something that, if delayed, may have some permanent damage to the lives of Canadians. I wonder if the member would agree.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And it's very clear to us in the New Democratic Party caucus, and has been very clear for months and months and months, that there's an economic downturn, that it was coming. The situation in August of 2007 in the United States with mortgages made that evident to anybody who was watching, anyone who was paying attention. And that's why we said over and over to this government that you need to have something in place to protect existing jobs, to invest in the jobs of the future. Over and over again, Mr. Speaker, and they did not listen. So now we're in a crisis. And they are using this crisis, Mr. Speaker, in order to insert these poison pills into this Budget Implementation Act. Poison pills that would take away labor rights, women's human rights, that would give away public assets at bargain basement prices, that eliminate our ability to look after our own industries. It's time to stand up.
I'll take your advice. We'll have to move on for questions and comment. Resuming debate. Please do débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to take part in this debate on Bill C-10, the implementation bill. And I'd like to argue in favor of the Bloc Québécois motion, which wants to delete certain articles, which would allow the federal government to change the equalization formula. And we want it to maintain the status quo. As you know, Mr. Speaker, if these clauses were to remain in the bill, it would mean that Quebec would lose in 2010, 2009, 2010 would lose $1 billion given the way the economic crisis is having an effect on Quebec's revenue. A shortfall of $1 billion would have extremely serious repercussions for the Quebec government. It would make it hard for them to fulfill their obligations in terms of health, education, and social solidarity. So I would hope that all Quebec members in this House would support our amendment so that we can properly defend Quebec's interests. You'll also understand that if a Quebec member of Parliament from whatever party were to decide to support C10 and to maintain these clauses, this member would be not doing a very good job of representing the people of Quebec because, as you know, in January, the National Assembly voted a unanimous resolution which demanded of the federal government that it respect, among other things, the present equalization formula. I'd like to remind you that the Prime Minister of Canada wrote to Premier Charest on March 29, 2007. This isn't centuries ago, it's just a few months ago. And said he would make certain undertakings which are completely rendered null and void by this bill. I'll read you a short part of the first paragraph of the letter. In the first part of the letter, the Conservative Prime Minister writes to his Quebec counterpart, "We reiterate our commitment to hold consultations with provincial and territorial governments, with experts, and with Canadians regarding money transfers on a basis of fairness." So this was at the end of the Liberal government, which had been doing certain things to equalization. And in the letter by the new Prime Minister said there will be no more piecemeal agreements as were under the Liberals, but we have to recognize that the clauses we are opposed to do not respect the undertaking by the Prime Minister of Canada. And in the second paragraph we read, "All governments will now have the resources they need based on a manner that is predictable and long-term." And there again, Mr. Speaker, we see that C10 completely contravenes the commitments of the Prime Minister. I know that the Minister of Finance would have had us believe, and this at the time of the Conference of Finance Ministers last fall, and we know that Madame Jérôme Forget is not a sovereigntist. She doesn't vote for the Bloc Québécois, I'm sure, but still she cares about Quebec's interests. And she said that she hadn't had the information at this meeting, and I would also remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative government only had a parallel agreement with Nova Scotia on the basis that Nova Scotia would be informed of changes to equalization concerning its province. So I simply wanted to mention that at this meeting of finance ministers, the Quebec finance minister, Madame Jérôme Forget, and I have no reason to doubt her veracity, said to the Conservative finance minister that she didn't have the information that was available, and she wasn't aware of the shortfall that we now know of, the shortfall of $1 billion. I'd also like to remind people that these clauses will put a ceiling on the amount to which each province is entitled. So there, again, that's a significant obstruction. And first of all, equalization wasn't really satisfactory. 50% of revenue come from renewable resources, or rather natural resources, and in our opinion, this is quite inadequate. If we want to be able to really benefit from equalization, and the way it did exist was part of the Canadian Constitution, so all revenue coming from national resources should be available. So the formula, as I said earlier, was for half of this revenue, and we still consider that it should be 100% of this money, and that would be a real, the true level of equalization that Quebec and the other provinces are entitled to and should benefit from. Now, I'd like to go further back. The equalization formula and the stability of principles upon which it was based were part of a series of demands which were not met by the government. For example, the Prime Minister, Quebec ministers from Quebec, and a Finance Minister said that fiscal imbalance was solved. It's not true. It has been said in the National Assembly of Quebec that this fiscal imbalance has not been dealt with. For that, there would have to be levels of transfers for social programs, be they health, post-secondary education, or social programs, would have to be at the levels of 94, 95 when Prime Minister Martin began his cuts. And in order to do this, Mr. Speaker, Quebec would need $820 million for transfers for post-secondary education, among other things. There have been attempts in the past concerning health, but with respect to post-secondary education, we're still at the same level as 1994, 1995, and this is unacceptable. Until these levels are restored, the federal government and the Quebec government have to negotiate equivalent agreements in terms of tax room. But under C-10, federal transfers to the provinces are still subject to the whims of the federal government. We have to make sure that Quebec has the necessary financial independence to be autonomous, even within the federal system. So, and I hope there is what happened under Lester Pearson. There was a transfer that happened at the request of Jean Lesage, which allowed for the Quiet Revolution. There was the transfer that took place in 1977 under René Lévesque. So you see, it doesn't matter if one is a federalist or a sovereigntist. These people were both working on behalf of Quebec and for its good. So this isn't a new thing. But in order that the transfers happen, they have to be brought back up to the level of 1994-95, and negotiations must begin with Quebec in order to transfer the tax room. And I'll end on this, Mr. Speaker. There's another problem, and that is that the Conservative government committed once, twice, three times to solving the problems with the federal spending power. Now, it's not creating a framework for it or limiting it. We think it should be eliminated. We think Quebec and any province who wants it should be able to withdraw from any program brought in by the government which is not within its jurisdiction, and this with full compensation. And we're still waiting for a bill, Mr. Speaker, but I have serious doubts that we'll see even a hint of it, given what's been brought in by this government. When this government promised guarantees, long-term guarantees, they're not abiding by their promises, and I'm hardly surprised that they would keep provinces when they don't even have the conditions necessary to fulfill these provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would once again ask all members to vote for the deletion of these clauses.
L'honorable Deputy Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Joliette. I'd like to thank him for his magnificent speech. $1 billion shortfall, Mr. Speaker. This is money that they won't have in their pockets and they never will. Imagine, that's $1 million bills. That's a hell of a lot of money that we could have used for all kinds of things. That's a real hole in Madame Jérôme Forchette's purse. She often talks about what's in her purse. And that's going to be a huge shortfall, and it's because of this. And it was the unanimously voted resolution of the National Assembly that denounced this. It was unanimous. All Quebec is denouncing this unanimously. Journalists, members of the National Assembly, all members of this House of Commons who are not members of the Bloc, almost all, will be voting against Quebec on this. All Quebec members who are not in the Bloc Québécois will be voting for this bill. And it's because of caucus solidarity. The majority leads and the minority follows the majority. And our Quebec members are a minority anywhere in any party, and they'll always have to follow the Canadian majorities, Canadian majority who will be defending Canada's interests against Quebec. I'd like to hear from my colleague, the Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank the member for Drummond for his question because it was a very pertinent one and has to do with equalization, and we see just how significant this debate was during the election campaign. The Conservatives wanted to contest the legitimacy of the Bloc Québécois, even though we've been voted in by thousands and thousands of Quebecers. 1993, 97, 2000, 2004, 2006, and then at the last election in 2008. On each occasion, Quebecers sent a majority of Bloc Québécois members, and this because they saw clearly, as they do today, that the only party to truly stand up and defend Quebec's interests is the Bloc Québécois. And even within the Canadian Federation, the Bloc Québécois has a role to play, and we will continue, as we have in the past, to defend these interests in the future as we are voted in majority numbers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Député de Louis-Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank my colleague from Joliette for his very true and enriching speech. I support his comments fully. I would like to say, just like my colleague from Drummond, that we're talking about $1 billion in losses for Quebec, and so I'm just wondering how the government of Quebec is going to be able to plan some of its services and activities for the future, because it never knows how much money it's going to receive from Ottawa. And it might be important to point out that this is money, it's not paid to us, it comes back to us, it's rightfully ours. And it needs to be paid back to us in any case. So I would also like to point out that with regard to a certain ideology, Alberta receives ongoing transfers, whereas equalization payments have been cut for other provinces. So I would like to hear from my colleague his opinion as to whether a very rich Alberta continues to receive amounts, whereas other provinces their equalization payments are being cut, whereas these amounts are particularly important, especially for Quebec. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that we have here a clear illustration of what Canadian federalism is. That is, when the federal government decides to make a transfer for a particular program, we'll do so until such time as it falls off the radar and is not attractive to do so anymore. For example, social housing. The federal government set up a program, and the provinces, and especially Quebec, benefited from it, and then all of a sudden in the mid-90s it was cut, and now Quebec is stuck with the problem, so that's always the danger. But now it's been even worse over the past few years, when all programs implemented are based on population. Resuming debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today and speak to the amendments that have been proposed for the Budget Implementation Act, and I'm specifically going to be dealing with sections 362 and the other which is to do with the student loan amendments, and sections 394, which is to do with the pay equity aspect of the bill. With regards to student loans, I want to specifically talk about the requirements for additional documentation. What this section of the bill is dealing with is the fact that anybody who receives Canada student loans will be able to provide additional documents to the minister upon request. And what it does is it also creates a host of new penalties for false statements or omissions, and also appears to permit the minister to retroactively punish students for making a false statement or omission in their application for Canada student loans. Now, in this day and age, of course, Mr. Speaker, what we want to do is make education, post-secondary education, as accessible as possible to students. We know that one of the things that happens in times of economic downturns is that it's very important for people to be able to upgrade their skills and education, so that when the economy turns around, that they have an opportunity to take advantage of the economy as it moves on up. Now, the reason that this particular section is particularly troubling, and I'm going to speak about First Nations students, is that it's going to put additional barriers to getting education. What's happening currently is the Department of Indian and Northern Affairs is conducting a post-secondary education review. They're reviewing a program called PSSP, the Post-Secondary Student Support Program. And one of the options that's being floated is that some First Nation students will be channeled into applying for Canada's student loans. Now, we already know that when it comes to post-secondary education, that First Nation students have less access, that there are more barriers, that their graduation rates are less, and yet what we also know is that in many provinces, the First Nations and Métis are a significant part of the student population. So it's of concern that what we're doing is revamping a program that will affect students broadly in terms of access, but will also more directly have a potential to impact First Nation students. In a recent gathering, the National Chief, Phil Fontaine, for the Council of Ministers of Education in Canada, on February the 23rd, spoke about the importance of education. He was speaking about kindergarten to grade 12, but as well, I think this applies to post-secondary. And he talks about the fact that the cost of doing nothing is astronomical. He goes on to say that I recently read an editorial in the Star of Phoenix which projected that First Nations and Métis population in Saskatchewan could account for approximately 23% of the labour force by 2016. The implications of this are huge, and not just here but across the country. Nationally, more than 600,000 Aboriginal youth will be entering the labour market by 2026, with the potential to make a major contribution to the Canadian economy, estimated at $71 billion. The social and economic costs will be financially crippling to the province and the provincial and federal governments if they don't make the right decisions today. And, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that a budget that doesn't a budget implementation that doesn't consider the impacts on both Canadian students and First Nations, Métis and Inuit students, there's a serious omission in a budget that does not consider those impacts. The second piece that I want to touch on, Mr. Speaker, and I know you've heard many people eloquently talk in this House about the pay equity. Actually, it's called the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act. And what we've seen since 2006 is a continuous erosion of women's equality in this country, whether it's the removal of the court challenges, whether it's the removal of the words equality from the Status of Women website, whether it's the underfunding of women's organizations that can provide a perspective that is lacking in this House. Only 20% of the members of this House are women, Mr. Speaker, and I would argue that it's very important to fund those women's organizations to make sure that representation in economic and social policy is heard by the government when they're developing legislation. What we saw in the Budget Implementation Act and the budget itself is a virtual absence of women. There are a couple of, I want to just touch briefly on First Nations. The Quebec Native Women's Association issued a press release when it examined what was in the budget, and it talked about the fact that the infrastructure, the investment plans in infrastructure and in industries tend to benefit the sectors of activities which are predominantly comprised of a male workforce. The double discrimination faced by Aboriginal women has already led to a feminization of poverty, and the economic struggle will no doubt exacerbate their marginalization. They go on to talk about the fact that the United Nations has provided numerous recommendations on key areas of concerns in regards to its human rights obligations. Sadly, these recommendations were blatantly ignored by this present budget. In the Native Women's Association of Canada, the Native women talked about we needed to hear Aboriginal women specifically mentioned as part of the stimulus plan. Instead, we heard only general comment about Aboriginal issues such as social housing on reserves, Aboriginal skills and training, child and family services, and they go on to talk about the fact that women are not specifically mentioned. And of course, when we know that there are not programs and services and infrastructure specifically geared towards women and women's issues, that they simply get left off the table. I bring this up in the context of pay equity because one of the comments that's been made in this House is that what we need to do is ensure that families in this country have access to reasonable compensation. And the former Pay Equity Task Force from 2004, which did hundreds of hours of consultation from coast to coast to coast, talked to business, talked to trade unions, talked to individual stakeholders, and came up with a very substantial set of recommendations which have been ignored since 2004. So it's not just this current government that ignored it, it was ignored in the past as well. And what that Pay Equity Task Force would have done was put into place some very real measures to tackle equal pay for work of equal value. And let's be clear, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about equal pay for work of equal value. And that gets lost in the noise and the rhetoric in this House. What this current piece of legislation does is effectively roll back the clock. We know that women in Canada, on average, make somewhere around 70-some-odd cents to the dollar for every dollar that a man makes in this country. And what we really needed was some teeth around the pay equity legislation. And furthermore, it should never have been included in a budget implementation bill. It should have been a standalone piece of legislation so that the Status of Women Committee would have had the opportunity to call witnesses, to fully examine the piece of legislation, to make sure that it reflected what was in the Pay Equity Task Force. And instead, what we've got is an attempt to bury a piece of legislation in an omnibus bill without adequate oversight. And that applies to any number of other aspects that are buried in this bill, including the navigable waters. What this currently does, I want to quote from a couple of press releases here. The Public Service Alliance of Canada on February the 23rd issued a press release that says the PSAC slams Budget Implementation Act for undermining collective bargaining and threatening women's right to pay equity. They go on to say that the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act would make it virtually impossible for women in the federal public sector to be paid equal pay for work of equal value. It uses pay equity as a bargaining chip during negotiations where the employer historically holds the balance of power. It bars unions from supporting members who want to make pay equity claims. Bill C-10 would do nothing to narrow the income gap between women and men in the federal public service. Mr. Speaker, in a detailed briefing note, it says, prepared again by the Women and Human Rights Officer from the Public Service Alliance of Canada, it says the end of pay equity for women in the federal public service talks about restricting access, and I'm going to read a couple of sections on this. It says the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act will restrict the substance and the application of pay equity in the public sector. The bill would remove the right of the public sector workers to file complaints for pay equity with the Canadian Human Rights Commission. The bill would make it more difficult to claim pay equity by redefining the notion of female predominant job group to require that women make up 70% of workers in the position. It also redefines the criteria used to reevaluate whether jobs are of equal value. It goes on to talk about the $50,000 fine on any union that would encourage or assist their own members in filing a pay equity complaint. And it talks about the fact that pay equity is a fundamental human right that has been protected by the Canadian Human Rights Act since 1977. Now, Mr. Speaker, what we know is this is a signature attempt by this government to continue to undermine women's equality in this country. It is rolling back the clock on women's rights, and it signals their overall approach to women's issues. And I would urge members of this House to support this amendment, to strip this out of the Budget Implementation Bill and put it back where it rightly belongs in front of the Status of Women Committee so that they could have some fulsome discussion on this and appropriate oversight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're at the report phase of Bill C-10, and today in this group of amendments that are proposed, there are two types of amendments, and we realize that they should not be part of Bill C-10. The question of equalization payments from the federal government. It's tabling an economic stimulus package, but that takes away from Quebec what it rightfully belongs to it, because the equalization system that was developed in Canada is are payments made based on the tax base of provinces, and it stems from a commitment made to fiscal equity so that the provinces can provide public services that are comparable to those provided by the federal level. So in other words, the formula aims to measure the fiscal capacity of provinces to provide public services without taking into account the volume or the cost of the services with regard to its size and population. Now, in the current case, the government has decided to unilaterally amend its way of doing things, and therefore Quebec has $1 billion less, whereas Quebec, like the other Canadian provinces, has to cope with major problems stemming from a drop in consumption. It's trying to stimulate its economy as well. And when we try to inject funds to do that or to stimulate infrastructure, well, then the government is taking away any kind of fiscal leeway that it had. And the Minister of Finance of Quebec denounced this decision in a letter and called for the government to reinstate these funds that are owed to Quebec. Now, the Bloc Québécois tabled amendments to ensure that this part of the bill was withdrawn. Now, we can see that the Conservatives can count on the support of the Liberals. And so this is a red and blue coalition that we can see that regardless of which of those parties is in the government, we have the same kind of steamroller approach on the part of the federal government. And we can see that very clearly in these cuts to equalization payments that are going to severely hurt Quebec. Another important aspect is the entire issue of pay equity. Now, we can also see in Bill C-10 that there are amendments to try to restore the letters of nobility to pay equity, because in fact, it's very surprising to see such a measure in a Budget Implementation Act. This is the type of intervention model we might see in the U.S. Congress, especially on the part of Republicans. They piggyback amendments onto bills, and then the government gets things that it didn't hope for. Now, with regard to pay equity, this is a non-negotiable right to ensure that pay equity is effective for all workers in Quebec. We need a proactive federal statute that covers all values for workers. In the current bill, instead of giving all workers equal rights, there's an addition. It creates an additional category of female workers who are not covered by the same conditions. So people in the public sector will be protected, but those who are not covered by that bill receive different conditions. And we in the Bloc Québécois feel that this is unfair for those women. The Bloc Québécois is against Part 11. It wants to see the creation of sector-based committees on pay equity, as is the case in Quebec. We denounce the fact that this bill creates a third category of workers in Quebec, those who come under the Quebec Pay Equity Act, those who come under the Federal Fair Remuneration Act, and those who come under the those governed by certain government corporations and crown corporations. So this is a bill that targets pay equity and yet creates exactly the opposite. So I think the federal government should not have ventured onto this territory, because it's putting into place measures that are creating more inequities than equities. We believe that the flaws related to the market economy in this bill go against Quebec values. If the government, Conservative government, wants to see pay equity, then why doesn't it put such measures in place for the private sector under its jurisdiction? Pay equity should not be based on the rights of workers, or rather it should be based on the rights of workers, but it's only thinking of the interests of employers, and this is very unfair. And I think that the Conservatives should have backed down from this position, and that is one of the reasons that as Bloc Québécois members, we have sincere values concerning pay equity. We have already put it in place, and we want the Conservatives to back down on this issue, and if they don't, then it will be judged by the Canadian public on its behavior. Part 2 of the bill bears on equal salaries for employees of the public sector. Pay equity does not come into this bill. In fact, they talk about equivalent pay. Now, they will run up against an obstacle that they wanted to get rid of. For example, courts of justice. The bill applies solely to public sector employers, the Treasury Board, RCMP, and certain crown corporations. They are not covered, such as certain crown corporations, for example, Radio-Canada and Post Canada. So this is simply a vast sort of piecemeal operation that does not improve the situation in any way. So we can see that the federal government, in a budget where it could have put in progressive measures that would have helped the Quebec economy, for example, assistance to the manufacturing and forestry sectors, and we can see again today how badly these sectors need assistance from the federal government. They need federal intervention, loan guarantees, regional action. The Bloc Québécois proposed this in the fall, and it was the only opposition party to do so. So in this so-called recovery budget, in addition to certain elements that are not there that would have been basic and essential for the Quebec for Quebec, and that's why we're voting against this bill. And the federal government put in measures that are not a good idea for the current climate. If they need, when the finance minister boasts of having invested billions of dollars into the infrastructure plan for stimulus measures, but then it cuts the Quebec envelope and fiscal equalization payments, then we can see that Quebec will not have the amounts available in order to put these programs into action, whereas the leeway under the equalization payments would have been important for positive measures to counter the economic slowdown that we're experiencing right now.
So the Conservative government has been incapable of taking off its blinders, its hands-off way of doing things. They really needed to change their behaviour. They said that they would, but we can see that they're sticking to their old ways, and this is a prime example of it. They're penalising Quebec by cutting back equalisation payments, and this has terrible ramifications for the province of Quebec. And it's going to have trouble meeting its budgetary obligations. and staying in the black. So I think I have about a minute left, Mr. Speaker. An increasing number of Quebecers think that if they could keep their hands on 100% of their taxes and had sovereignty, then we wouldn't need to engage in these kinds of debates. We wouldn't have to go back and forth between Liberal and Conservative governments and have constant changes to the way Quebec's tax base is handled. The Bloc Québécois wants to move ahead with with the sovereignty of Quebec, but until we enjoy sovereignty in Quebec, we're going to continue to move amendments to legislation like this. The Liberals have sat on their hands while the Conservatives are forsaking Quebec. We're going to continue to fight for Quebecers on the Bloc side. Questions and comments?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question about pay equity. I'd like to remind you that today women earn about 70 cents on the dollar of what a man earns, and 64 cents if it's a woman of colour, and 45 cents on the dollar if we're dealing with an Aboriginal woman. So this attack on pay equity by the Conservatives in this budget, how does the member see this as stimulating the economy? Because I don't think it is. And our Liberal female colleagues used to defend women's rights and yet are supporting this budget. How does he think they can reconcile that? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lily Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, pay equity is a right. It's not an economic recovery measure per se. It's an entitlement, it's a vested right, and we need to protect it through adequate tools. In this current budget, we have a three-tiered system based on the type of worker, and we don't see how this is going to improve the plight of women. And there'll be no economic stimulus at the end of the day because it's going to take time to fix the economy. There's going to be a lot of court challenges in the meantime, and I think that pay equity shouldn't be seen in the context of the current ailing economy. I think that women are entitled to the same pay for work of equal value. They should be treated in the workplace in the same way as men. They should be recognised as being of equal status to men, whether it be in the public sector or the para-public sector or the private sector. I don't think this is a way ahead. I think we need complete fairness through pay equity so that women get equal pay for work of equal value. The government should have set aside its ideology in this budget and really kick-started the economy. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for... The Honourable Member, thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I do have a question for him. Now, women have no rights in the private sector because of what the Conservatives are doing to pay equity. Also, the court challenges program has been axed, and that affects women's rights as well. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. Now, there's also been cutbacks to equalisation. We haven't supported our manufacturing sectors, and yet there are tax havens that still exist. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lily Kamouraska-du-Loup. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to pay equity, what's aberrant about this bill is that there will be some women subject to private sector rules some women subject to public sector rules, and unfortunately this is going to create more inequity and unfairness in the system at the end of the day. Now, as to the matter of equalisation, Quebec would like to get out of this whole system, opt out completely. Quebec ends up getting unpredictable amounts. Quebec isn't able to predict the amount of money that it's going to receive under equalisation, and this time it's to the tune of $1 billion, and that's going to have an effect on the services that Quebec will be able to offer to Quebecers. Unfortunately, Quebec will not be getting enough money. It'll be shortchanged under the equalisation program. Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? Pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of motions number 32, 43, and 53 are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred. La vote par appel nominal sur la motion numéro...
Recorded division on 43 will also apply to 33 to 42.
Also applied to motions numbers 44 to 52. The recorded division on motion number 53 will also apply to motions number 54 to 65. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the recorded divisions stand deferred until later today at 3 p.m. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders Government Bills Commons. Prise en considération en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C13.
C13, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act, Chapter 22 of the Statutes of Canada 1998 and Chapter 25 of the Statutes of Canada 2004, on behalf of the Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Foods. Ms. Finlay moves that Bill C13, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act, Chapter 22 of the Statutes of Canada 1998, and Chapter 25 of the Statutes of Canada 2004 be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Foods. Debate.
Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and for the Canadian Wheat Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to be here today to speak to the proposed amendments to the Canada Grain Act. The government puts a high priority on this legislation because farmers have asked for it, and we agree that it's high time that this act was brought into the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, commitment to producers is shown in our improvement to the Canadian Grain Commission's mandate. In this letter, in the past, the mandate has, because it includes the phrase "in the interest of the grain producers," has from time to time resulted in differing interpretations of what that means. And based on the recommendations from both the Compass Group and the Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, the Canadian Grain Commission's mandate will be split into two parts. Part one will set out the CGC's core mandate to establish and maintain standards of quality for Canadian grain and to regulate grain handling, and Part one is undertaken in the interest of all Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of producers, we felt we needed to make sure that they were specifically recognized. So Part two will establish that the Canadian Grain Commission shall specifically protect producers' interests with respect to a couple of things. One is respect to deliveries to elevators and to grain dealers. Second, with respect to access to binding CGC determination of grades and dockage. And thirdly, the allocation of producer cars. So, Mr. Speaker, we have made changes and improvements to the mandate in order to address the concerns that we have heard from the industry across Canada. The Canadian grain sector stands out as a success story among the considerable accomplishments of Canadian agriculture over the last 100 years. Due to the tremendous work of our producers, Canadian wheat, barley, and other grains are known by our customers all over the world for their unequaled consistency, cleanliness, and quality. On a yearly basis, farmers earn about $10 billion from grain production in this country. That money helps to keep the economy of Canada running, both urban and rural. It sustains employment through the grain production chain, from farm input suppliers to elevators to people who transport the grain and to processors. These dollars support our rural communities, which contribute so much to Canada's economy. To put it in more concrete terms, Mr. Speaker, it's Canadian grain growers who sustain our health and well-being. They are the people who put bread every day on our tables. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken concrete action in support of the vital agricultural sector in our economy. The minister has always talked about putting farmers first, and he has done that. Almost 3 years ago, one of our first acts as a new government was in the interest of grain producers. We accelerated the Grains and Oilseeds Advance Payment Program, and it was my privilege and pleasure at that time, Mr. Speaker, to be able to work with the opposition parties in this House to be able to bring that bill through. We worked on it together with all the other parties and were able to get quick passage of that bill and those changes. We're investing more than $2 billion in the development of biofuels to open up new markets for our grain and oilseed producers, to create new jobs for our rural communities, and to create a better environment for Canadians. We've given producers a chance to participate in those programs. These dollars have helped with the planning of new biofuels projects across Canada and will help build biofuels and biodiesel plants. Mr. Speaker, we've improved cash advance programming by doubling the interest-free portion for producers. We're helping the transfer of family farms to young farmers by boosting the capital gains exemption. The WTO agriculture negotiations remain committed to pursuing an outcome that benefits Canada's entire agriculture sector. Many of us are working to open up our grain marketing structures in order to provide choice for producers. New marketing opportunities will help Canada get through the current economic uncertainty and come out stronger than ever. As well, Mr. Speaker, we need to move forward on stable, bankable programs. These programs will also help farmers weather the storm and continue to drive the Canadian economy. That's what the goal of the Growing Forward framework is all about, making Canadian agriculture more stable in the present, and then building a strong agricultural sector for the future. We're working with the provinces and territories to finalize a suite of non-business risk management programs that will be offered in each province. Our goal is to implement those programs before April 1st, and we are making good progress on that front. In terms of business risk management programs, we find them to be a key part of Growing Forward. In the budget delivered in January, we took steps to ensure that Canada and its agricultural industry emerge stronger than ever from the current economic crisis. I'd like to just to talk about a couple of the things that were in that budget. We announced a $500 million agricultural flexibility plan aimed at helping farmers with regional market challenges and opportunities. These funds will help farmers cope with the cost of production pressures, promote innovation, and ensure environmental sustainability. We also set $50 million aside to strengthen our slaughter and meat processing capacity, and that is to aid slaughter plants other than the big ones that we see in the country. We set $1 billion aside for a community adjustment fund aimed at helping rural communities adopt and adapt to economic challenges. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about C-13, the bill that's before us today, and about our commitment to grain producers. The amendments the government is proposing to the Canada Grain Act and the Canadian Grain Commission are evidence of our commitment to grain producers. And I already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the mandate that specifically talks to the interests of grain producers. Canada's quality assurance system for grain provides a key competitive advantage for our farmers. The amendments that we're proposing will build on that advantage. When our global customers choose Canadian grain for processing, they count on consistent quality and cleanliness with every delivery. The world-class reputation that our Canadian grains enjoy around the globe has been earned. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, it's been earned through the hard work of our farmers. Grain handling companies, research scientists, and the Canadian Grain Commission have certainly played a role in building that golden reputation. Our edge in the marketplace is all about quality. Much of the responsibility for quality resides with the Canadian Grain Commission and the quality assurance system that it administers under the Canada Grain Act. That is why this Act and the changes that we're making to it are so important. The grain industry is changing, and the legislative tools required to keep the industry competitive need to change along with it. The Canada Grain Act has not been amended substantially in almost 40 years. So, Mr. Speaker, it's time for us now to take a look at that Act and to make the changes that are relevant to farmers across this country. The marketplace has evolved. We all understand that. We have a major new customer for grains in the form of the biofuels industry, which has been supported by initiatives put in place by this government. We have quality management systems that allow amounts of grain with specific qualities wanted by buyers to be kept separate right throughout the handling system. That's a huge change from the system that we've had in the past, which has been just a huge bulk handling system. And we have new initiatives in place. Farmers want to be able to deliver smaller amounts of grain with specific qualities to their customers. We have niche marketing, we have processing that's going on in grains across Canada. And we also have a broader range of crops in Canada that we need to consider. So in the mid-1990s, the reform of the Western Grain Transportation Act triggered a wholesale diversification in Western Canada as producers opted to market their grain through livestock or switch to other crops such as oilseed, pulse crops, or horticultural crops. In my area, it meant a substantive change. We probably had about 80%, I think, or 90% grains growing. Now I would think that we're probably below 50% in our area. Across the prairies, it's down to about 1/3 of cropland is now grown wheat, and the other 2/3 of it are other crops, which we were not growing 20 years ago. But still, Mr. Speaker, we need an act that is relevant to the present and to the future, and so I would like to speak to the specific amendments that we are proposing for the Canada Grain Act. These amendments are to help keep our producers competitive by improving the regulatory environment for Canada's grain sector. The proposed changes to the Canada Grain Act and the Canadian Grain Commission will help the grain sector meet the challenges of a more competitive and market-oriented sector for the 21st century. By removing unnecessary mandatory costs from the grain handling system, this bill works to build a lower-cost, more effective, and an innovative grain sector for our producers. We're modernizing the regulatory environment. As all costs in the system eventually work their way to farmers, this will result in a less costly system for farmers. The amendments that we made just didn't come out of thin air. They reflect the direction of both the Compass report and the good work that was done by the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Both reports reflected extensive consultations that were held with the sector in preparing them. The fact is that this package is built on many of those recommendations, and particularly on the Standing Committee recommendations. In short, Mr. Speaker, these amendments speak to the will and to the needs of the Canadian grain industry. I'd like to speak specifically about 3 or 4 of the changes that we are suggesting. First, Mr. Speaker, we're suggesting that inward inspection and weighing of grains will no longer need to be mandatory in Western Canada. There's no reason to require something that is not necessary, particularly when the cost comes out of the bottom line of farmers and the grain industry. And currently, when farmers deliver grain to the elevator, it is graded, and the grade is agreed on to by the farmers, and then they unload their grain. This will not change. However, currently the Grain Commission is also required to inspect and weigh each rail car or truckload of Western grain that is handled by licensed terminal elevators. The industry has been calling for change in this area for some years now because mandatory inspections impose costs and are not essential to ensure grain quality. So Bill C-13 moves to make inward inspection and weighing no longer mandatory. Instead, shippers of grain will be able to request an inspection at their discretion when they feel the benefit justifies the cost. Elevators will also be required to allow access to private inspectors when an inspection is requested, and that is a crucial availability that farmers need to maintain. And the Canadian Grain Commission would also be authorized to provide grade arbitration if the parties to a transaction request it. This means if there is a dispute about a grade, the Canadian Grain Commission will be able to impartially then determine the grade. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this does not mean that grain would go through the system without inspection. Outward inspection would still be required when grain is loaded onto vessels for export, and export vessel shipments would continue to require certification by the CGC based on inspection and weighing by CGC personnel. With this bill in place, our customers will be ensured that they can continue to have confidence in Canada's grain quality assurance system. To summarize this, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Grain Commission would continue to regulate the grain handling system for the benefit of producers. It would continue to license grain handlers and dealers. It would continue to require them to have proper grading and weighing equipment and to properly document their purchases. It would also require them to continue to ensure that producers have access to grade arbitration by the Canadian Grain Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill would actually enhance farmers' protection by extending Canadian Grain Commission grade and dockage arbitration to farmers delivering to process elevators and grain dealers. Because currently, if a producer disagrees with the grade or dockage received for a grain delivery at a licensed elevator, he can ask the CGC to determine the grade and dockage and make a binding decision. But he does not have that same opportunity with regards to other facilities or to grain dealers. This bill proposes to extend this service to deliveries to all licensed grain elevators, including those process elevators and grain dealers. Farmers, Mr. Speaker, have never had this protection before. Second, the bill proposes that the Grain Commission would get out of the business of collecting and holding security deposit from licensed elevators and grain dealers under the Producer Payment Security Program. This present program has a cost, and that is that it ties up working capital that then has no return. The ultimate bill lands in the farmer's mailbox. The present system has holes in it, Mr. Speaker. We all know that there are some notable failures in which producers found out that security systems do not guarantee that they would be paid. These amendments mean that the field would be open for farmers and farm organizations to develop alternative approaches to producer payment security. In fact, the government has been assisting farm organizations in their efforts to find the appropriate alternative mechanisms for themselves. Through the Private Sector Risk Management Partnership Program, the government is helping the CFA to study alternatives. And, Mr. Speaker, we understand and we know that there are concerns across the country with regards to these proposals, and we're certainly more than willing to work with the opposition at committee to be able to make the changes that may be necessary in this area. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear my colleague from across the way agree that he believes that he can work with us on this, so it's good to see that we'll be able to get that cooperation at the committee that we've had so many other times and on so many other bills. But there's some other things to this bill as well, Mr. Speaker, and that is, in addition, the proposed legislation has several other amendments that will modernize the Act. These amendments would do things that, like improve the clarity and the application and the enforcement of existing provisions. They would reflect current practices as things have changed over the years. They would enhance producer protection, which is important, and they would eliminate some of the provisions that are no longer used. So, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Canadian Grain Act will help the grain sector continue to evolve in a direction of greater competitiveness, greater freedom for farmers to manage risks, and effective regulatory oversight where it's needed. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, with these amendments, we have put farmers first. I believe that the amendments proposed in this bill will help build a competitive and innovative grain sector by doing a few things. One of them is that it will reduce costs. As we know, Mr. Speaker, the farmers bear the burden of all the costs that are passed on to them. This is one way that we can reduce those input costs that are, we're being told, are so heavy on farmers these days. It would improve competitiveness. It clearly improves regulation, and it provides choice for our producers and others in the grain sector. However, Mr. Speaker, given the spirited debate that we had here when this proposed legislation was introduced a year ago, we recognize that there are some issues that we may want to discuss at standing committee, and as I've pointed out throughout my speech, we are willing to work with the opposition to make the amendments that will work for Western Canadian and indeed all Canadian farmers. So I welcome that discussion, and I welcome the standing committee's input into helping make this legislation the best that it can be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually wondered if the parliamentary secretary was going to get to Bill C-13 when he started, and I can actually understand why he would avoid it, Mr. Speaker, because the bill completely ignores the work of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food and the recommendations that committee made, and the parliamentary secretary, and in fact the current minister, was part of that committee. But I want to ask the parliamentary secretary a question or two on what he said in the beginning. He went to some length to state that the government is putting farmers first when actually the direct opposite is true. And I would ask him, you know, I believe the government's performance in agriculture is absolutely a record of failure, Mr. Speaker, a record of failure. And I wonder, would the parliamentary secretary agree with me on these points which prove it's a record of failure? He talked about stable, bankable programs. Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, Agri-Stability and Agri-Invest, we now know, the two new bankable programs from Growing Forward, in times of declining prices, when there's a decline of 15% in terms of income, actually returns $7,500 less than the old CASE program, which the government opposite railed against. The $500 million he talked about, Mr. Speaker, in terms of AgriFlex, they promised $500 million during the campaign over 4 years. That's really $190 million of new money over 5 years. Broken commitment. They cancelled, Mr. Speaker, the cost of production program, $100 million annually that went to producers. Wouldn't he call that a failure? And finally, Mr. Speaker, an agri-recovery, it just doesn't do the job in terms of
Sorry to cut off the honourable member, but I do have to allow time for other questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I came here today to try to talk about the positive things that have happened in agriculture, and this bill is certainly one of those things that's happening that is a positive thing for Western Canadian farmers. Now, the member opposite may not want us to support agriculture. Their government has a dismal record in terms of supporting it. Their programs consistently failed, but this government has made a commitment to agriculture. We've extended it in a whole host of ways, including the support programs that he's mentioned. But I want to talk about this bill today in particular, Mr. Speaker, and some of the things that it does, because it does support producers. And I just want to run through them again and talk about the good things about it. One of the things that this bill does is it actually, in the mandate itself, it recognizes producers' interests, that they need to be protected by the government, and so we've moved ahead to bring that forward. The elimination of the inward inspection and weighing from a practical perspective as a Western Canadian farmer, for me that's something that reduces costs. And certainly if I need to have an inspection done when I deliver, I'm more than able to get that. I can call that in, have that done. But certainly doesn't change anything when I deliver my grain to the elevator and we sit down and agree on a grade. I can deliver it, and so that's an improvement as far as I'm concerned. In terms of the producer security program, we've made some suggestions there. We're certainly open to other suggestions. The member opposite has gotten up and talked about some things that have nothing to do with the bill here, but we would be willing to listen to his contributions there as well. One of the things we need is to modernize this bill in order to help out our producers, and we're certainly trying to do that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. Just a couple issues, maybe, if he could respond to. I know since the ending of the crow rate on the prairies, it certainly has changed some of the development or the secondary processing that's gone on the prairies since that crow rate has been done away with. And I know in my area the livestock feeding industry is huge, and that's come about because of that change. And maybe he can comment on the aspects that the changes that we're proposing in C13 help to address the actions that have taken place or the developments that have taken place since the crow rate ended. But also, I'm a little interested too in his comments on this security issue. I know I've dealt with an issue in my area where some producers were harmed by a failure of a grain company. And he talks about alternative methods. I'm not sure if there was alternative methods of ensuring the farmers against loss. And I wasn't at the Ag Committee when these discussions took place, so maybe if he could expand for me and for the House on some of the proposals that were brought forward to replace that security aspect of the Canadian Grain Commission.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if I've got enough time to address all of these issues, but I certainly would like to, because it's a discussion about the positive things of agriculture. There was huge changes that took place in Western Canada because of the change in the crow rate. Obviously, my colleagues' area in Lethbridge and around there has benefited immensely from that, because they now have a huge feeder industry there that wouldn't necessarily have been there otherwise. But there's other things that have really grown agriculture in Western Canada. We see the pulse industry that's just exploded over the last couple of decades. Certainly that's an industry that wasn't even part of my region 15 years ago. And now there's pulses, there's peas, there's lentils, there's chickpeas, there's all kinds of things growing there. The canola industry is another industry that's really expanded and grown across Western Canada. Just in terms of the security issues, to make this fairly quickly, obviously there's a number of different ways that security can be dealt with in these things. We've had discussions at different times about everything from bonding, from either continuing the bonding or strengthening the bonding issue or removing the bonding issue, to things like self-insurance, where farmers can go and self-insure their own transactions, to things like clearinghouses that might be put in place to protect those transactions. So there's a number of options out there. We're certainly willing to talk about those with the opposition and see if we can best represent and protect Western Canadian and Canadian producers.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and maybe the member and I can get into a little one-on-one debate here if nobody else gets up on questions and comments. But the effect of the arbitrary or the arbitration aspect of this is something too that interests me and interests me in a personal way that I can't get into here. But when a producer finds himself in conflict with the grade or the I guess the grade of the grain that he's put up for sale, indicated in the past there was a method for a producer to have an arbitrary decision made. So one aspect of the changes in Bill C-13 are going to address or enhance that, and has it got to do with the bigger grain terminals on the prairies and whether you deliver it to a local elevator or one of these terminals? I'm just not clear on that, and maybe the member could help me with that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the past, when producers have had some sort of problem in terms of grading, they have been able to go through a process through the Canadian Grain Commission. They've been able to sit before a tribunal, and then the decision has been made about whether their grade or which way the grade dispute should be handled. The suggestion, the amendments in the bill would set it up so that when I deliver my grain to an elevator, it is graded, as it usually has in the past. If it's sent as a producer car or whatever, the agreement would be at the other end on what the grade would be. If I have an issue with that, I can take it up directly with the Grain Commission. I guess I can go to the industry first and say, look, we don't agree with your grading here. If we can't reach some sort of resolution with the industry, then I can take that directly up with the Grain Commission. They would be an independent third party separate from the process, and so they would be able to make an independent decision as to what the grade on that product would be.
Questions and comments? There's enough time for one more brief question or comment. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The parliamentary secretary would know that one of the key recommendations of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food is that there would be a cost-benefit analysis done prior to this bill being brought into place. Has that been done, and if so, is he willing to table that cost-benefit analysis with the House today? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, one of the big concerns from primary producers is the fact that bonding of grain companies has been done away with by this bill. That's there to protect primary producers. Why is the government weakening farmers' protections and ending up letting industry basically do as they please?
There are 30 seconds left for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, just address that issue of bonding and security. Obviously, that it does provide some protection for producers. There is a cost to it as well. And so we've heard from producers who have said, would you mind removing that cost for us? We've heard from other producers who said, we don't mind paying the cost in order to be bonded and protected. So the discussion needs to take place at the Standing Committee of Agriculture about what the proper balance is between those two things. And so we look forward to working to modernize the Act, to get it in place for producers across this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will say, as I indicated a moment ago, that I am somewhat discouraged to speak at second reading of this bill again. And I say discouraged because Bill C-13 in this 40th Parliament, the second session of the 40th Parliament, is exactly the same bill with exactly the same extensive flaws and shortcomings that were contained in the old Bill C-39 introduced in the 39th Parliament, originally on December 13th, 2007. And I'd refer, Mr. Speaker, government members, and especially the Minister and his bureaucrats at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, to the Hansards of February 1st, 2008 and February 15th, 2008, where extensive concerns about this bill were outlined in this House at that time. Now, where has the Minister and the bureaucrats at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada and those at the Canadian Grain Commission, where have they been for the last year? This bill could have come in this House substantially improved. We could have started at a higher level. But this bill is coming in with the same old flaws that were in it previously. Very prominent in those concerns, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Foods report on the Canadian Grain Commission was all but ignored. And the chair of the committee at that time who signed off on that report was the very minister who now puts forward this flawed bill. You would think the Minister of Agriculture would have more respect for his own signature than to sign a report making certain recommendations and then ignore those recommendations when he has the authority as a minister to put forward the bill. But, Mr. Speaker, you and I both know that this Minister of Agriculture, when it comes to listening to farmers, is about as stone deaf as you can get. He's stone deaf when it comes to listening to farmers, but even so, you would think at least the department or the Canadian Grain Commission would have addressed some of those concerns. But, Mr. Speaker, we also know that the person who happens to be Chief Commissioner at the Canadian Grain Commission is, of course, a friend of the minister. And, in fact, I would wonder if that friend is more interested in protecting the minister's desires and programs than he is of the very Prime Minister, the very producers that he's supposed to represent. I outlined in my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Speaker, a moment ago that there is absolutely no cost-benefit analysis done in terms of this proposal on changes to the Canadian Grain Commission by the government. Now, that's not unusual of this government. We know they didn't do a cost-benefit analysis when they exercised their attack on the Canadian Wheat Board either. There was no cost-benefit analysis there. And finally, this place, the Parliament of Canada, shut the Prime Minister and the Minister down in terms of what they wanted to do in undermining the Wheat Board. And even the court system had to come in a couple of times and shut the Prime Minister down in terms of his undermining of the Canadian Wheat Board. They've had a history, Mr. Speaker, of trying to, this government has had a history of trying to undermine the very institutions that protect farmers in Western Canada, the Canadian Wheat Board and the Canadian Grain Commission. And the Canadian Grain Commission does have protective measures for grain producers right across the country, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I would take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, on one thing that I probably should put on the record in terms of the way that the minister has, used his position to attack institutions that in fact protect farmers in this country. And I would quote from the Melfort Journal an article on February 24th. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, the minister stood in this House and attacked the contingency fund losses of the Canadian Wheat Board. Well, I want to quote from which was the wrong thing to do. In fact, that is hurting grain producers in this country commercially, but I'll quote from the Melfort Journal, and it says this, quote, "Last year, the Canadian Wheat Board registered $7.2 billion in returns for Western producers, a year which saw nearly a 50% increase in wheat revenues and nearly a 100% increase in barley and durum revenues from the previous year. Simply put, the board outperformed its international competitors, an outstanding performance that should be recognized even by the board's most strident critics," end of quote. And the article concludes, Mr. Speaker, and you sure shouldn't, quote, "and you sure shouldn't expect any government minister to misuse their offices and authority by telling a small portion of the story to advance their political agenda. This is an issue that goes well beyond whether you support the board or not," end of quote. I make that point, Mr. Speaker, because it's extremely important for Canadians to understand that this minister and this government knows no low when it comes to attacking the various institutions that are there to protect the farm community, because they clearly favor passing on the benefit or ensuring that greater benefits or greater authority or greater power accrues to the industry side of the equation, mainly the grain companies and the railways. You know, Mr. Speaker, at one time, and I was in Alberta on the weekend to a great event in Edmonton that our party was doing, and I couldn't help but think when I was talking to producers there, looking back over the years, and you know, when I first, as a farm leader, went west in the late 70s, Western Canadian farmers had a branch line and railway infrastructure that went nearly into every community. There was the cooperative movement that was strong at that time, the pools, where Shapiro from the United States came up and talked about a pool system, and farmers in the West set up a pool system. They had Manitoba Pool Elevators, Alberta Wheat Pool, Sask Wheat Pool, organizations and cooperatives working for the farm community, so farmers had protection on that front as well. Well, Mr. Speaker, all that is gone, and now we've got grain corporations who are interested in their shareholders and the profits of their shareholders elsewhere in the world, not those primary producers in those rural communities. And in fact, that branch line infrastructure, the elevator system within that infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, was fully paid for by primary producers. Yes, there were wooden elevators, Mr. Speaker, but they were in every small town, and it was fully paid for. No debt. No debt, Mr. Speaker, and paid for by farmers. Now we have a system of which you have big grain and big rail, railways on a daily basis almost trying to close down branch lines and abolish the service to those small communities. And as a result, grain has to be trucked on the road, of which taxpayers pay for from the provincial level. And the steel that Canadian taxpayers paid for on those railways has been sold to the likes of Brazil and elsewhere. And at the end of the day, farmers have poorer service, less service, branch lines tore up, don't have the protection of the cooperative movement they once had. And really, when you serious look at it, the only protections that farmers have anymore in Western Canada is, one, the Canadian Wheat Board, which the Prime Minister has tried everything to undermine and undercut, and two, the Canadian Grain Commission, of which this bill is all about, and this government, through this bill, is trying to weaken many of the protections within that bill itself. So, Mr. Speaker, let me, what is telling about the attitude of the government is when you look at the bill itself. If I go, Mr. Speaker, to the 2008 and 9 reports on plans and priorities of the Canadian Grain Commission, the Canadian Grain Commission outlines in that report its mandate. And its mandate, the Canadian Grain Commission administers the provisions of the Canadian Grain Act. The Canadian Grain Commission's mandate, as set out in this Act, is to, quote, in the interests of grain producers, establish and maintain standards of quality for Canadian grain and regulate grain handling in Canada to ensure a dependable commodity for domestic and export markets, end of quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, that, in the interests of primary producers, is done away with in this particular bill. The mandate, in fact, changes. The mandate changes that it's more in the interests of industry than it is in primary producers. That, again, I think goes to my original point in my question earlier to the Parliamentary Secretary, that this government has a record of failure when it comes to the farm community, and they're even extending it into this bill by making the point that they're taking away the mandate where the main interest would be primary producers. Now, Stuart Wells, who's president of the National Farmers Union, he made a few key points that I want to put on the record in terms of what this bill would do to the farm community. And let me quote from his correspondence. Quote, the amendments will remove the requirement that the Canadian Grain Commission operate as a public interest watchdog that regulates the overall grain industry in the interest of producers. And if this bill passes, the grain industry would become virtually self-regulating, and CGC's role will be reduced to being a passive service provider that provides grading, weighing, and inspection services to grain companies on a fee-for-service basis. Farmers' protections will be reduced to a minimal level, while the legislation leaves the door open for companies to be able to circumvent those limited protections. He goes on to say, Canadian farmers have not advocated any weakening of the CGC regulatory role. At a time when grain companies like Viterra, ADM, and Cargill are consolidating their hold over the market, it is obvious there needs to be a mechanism in place to provide farmers with protection. Mr. Speaker, I would make the point the Government of Canada, at this instance, is undermining that protection. Mr. Wells goes on to say, the current system allows grain inspectors to catch contaminated, off-condition, or incorrectly represented carloads while they are being emptied, weighed, and elevated, and before they are mixed with large quantities of other grain. Eliminating this provision will have a negative effect on farmers' bottom line. And the last point that Mr. Wells makes is this. The amendments also call for eliminating the provision that grain dealers post a security bond before they can be licensed by the CGC. This provision was put in place to protect farmers who would be left holding the bag if the grain company goes bankrupt. Eliminating this requirement will not save farmers any money, but it will, however, greatly increase the risk. The end of Mr. Wells' comments, but they are all valid, and they show a weakening of farmers' protection. Now, Mr. Speaker, the amendments of weakening farmers' relative position have been part of the minister's overall record of failure. Mr. Speaker, the minister, in his introduction to the Canadian Grain Commission's performance report, he talked about on December 13, 2007, he says, I introduced to Parliament Bill C-39, an act to amend the Canadian Grain Act, and he goes on to talk about his proposed reforms are consistent with the goals expressed in so-called Growing Forward. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about that growing forward. I mentioned earlier in my questions to the Parliamentary Secretary, if growing forward is the example that the minister is using of the government's position, then man, oh man, farmers are in trouble in this country. We've seen 3,600 farmers a year go out of business, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the debt load of farmers go up to $54 billion, four times what it is per farm in the United States. We've seen this government cancel the cost of production program, a commitment by the Prime Minister in the 2006 election. Broke his word, violated his word, cancelled cost of production in the estimates this time. That's part of growing forward, Mr. Speaker. We know that agri-invest and agri-stability, in fact, pays out in declining income times less money than the old CASE program that the Prime Minister so much hated. And so, Mr. Speaker, if growing forward is the way, and this is another example of growing forward, I say to the farm community, wake up and smell the roses, because it is a decline, it is an undermining, it is deteriorating the farmers' protective measures in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, farmers should be worried. But let me point out some of the flaws in this particular bill. Clearly, Bill C-13 does not reflect the unanimous recommendations of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and for the minister to imply otherwise is misleading. The question is why this contempt for the committee, and why this contempt by the minister for his own Conservative colleagues on that committee, and in fact, his own signature was on that, and therefore does he even undermine his own integrity. Recommendation 5, Mr. Speaker, of the committee report called for a cost-benefit analysis. No cost-benefit analysis has been done on the impact of C-13 with respect to any of the contracting out of grain inspections called for in that report. In fact, the government response, Mr. Speaker, if I go to the government response tabled to the original Standing Committee report, the government response said this, and I quote, "The government considers that inspection and weighing services performed by CGC employees have played a considerable role in enhancing the marketability and reputation of Canadian grain. With this in mind, we need to be cautious to ensure the benefits of any changes in the weighing and inspection services are greater than the costs this may impose on the system. The government agrees that a cost-benefit analysis should be conducted to assess the advantages and costs that would be associated with the contracting out of these services." End of quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government in its response to the committee admitted itself that there should be a cost-benefit analysis done, and yet there is no such cost-benefit analysis provided. I have to say, why? Mr. Speaker, you know, however, without this legislation, the good friend of the minister, who is now the chief grain commissioner, he himself had made a couple of points on this issue, and they worry me as well. He said, you know, even without the legislation, the Canadian Grain Commission, the Chief Commissioner of the Canadian Grain Commissioner, is moving ahead with changes. They have decided to end inspection services at prairie primary elevators this summer and close 3 prairie service centres and reduce staff. Now, the Chief Grain Commissioner had this to say, and I quote, "The transition away from on-site inspection services means that the CGC will no longer provide official grading and weighing on grain shipments from the prairies to terminal facilities, nor for export shipments to the United States or domestic mills." End of quote from Mr. Hermanson's letter. Well, that's worrisome, Mr. Speaker, because the Chief Grain Commissioner, prior to the legislation coming in, is already making changes which will, in fact, I think, undermine our ability to ship that high-quality grain that we've become noted for as a country. I see, Mr. Speaker, you're giving me the signal on time, and I will quickly close. Mr. Speaker, I guess I would close by saying this, that we believe improvements can be made to the Canadian Grain Commission. However, major amendments will be required of this particular bill before us. We look forward to that discussion, and I plead with the government to listen to producers this time.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Malpeque for his comments. I have 2 questions for him. The first is, how soon can we enjoy some of the world's best oysters in Malpeque together?
Yeah.
The second question is even more pressing, and that is, building on your comments, there are 3 problems, at least 3 problems with this Grain Act. The first is that it appears, if I understand it correctly, we're going to lose about 100 grain inspectors, about half of whom are protecting the grain and inspecting the grain in the Port of Thunder Bay, which is where my riding is. And the loss of those professional people and that expertise is just a further evidence of a government that doesn't believe in inspection, doesn't believe in regulation, believes that little or no government is best. The second one you've already mentioned. You had a letter mentioning that the grain will not be inspected, and that'll be a problem in world markets, in U.S. and world markets, and that's totally true. We have the best grain in the world, and we need to be able to prove it. And the last one is we will no longer be protecting our own public in terms of food safety, which, as you know, has been an ongoing problem throughout Canada, this area, and now it will be grain. Honourable member from Malpeque, would you care to comment?
Let's remind the honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North to address comments to the chair and not directly at other members, but the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there were several questions there, but let me start off by saying his question on oysters is a valid one. We believe we produce the best oysters in the world from the riding of Malpeque oysters, and we'd invite you down to that wonderful riding on PEI anytime to enjoy some of that shellfish and seafood. The member mentioned the loss of 100 jobs in Thunder Bay, and actually, yes, it's 100 jobs in Thunder Bay that the unions are telling us will be lost, but it's more like 200 jobs and possibly even higher across the system. Those are individuals who are on site looking after the quality of Canadian grains. They're individuals who are on site ensuring that an elevator is treating farmers fairly, that there's no overages or underages in terms of the weights, that the weigh scales are actually weighing the way they're supposed to weigh, that they're not being abused in terms of the quality and the grade of their grain. So the job loss is very serious, but as great a loss is the protection of farmers' interests and the quality control within our grain system. I think, Mr. Speaker, people have to understand that Canada is a quality seller in the world because of the Canadian Grain Commission and the work it does, as compared to the United States, which is a residual seller. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to compliment the previous member for his comments, and he's well read and he understands. One of the issues that really concerns me is this mantra of self-regulation, and something that's gone on for years now, and they want to bring self-regulation to everything that goes on. I know the experience we've had in Ontario. When I think of self-regulation in Ontario, I think of Walkerton, Maple Leaf, the BSC issue that came up, and that's something that really, this is the potential impacts that this legislation has, particularly with respect to bonding on the grain handlers and inward inspection. Basically, we're leaving it wide open, and we're allowing farmers to be wide open to the whim of large corporations, and they can do whatever they want. So there's twofold here. The removal of the bonding without any viable alternative being offered, that's one issue. But the other issue is the safety of the food that comes out because of it. I'd like the member to comment on both those issues.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member questions. A couple of points here, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting these days that the Prime Minister goes around the world and talks about Canada's banking system and how secure it is. Well, that banking system is secure because the previous government, and I and other members on this side happen to sit in the committee, that recommended the banking system in Canada not go the same way and deregulate itself and allow foreign ownership as happened in the United States. That's good regulatory protection that we had in our banking system, and that's why our banking system is working very well. But, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's mantra has been to deregulate. And that's, in fact, what they're doing with the Canadian Grain Commission. They're basically taking away that protection that is there for the Canadian grain producers, for our exporters, and for our industry, protecting the system with tough regulations and bonding that will ensure there is protection for the farm community and industry. And yes, the member is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. This bill will undermine those regulations and those protections there for Canadians.
When debate resumes, there will be 4 minutes remaining in the time allotted for questions and comments to the honourable member for Malpeque. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has an important mining sector which includes diamond and precious metal mining and a dynamic value-added jewelry sector. In 2005, despite aggressive resistance from the Liberal government, my private member's bill to remove the excise tax on jewelry received royal assent. This tax was discriminatory and very counterproductive for Canadian jobs. The Liberal government of the day chose to use a technicality to avoid eliminating the unfair tax. Instead, they offered a long-term phase-out. Today is significant because this is the first day that this tax would have been gone under the Liberal plan. Contrast this with the actions of the Conservative government elected in January of 2006. The tax was removed immediately, more than 3 years ago. This is another example where, once again, the Conservatives took immediate action to help Canadians while the Liberals dragged their feet. Shame, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians were saddened recently by the loss of a devoted family man, respected law professor, author, and arbitrator. Innes Christie was an inspirational teacher who loved molding young minds almost as much as the time he spent at the Amherst shore with family and friends. The former Dalhousie Law School dean's dedication to the law and the public service is legendary in my home province. His students are now scattered around the world, including several who sit in this place. We all recognize how fortunate we were to witness Innes Christie's wisdom, good humor, and sound judgment. I ask the House to join me in extending condolences to the Christie family and in saluting a great Nova Scotian whose memory will live on.
L'honorable député de la...
The honourable member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, Jean-Philippe Prévost-Lobert from the Montmorency College in Laval took top honours for the second year in a row in the Major Quebec Bridge competition. Over 300 young people at the secondary and collegial level from all regions of Quebec gathered at the École de Technologie Supérieure on February 21st to 23rd for this competition. They had to build bridges that were both beautiful and strong, that could support up to 2 tons using popsicle sticks, toothpicks, dental floss, and white glue. There were many professionals there to judge the results, and Jean-Philippe won at the college level. He won, therefore, a $750 scholarship and $500 in cash. My colleagues in the Bloc Québécois and I want to congratulate Jean-Philippe on his victory.
For Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, people across Northern Ontario have heard the government is prepared to move heaven and earth to get badly needed stimulus cash out the door and into the hands of communities so that they can pursue much needed improvements to their infrastructure. Elected officials in these same communities are now wondering what it's going to take to actually get their hands on that money. The town of Espanola in my constituency is a prime example of what has gone wrong. Faced with a brown water problem, Espanola has done the necessary legwork to pursue a fix. They have gone through the application process and waited shovel-ready for the federal government to pony up its share of the project funding through the Building Canada Fund. Despite seeming to match all the criteria for a project to be able to draw funds from this program, Espanola has been denied funding again. The outcome is difficult enough to accept. For a small community, the application process is daunting. Espanola spent $80,000 from their relatively small tax base to pursue assistance for this persistent problem. Not only were they denied funding, but they received no feedback to indicate...
The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the presidents and CEOs representing Canada's cement industry, including from my riding the HoC cement plant of Picton, are visiting Parliament. The cement industry wishes to pass along to the House today their congratulations to the Government of Canada for this government's swift action to accelerate the delivery of infrastructure investment and getting shovel-ready projects underway. The cement industry will play a very important role in the infrastructure investments detailed in Canada's Economic Action Plan. Cement is a critical ingredient in concrete and is an essential construction material designed for building sustainable infrastructure across Canada. Mr. Speaker, as cement is used in concrete to lay a rock-solid foundation to buildings, bridges and highways, so has this Government of Canada laid a solid foundation with its infrastructure investments in the Economic Action Plan. A foundation that will protect the prosperity and lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, under the umbrella of free speech, some groups are using university campuses like York to undermine the fabric of civil discourse with events they have entitled Israel Apartheid Week. Such events will inevitably sow discord, promote negative stereotyping, and fuel hatred. One might well ask what motivates groups like the Canadian Arab Federation, CUPE Ontario, and CUP W in their endorsement and organization of Israel Apartheid Week. The safety and security of Jewish students and their instructors will be unnecessarily placed in danger by these demonstrations. And, Mr. Speaker, the cause of peace in the Middle East will not be advanced by eroding the principles of freedom in Canadian universities. I invite this House to join me in condemning these Israel Apartheid Week activities and in encouraging university administrations to take steps to stop anti-Semitism and the dissemination of hatred. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness today that I rise in the House to acknowledge the tragic incident that took place in Mayorthorpe, Alberta on March 3rd, 2005, when 4 RCMP constables, Peter Sheeman, Anthony Gordon, Leo Johnston, and Brock Myrle, were fatally shot in the line of duty. As a sergeant and a police officer for more than 18 years with the Winnipeg Police Service, I belong to a law enforcement family, and we are always saddened and shocked when a colleague, sister or brother loses their life while protecting our citizens. The commitment of our law enforcement is one that is taken very seriously, and we recognize every day that our police services and RCMP put themselves at risk to protect others. Their sacrifice to make our communities safe and secure is truly appreciated. I want to express my deepest sympathies and admiration to each of the families of the courageous fallen 4. Our hearts remain heavy with the burden of their loss and the burden of our loss. Know that the 4 constables who sacrificed their lives 4 years ago today will be remembered in the hearts of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for... The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, Laurent Pellerin was elected last week president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. He's the first Quebecer to become president of that organization, which is the umbrella group for over 2,000 farmers. Mr. Pellerin owns a farm in the Centre du Québec region and was for 14 years the president of the Union des Producteurs Agricoles in Quebec. He has been involved, of course, in Quebec agriculture and worked hard to create the Agricultural Financial Fund and the Sustainable Agricultural Development Councils. He has been a great ambassador in the domestic and international arenas. He has also overseen the international development aspect of the UPA, which works in about 10 developing countries. In 2005, his accomplishments were highlighted by the Government of Canada, who named him a Knight of the National Order of Quebec. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I congratulate him.
For Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, this week is International Women's Week. The Conservative Party has a long tradition of supporting all women. After all, the first female Justice Minister, Minister of Defence, and Prime Minister of Canada were from the Conservative Party. Today, on Parliament Hill, there is a group of girls and boys who are observing the democratic process in action and engaging with parliamentarians. The girls in this group are here thanks to Equal Voice, to which the Minister of State for the Status of Women recently announced funding of $1.2 million for Experiences, a project that will increase the democratic participation of these girls and other young women by pairing them up with mentors. I hope that some of these will be honourable members in this House one day. Today in Canada, there is very little that a woman cannot do. As we observe International Women's Day and Week, we can truly celebrate the strong women and girls who help make Canada a land of opportunity for all citizens.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the residents in my Montreal riding and the Philippine community in Canada and Quebec are very pleased to salute a president of theirs.
A FAMAS of the Filipino Nurses Association of the Federation of Philippine Canadian of Quebec, to name a few. Indeed, her leadership and engagement went beyond the Filipino community, involved as she was in a myriad of intercultural, university, artistic, and political organizations and projects, all of which benefited from her seemingly endless generosity, courage, and energy. She is one of the great and beloved pillars, not only of the Filipino community, but of the larger community of Quebecers and Canadians. She personified the best of Filipino values of commitment, compassion, community, and selfless giving of herself for the well-being of others. Mr. Speaker, she will be sorely missed by all who knew her, by my family and myself, and all those whose lives she touched for so many years.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I deeply regret to inform the House that the Honourable Michael Baker, Nova Scotia's Minister of Finance, passed away last night at his home in Lunenburg, surrounded by his family. Michael Baker would never allow his cancer to stop him from being a good husband, father, and servant of the people of Nova Scotia. As he continued to grow ill, he continued to be the man he always was, hard-working, dedicated, and a loving family man. Mr. Speaker, Michael Baker served in many portfolios as 10 years in Cabinet, making his mark on a number of issues. Most notable in 2004, after a teenager in a stolen car hit and killed a teacher's aide, Michael led the province's fight to change the youth justice system. As Minister of Finance, Michael was able to deliver a series of balanced budgets and was currently working on the province's budget for this spring when he died. Mr. Speaker, our deepest condolences to his wife Cynthia and their sons Matthew and Daniel. He will be missed.
Honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Have you ever waited for a streetcar on the windy, cold, icy winter street corners of Toronto, Mr. Speaker? Well, the wait will soon be a lot shorter. Toronto is buying 204 new streetcars. My constituents who ride the TDC on Queens Quay, Spadina, King, Queen, Dundas, College, and Bathurst are all going to benefit from this purchase. Shorter waits means fewer people will drive. Not only is riding the Red Walker the better way, building new streetcars creates 300 jobs over 10 years. The federal government should send its $450 million to Toronto so the TDC streetcar contract can be signed by April 27th. The Conservatives, however, refuse to adopt a gas tax formula that reflects Toronto's priorities. As a result, funds have been mired in red tape for years. When will Torontonians finally see some of their tax money back in town, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable
member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Bloc was using its parliamentary budget, which is taxpayers' money, to fund a newspaper that has intolerant and extremist views, it showed a lack of tolerance in its debate regarding the Battle of the Plains of Abraham and even threatened violence. How can the Bloc Québécois be against this reconstruction that would have brought in $3 million, but why are the Bloc supporting small groups that want to incite violence? The Quebec motto is, I remember. This is a very narrow view taken by the Bloc Québécois. we need to build our future by counting on our past. The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolas Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, an article by Chantal Hébert in the Hill Times and Toronto Star recently was very instructive about the lack of judgment among Quebec Conservatives regarding the Battle of the Plains of Abraham that was supposed to be held this summer in commemoration. The article indicated that the common sense would dictate that founding myths should be handled with care. The Conservatives from Quebec have showed insensitivity. The same article recognized the talent of the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs of throwing fuel on the fire that she's trying to put out. She gives the example of the battle, but also the culture cuts. She concludes that this kind of fiasco is what the minister and her Quebec colleagues will be doomed to repeat in the next election.
For Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Nova Scotians today mourn the passing of Michael Baker, who served in a number of provincial cabinet posts, most notably as Minister of Finance. We have all been touched by cancer. We have all lost family or friends. But Michael Baker showed us that it doesn't have to take away our courage, our will, or our ability to contribute to a better world. We watched him continue his work, and we marveled at his strength as he refused to let cancer sideline him. In fact, by keeping his busy schedule and through his boundless energy, it can truly be said that he beat cancer, even though it did in the end take his life. Recently, a new Justice Centre in his honor was opened in Bridgewater. But the impact of his life goes far beyond bricks and mortar. His legacy will be his love of the law, his dedication to his community, his commitment to family, and his courage through difficult times. He was a remarkable man. We offer condolences to his family, and we hope they find comfort in the affection and respect that Michael Baker earned from Nova Scotians from across the province and from across the political spectrum. He has earned a special place in our history and our hearts. The Honourable Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal leader is out of touch with real Canadians. More specifically, he's out of touch with rural Canadians, most recently demonstrating this by his opposition to the Canadian seal hunt, all the while supporting a punitive carbon tax. He claimed during the 2006 Liberal leadership race and during last year's election that a carbon tax was a good thing for Canada and a good thing for our economy. He said that we needed to burden other Canadians who are able to bear the energy costs, never asking rural Canadians if they could burden the extra cost. To exacerbate his attack on rural Canadians, he is now trying to cut off the livelihoods of traditional sealers because his European friends think that it's a good idea. Mr. Speaker, his party will introduce legislation today supported by the controversial IFAW to ban the Canadian seal hunt. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader does not support Canadian sealers. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader does not support rural Canadians. I'd ask the Liberal leader when he'll quit his assault on rural Canadians.
Order. Order. I wish to advise the House of the death last night of my predecessor,
the former Speaker of the House of the Commons, the Honourable Guibert Parent.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a clear message from their Prime Minister about this economic crisis. Sometimes he says we're in a recession, sometimes it's a depression. In September, it wasn't going to happen at all. This weekend on CNN, the Prime Minister called it, quote, a cyclical downturn, but nothing that requires major government intervention, unquote. Now, we supported $40 billion worth of stimulus because we believe this is a serious economic crisis. Does the Prime Minister now feel a little differently?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, For starters, I would like to offer our sincere condolences to the former Speaker of the House.
Honourable member will look closely at the transcript of that interview. He will see that I was speaking specifically of the mortgage sector, Mr. Speaker. In the United States, they are spending tens of billions of dollars to deal with the problems in their mortgage sector, Mr. Speaker. We do have a cyclical downturn in our mortgage sector, but nothing that requires a massive government bailout package of that particular sector. That is one of the many strengths, notwithstanding the economic difficulties, one of the many strengths this country has over the United States.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we're still awaiting a clear statement and definition of what this crisis amounts to, and how the Prime Minister defines it will help Canadians to get through it. Let me ask again, does he regard this as a cyclical downturn, a recession, or a depression? A clear answer will give Canadians guidance.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the economic plan of the Minister of Finance has spoken very clearly about the government's views on this and our action plan to deal with it. We have no plan whatsoever, no proposals whatsoever from the Leader opposite. What we have, Mr. Speaker, this gentleman talks about contradictions. Last week, they wanted to delay passage of the estimates. Now they say they should be passed as quickly as possible. At least they've got it right the second time.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the government is calling for our support for an additional $3 billion in stimulus. The only problem is that he's not giving Canadians any idea what the money will be spent on. We cannot sign a blank check, Mr. Speaker. So will the Prime Minister tell us, prior to the vote, what specific programs are targeted by this additional $3 billion amount? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It is clear that these funds will be used to implement the budget 2009, including the infrastructure fund for the summer construction season. It is urgent for this chamber to take action, and I would encourage Leader of the Opposition not to change his position and to support these measures that are so important for the Canadian economy.
For Markham Union Bill.
Mr. Speaker, if there's a hand on the tiller more wobbly than the Prime Minister's, it can only belong to the Finance Minister. When he says Ontario is the last place to invest, when he lurches from claims of balanced budgets in November, which nobody believed, to $84 billion of deficits 2 months later, how can he possibly instill Canadians with a much-needed sense of confidence at this moment of economic crisis?
Not going to happen.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I thank the member opposite for his warm remarks. It's as you know, it's March now. The biggest budget in recent Canadian history was introduced on January 27th. The Liberal opposition, Mr. Speaker, said they were going to support it. The budget implementation bill is still in the House. Today, on March 3rd, not one penny of stimulus has gone out to the Canadians who need the help, including the Canadians who live in Wascana.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister of all people ought to know that a penny of fiscal stimulus before April 1st is illegal. The Act will be passed in plenty of time. He treated his previous statements as mini budgets. Last fall, with job losses mounting and Canada in the midst of its worst economic performance in decades, the minister tabled an economic statement that did nothing at all. And just today he described it as, quote, just that, an economic statement. It was not a budget. It was not an economic plan, end of quote. Why did he have no plan when Canada needed it most?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of a severe recession globally. Canada is doing better than most countries. But Canada is significantly affected by this recession. It's important that we get that money out there working for Canadians. I'm very heartened by the fact that the opposition critic for finance now says the act will be passed in time. I'm sure that's a message that he will give to the Liberal senators in the Senate to make sure the bill is passed promptly when it goes to the Senate, I hope, within a few days.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker. This economic crisis is getting worse, but the government still refuses to help the forestry sector, which is facing serious difficulties. The government has, however, given billions of dollars to the automobile sector, and only 170 million for forestry. And this this funding will service existing programs only. There's nothing. Will the Prime Minister tell us what clause of the softwood lumber agreement prevents him from giving funding to these forestry companies? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Bloc should understand that the agreement with the softwood lumber agreement prohibits direct assistance to these forestry companies, and we need to focus on renewable energy and innovation. These are honest measures, and this will help the community, because the industry is very disappointed in the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, Mr. Speaker, they're talking about guaranteed loans, not subsidies. And now, underneath the softwood lumber agreement in Eastern Canada, which includes Quebec and Ontario, has used too much wood in the start of 2007. During this period, Ontario, which was responsible for this exceeding of the quota, exported considerable amounts. So Ontario should assume 60% of the penalty. Will the Prime Minister ensure that Ontario pays its fair share of this penalty, and it's not at the expense of Quebec? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is trying to divide Canada, pit Ontario against Quebec, and that's their true objective. It's not about helping the forestry sector. It's just another case of trying to use divisive policies and try to divide Canadians. And this is what Canadians expect of extremists like them. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr. Speaker, in January, 129,000 jobs were lost. That means 4,000 additional unemployed people per day. The government is not helping them with the projected tax cuts. The waiting period, eliminating the waiting period, would make it possible to put money in the pockets of these people immediately, and it would, in addition, help stimulate the economy. Why are the Conservatives obstinately not eliminating this two-week waiting period, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Human Resources Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I explained to the Honourable Member on several occasions, we have held consultations Canada-wide, and we did so before we prepared the budget. We asked employees what they wanted to see in the budget, and what they told us was that they wanted to have more weeks of eligibility. So that's what we did. We made a decision to offer 5 additional weeks. So why can't the member opposite accept this simple response? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister would have to tell us who she consulted. Abolishing the waiting period would be a simple and effective measure to our mind, and it would help us to remedy this problem for the victims of the crisis. After taking $54 billion from the fund, will the government understand that it's its moral duty and responsibility to go ahead with this measure, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources Development. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. The most needy people should be receiving the greatest benefit. That is why we have added an additional 5 weeks to employment insurance at the end for people who are the most needy and who will benefit the most at the time in their lives when they need it the most. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, the government is using this economic crisis to create its slush funds, like the Auditor General and Judge Gomery denounced. The government is refusing to disclose its investment plan for the $3 billion amount. There are no objectives, no conditions, no regulations. The government simply wants carte blanche. This is the same recipe that led to the sponsorship scandal, Mr. Speaker. Why doesn't the Prime Minister want people to know what he intends to do with the $3 billion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, these funds will be used to implement Budget 2009. The people of Canada expect this budget and the funds within it, and that is it's the position of the NDP party that simply decided to vote against the budget before, and that is a very irresponsible position.
Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, accountability is one of the cornerstones of democracy, and yet here we see a Prime Minister who is circumventing Parliament. He's ignoring past Auditor General reports. He's breaking all the lessons that were learned under the sponsorship scandal. And Canadians, frankly, don't trust this Conservative government with a $3 billion slush fund, and reporting the mistakes after the fact just doesn't cut it. So will the Prime Minister, is he willing to table some accountability mechanisms right here in this House and put them in place to ensure that the hard-earned taxpayers' dollars of Canadians don't become a Conservative slush fund?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a member of Parliament who wanted to overturn the results of the election in order that Parliament wouldn't get our budget. This is a member of Parliament who said he would vote against the budget no matter what was in it. And now this is a member of Parliament who alleges there's a slush fund when not a single dime of government money has actually been spent yet, Mr. Speaker. This tells you how irresponsible and ridiculous the positions of the New Democratic Party have become. It used to be a day, Mr. Speaker, where that party actually stood for something. Now it's just against everything.
The honourable member for the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
You know, Mr. Speaker, spending taxpayers' money isn't a matter of speed or accountability. Canadians want both. And we had years of Liberal scandal, and Canadians were expecting this Prime Minister would approach things a little bit differently. But instead, he's running what we can only call an accountability deficit, Mr. Speaker. What's he afraid of? Why not, for example, seek the Auditor General's advice first, or direct the President of the Treasury Board to get pre-approval from public accounts, or invite the public to track the money the way they're doing it in the U.S. Speed is one thing. Canadians want accountability for their...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, one thing for sure, Mr. Speaker, they get neither from the NDP. Mr. Speaker, of course, the fact of the matter is we have consulted the Auditor General. We will be fully accountable for this money. This money is necessary to make sure we take full advantage of the upcoming construction season. I'd urge the NDP to stop its ridiculous opposition to programs that are clearly in the interest, not just of all Canadians, but even in the interest of those poor Canadians who voted NDP.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, in February, the Minister of Defence said, and I quote, "Canada cannot abandon its leadership role in Afghanistan until Afghanistan is in a position to govern itself free of the shadow of Taliban terror." Does the Minister still agree with the comments he made? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy with that statement. It's very clear that our government is taking a whole-of-government approach with all of the other departments. It's a whole-of-government approach, as I said, to increase the capacity of the Afghan National Army, the security forces, and at the same time, it's necessary for them to find a way of working with the others to support the various departments in Afghanistan, to focus on rebuilding, reconstruction, to enhance governance there. Mr. Speaker, it's a pan-governmental approach. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
That it's hard for many Canadians to reconcile the kind of rhetoric which the government used for a long, long time, the rhetoric which was contained in the minister's speech, which I quoted, which in English, where he said that Canada couldn't abandon its role until Afghanistan was free of the shadows of Taliban terror. Does he not understand that it's very difficult for Canadians to reconcile that with the statement of the Prime Minister, who's now prompting the Minister? If the Prime Minister ever wants to answer, if you ever want to answer a question, if the Prime Minister wants to answer a question for me, I'd be quite happy to have him answer a question for me.
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Delighted to answer, Mr. Speaker. It's quite ironic to have a member of Parliament who was demanding that Canada pull out of Afghanistan last year, now wondering why we're pulling out 3 years from now. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is this. Our soldiers, our diplomats, our development workers are doing a great job on the ground to make sure we can make this transition towards a mission more focused on development, where the Afghans handle their own responsibility. That's what they're doing, and this member should look at his own record on this issue before he asks
for Order, please. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Order.
False, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister knows it. So let's try again.
It's not funny,
This
Steve.
is what the Minister of Defense was saying in February 2008. This is why we cannot abandon the vital leadership role that we have assuming in Afghanistan until we reach that critical tipping point. Now, since the Prime Minister abdicated, what is our new critical tipping point now in Afghanistan?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, there's more than a little irony and cynicism coming from the members opposite. The feigned indignation, Mr. Speaker, belays the fact that this member and members of the Liberal Party voted to support the extension of the mission, Mr. Speaker. What we are doing in Afghanistan today, what we need to remind ourselves is building the capacity of the government of Afghanistan, of their national security forces, of their government departments, Mr. Speaker, to provide for their own people. That's our humanitarian, diplomatic, and military obligation there, Mr. Speaker, as part of a UN-backed, NATO-led Afghan invitation mission.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence has let down our troops. This government's about-face on the Afghanistan mission has caused a shock among our soldiers, and especially among the families who've lost a loved one. There are some 500 soldiers who are going to be leaving Valcartier for Afghanistan. They've been made aware of what the Prime Minister has said. Now, and I'm asking the Prime Minister this question. What can he say to Mr. Guy Robert, who is the father of Warrant Officer Laberge, who has died last December, who's wondering what our troops are going to be doing there until 2011, now that he's abdicated? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Our Prime Minister supports this mission, supports our soldiers, and supports the mission in Afghanistan. And I'm very happy and confident with the capacity and ability of our soldiers who are serving our country in Afghanistan today. Now, it's very clear that the mission will continue once the soldiers have completed their work, and we need to focus on our whole-of-government approach in Afghanistan, and we are very proud of that mission. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, while 6 countries are calling for sanctions against tax havens, the Minister of Finance is doing exactly the opposite by allowing companies to use them to deduct interest twice. Now, while the government is refusing to help unemployed people in sectors of the industry in difficulty, how can the minister support tax havens, and how can it deal with this issue? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
As well known, we commissioned a report led by Peter Godsoe, the former CEO of the Bank of Nova Scotia, on this subject, and in the budget we follow the recommendations of the report.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his talks about competitiveness. Well, what competitiveness are we talking about when Great Britain, other countries are opposed to this double deduction? Are these measures by the minister showing his indifference in light of this crisis and his preference for Bay Street financiers? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, the GODSO panel took the time to examine what is in fact the practice of different countries worldwide and recommended to the government, particularly in this time of recession, that the government take the action which we did in the budget in the best interests of the competitive position of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has commented on Afghanistan, and as the Secretary General of the United Nations stated, humanitarian and security situation in Afghanistan is worsening, and there needs to be a rebalancing of the mission as such, and not simply empty words, as we've often heard from this government. Given this situation, will the Prime Minister take advantage of the next NATO summit in Strasbourg to encourage this organization to review its intervention in Afghanistan, as we asked him to do in 2007? The Honourable Minister of the National Defence. Mr. Speaker, Canada is in Afghanistan at the request of the democratically elected government and to help turn it into a self-sufficient democratic nation. Remy Landry from Montreal, an academic, has stated that this point of view is also shared by Canadian forces. This is clearly outlined in the NATO mandate that members are there to provide assistance and not to do the work in the place of the people of Afghanistan. And this is the same position that our government has.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lake, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. The next NATO summit, it should be the opportunity to have an international summit debating Afghanistan. The Shanghai Organization of Cooperation, as well as other groups from Central Asia, could make a contribution. Does the Prime Minister intend to bring such proposals forward on behalf of Canada? The Honourable the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate the member's question. It's a good question. I'm quite confident with respect to the coming NATO meeting. It's an opportunity to have a clear and very important discussion with respect to the mission. It includes certain states in the region, perhaps to support the mission. Our government, Mr. Speaker, feels that this is an extremely good question. The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the International Tribunal in London imposed a 10% tax on lumber exported from Ontario to the United States. This flies in the face of an agreement that was agreed to with the Americans. How can this be explained to the people who have lost so many jobs, and yet their $60 million in tax has to be paid before they can even be hired again? The Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, we have an agreement with the United States according to which one or other of the countries can put on the table a matter for discussion. If there is contradiction, there will be a settlement according following their concerns. Sometimes we win, sometimes the ruling will not be in our favor, but we will follow our agreement. The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie.
Friday, the London Court of International Arbitration imposed a 10% tax on Quebec and Ontario softwood lumber exports to the United States. This decision is a direct result of the flawed, conservative softwood lumber deal signed with the Americans. How can the Conservatives possibly explain to unemployed Quebec and Ontario forestry workers that even before they can be rehired, $68 million in export taxes have to be paid?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, before the softwood lumber agreement was in place, there were constant court battles, there were constant quota assessments going against Canada. Mr. Speaker, we have an agreement now which has huge support from the industry. When you have an agreement like this, Mr. Speaker, there is a dispute settlement mechanism. If one side goes to the referee and the referee says the other side has to pay or is offside on it, then you have to live up to the agreement. We intend to do that, and we intend to work with the provinces to see how this can be repaid in a way that doesn't hit them, Mr. Speaker. And keep in mind, $5 billion was returned to the Canada side of this agreement, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, today thousands of unemployed construction workers and their families are waiting for this Conservative government to do what it has so far failed to do: deliver infrastructure funding responsibly, quickly and fairly. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this government has failed and has delivered only 5% of what it has promised, costing tens of thousands of jobs. Mr. Speaker, the government promises it can distribute this year $7 billion using the same methods. Given the vital importance of actually getting jobs into our communities, will this government now change its ways?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the member opposite's province, we're moving very aggressively to get infrastructure projects started. We were able to announce 289 different projects in every corner of the province, more than $1 billion worth of spending. We were supposed to allocate private money for $300 million worth of projects. We more than tripled that. And just 2 weeks ago, in his own constituency, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and my Premier made another announcement for $500 million to help go public transit. Step by step, Mr. Speaker, we're getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Last week, the Prime Minister used the same old tune. He announced projects without creating a single job. But now there is a proposal to transfer half the funds for infrastructure far more efficiently, according to the gas tax model that was proposed by us. Will the Prime Minister not act in the interest of Canadians and change the way he is acting?
Constructively with the provinces. What the member opposite would like us to do is simply shove aside the Premier of Ontario and go directly to municipalities. This member, Mr. Speaker, ran against Dalton McGuinty. He's never been supportive of him. We're committed to working with them. We're committed to partnership and to getting the job done.
Order the Honourable Member for Oak Ridge. Order. The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Jewish students across the country are under siege as anti-Semites unveil their plans for Israel Apartheid Week. Liberal MPs have been quoted in the media and even today in the Immigration Committee saying that anti-Semitic organizations like the Canadian Arab Federation should receive taxpayer support. Will the Minister of Immigration explain why the government believes that Israel Apartheid Week is anti-Semitic?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, obviously Canadians are free to express different views about the policies of foreign governments, but Israel Apartheid Week isn't about that. It's about a systematic effort to delegitimize the democratic homeland of the Jewish people, a country born out of the Holocaust. And, Mr. Speaker, we find very troubling this resurgence of the old slander that Zionism is racism. That's the notion that lies at the heart of Israel Apartheid Week. And, Mr. Speaker, Jewish students at campuses across the country are subsequently feeling increasingly vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, we condemn these efforts to single out and attack those the Jewish people and their homeland in this terrible way, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, the duplicity of these Conservatives astounds Canadians. First Nations were working on accountability measures before this government was elected, but the Conservatives stopped that work in its tracks. Now the Conservatives want to change band council elections and band funding with little or no consultation, and the Conservatives will cut the budget for talks by more than 2/3. Accountability is a two-way street, Mr. Speaker. Since the Conservatives are not talking to First Nations, are they ignoring their own responsibilities?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
I'm not exactly sure what she's talking about. It is true that we are working with First Nations on the Indian government support programs. There is, for example, an advisory panel that has been set up. It involves financial officers from Aboriginal communities, the AFN, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and others. They have a meeting today, Mr. Speaker, very secretive, of course. Everyone's been invited publicly. I've sent a letter to every single chief and council in the country talking to them about this. There's another meeting, if they want to know about another secret one, it's this Friday in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo College.
Well, Mr. Speaker, according to leaked documents, the main reason the Conservatives want to modify how they provide money to band councils is to change how pensions are managed. It's an attempt by the Conservatives to rid the government of liability for underfunding of pensions. So really, the Conservatives want to force change on band councils to cover up the government's own liability for mismanagement. Why doesn't this government come clean on its real intentions and stop misleading First Nations?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I should speak in even more of a whisper to talk about the secrets that we're doing. Here's the secret, Mr. Speaker. We're working with First Nations, including the Assembly of First Nations, Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, the Manitoulin Tribal Council, many others. They're sitting on a panel. They're sitting with us to talk about how, when the renewals come up for the Indian Government Support Services a year from now, we might be able to do it better so that it's better for First Nations, better for accountability, better for the people they're trying to serve. Mr. Speaker, that's no secret. That's what First Nations want to do, and that's what we want to do working with them.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, the European Commission for the Domestic Market has set out a regulation providing for an embargo on the seal, and there are many hunters that live honourably on this. What is the government going to do with respect to this new attack on the seal hunt? Honourable the Minister.
The Conservative government will continue to defend the rights of Canadian sealers to provide a livelihood for their families through our lawful, sustainable and humane hunt, and we will continue to inform international discussions with factual material. Mr. Speaker, we will stand up for Canadian sealers, unlike the Liberal Party of Canada, who has attacked them.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. The inaction of this government is allowing free rein to the falsely based attitude taken by many people, including the Liberal Senator Mac Harp. What is the government going to do to promote seal products and ensure the viability of this industry, for example, by increasing the numbers of harvests? The Honourable the Minister.
Our government has spent much time and resources defending the Canadian seal hunt abroad and here at home, which we were disappointed that we had to do. Unfortunately, we have the hunt come under attack in Europe, and now it's under attack right here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support our Canadian sealers, and we will continue our efforts in Europe to ensure that the facts are known about the Canadian seal hunt and that our sealers are supported 100%.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the Minister's answer. He tries to play First Nations like a fiddle, but he's only step dancing around the whole damn issue. Listen. The Conservatives have slashed the budget. They've slashed the budget for consultation, and they keep their communications, quote, low profile. That's his words from his own documents. Why is he excluding First Nations from meaningful consultation? Why is it that they say one thing in June about the apology and do another thing with their actions? Why won't they come clean with the First Nations people of this country?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
I'm not sure. I've never seen the document that he's talking about. I've never seen it. I don't know where it came from. But, Mr. Speaker, here's what I do know. We have an open, policy of working with First Nations from across the country. We have an advisory panel set up. We have meetings planned from beginning to end. But, Mr. Speaker, this Friday there's a meeting with the Atlantic Policy Congress. And at that meeting, one of the questions they'll be asking from this member, does he support Warren Kinsella and the Senator's position that the Liberal Party holds to ban the seal hunt in Canada? That's what we want to know from this member. He says he supports seal hunt. Let's find out.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The member for Labrador has the floor. We'll have a little order, please.
Well, maybe I could ask the minister to join me on the ice floes where I've been for the last 2 springs. I'm going there again this spring. So let him join me there. According to the minister's own internal documents, the changes he is proposing to come into force would not be optional. They would not be optional. At the same time, the First Nations communities who are being stripped of their options are also being denied input and access to the decision-making process. It is pretty rich to hear the minister talk about accountability when he doesn't apply it to himself. Will he open the doors and let the First Nations in?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
That old saying on the preacher's note, unsure of point, must yell louder. Mr. Speaker, here's the facts. I'll go through it again slowly for him. There is an advisory panel set up with the Assembly First Nation, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, the Atlantic Policy Congress is welcome. Every chief in the country has got a letter on this, Mr. Speaker. The financial administration officers of every First Nation in the country are going to be invited to meetings over the next year to discuss it. That's the big secret. What I want to know is, when he goes to the ice floe, will he take Mac Harb with him?
The honourable member for Sackville, Eastern Shore. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While we in the NDP do recognize and thank the government yesterday for its announcement on coordinating those efforts to help injured soldiers and their families, there's a very serious problem out there for soldiers who leave the military voluntarily and are waiting for a pension check. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, these men and women who serve our country have to wait many, many months before they get a pension check, thus putting their mortgage and their bills and everything in jeopardy. When will this government clean up its act and get these pension checks that the members of the military so rightfully deserve?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his kind words yesterday in support of the personal joint support units that we put in place and are putting in place across the country. Similarly, on this point, we have taken on additional staff, Mr. Speaker. Employees, very dedicated public servants are working overtime to see that we deal with this issue of the backlog. Because of the demographics moving through the Canadian Forces, there were a backlog that we're attempting to deal with in a very efficient way, Mr. Speaker. That does take time. We have people working very hard on that. What I would ask from this member, though, is that he would, on this occasion, perhaps this budget, for the first time, vote for the Canadian Forces rather than slink out of the House.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Wait, Mr. Speaker. It's not only veterans who are being made to wait by this cold and mean-spirited government, it's also the unemployed. In Atlantic Canada, 30,000 families are waiting for their EI applications to be processed. Over 8,000 of these families have been waiting for more than 6 weeks. That means about a month and a half without any money for groceries, to pay the rent or mortgage, or to pay the heat and lights. When will the minister tell this House what she's going to do about EI wait times?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've always believed that using the wrong statistics is nothing but scaremongering. That's totally unacceptable. But, Mr. Speaker, what we find unacceptable, too, is that anyone should have to wait for their EI benefits, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with record application numbers by bringing back recent retirees. We're dealing with it by pulling back people from other departments. Right. We've extended our operating hours for the call centre. We are running overtime. We are increasing automation, Mr. Speaker. We want these people to get the money that they need and deserve.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, the government has made a strong commitment to fight back against gangs and other organized criminal groups by introducing new laws that target drugs, gangs, and organized crime. But it is important that we stop drugs from hitting our streets in the first place. Can the minister tell the House Do the Canadian Forces play a role in ensuring that illegal drugs do not find their way into the hands of organized crime and into the streets of our communities?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, they do. I thank the member from Mississauga-Arundel for his question. Since 2006, the Canadian Forces have played an important role in Canadian counter-drug operations, as well as working off the southern approaches of North America to stop illegal drugs from hitting our streets. Recently, we supported a multinational operation that prevented some $272 million worth of cocaine from arriving here. As well, the Halifax-based frigate HMCS Montreal helped a French warship in the Caribbean recently intercept a drug smuggling carrying a boatload of cocaine. In another instance, the Canadian Forces Aurora plane spotted and tracked a semi-submersible operating in international waters. Mr. Speaker, this ongoing work of the Canadian Forces is something we can all be proud of.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, approximately 27,000 First Nations children are in First Nation and provincial agency care. That's 3 times the number of children that were in residential school at their peak. The matter has been brought before the Canadian Human Rights Commission, and now this government has attempted to dismiss the case through the federal court because they just don't seem to care. Are they afraid of what might be found, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, reconciliation is about much more than just saying sorry.
Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Speaker, I can tell you what we found. When we came to office, there was not a single child and family service agreement with the provinces and First Nation in this country. The Liberals have been for 13 years talking about it, but not a single agreement on how to move from an apprehension model to a preventive model for child and family services. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we signed the first one in Alberta, the Child and Family Service Agreement there with First Nations. We've expanded that, Mr. Speaker, across the country. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, budget 2009, we have money now to add 2 more provinces, Mr. Speaker. We keep moving ahead systematically because it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we look after the children especially, and that's why we thank the honourable member for his support on this budget.
The honourable member for Marcorel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, to a question asked yesterday by the Bloc Québécois with respect to a permit for the manufacturing of cigarettes by a former accused of drug smuggling, the minister said there were confidential matters that were considered. This story was published in the dailies in Quebec, and so there was really nothing confidential attached to it. What is the minister waiting for? Will he not suspend the permit for this manufacture until there is a court inquiry? The minister. I would point out that before issuing a permit for a tobacco license, we verify whether or not the person has a criminal record. And if something comes up, we are able not to issue the permit. But if the member were to take the time to verify the facts, he would not ask the same question because there might be perhaps something else. If ever, Mr. Speaker, somebody could verify that there was a criminal offense, the minister could revoke the license.
Mr. Speaker, this government inaction with illegal extrata job cuts has set a dangerous precedent. Today, Brazilian-based Vale Inco is cutting 423 jobs across Canada, 261 of those jobs in Sudbury and Nickel Belt. But they have an agreement with this government not to cut jobs until October 2009. After the Extrata fiasco, companies now see no layoff agreements mean nothing because this Conservative government ignores them without consequence. When will this government finally stand up for workers and enforce the no layoff agreements?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Speaker, I guess you have to be a member of the NDP caucus to think $300 million of extra investment is somehow a disaster for Sudbury and for miners. But in the case of Vale Inco, Mr. Speaker, the announcement was made today. Our hearts go out to the workers and their families who are, of course, affected by this. I can tell the honourable member in this House that we're watching the situation closely. We're reviewing the Investment Canada Act provisions and how they pertain to Vale Inco. We expect Vale Inco to measure up, to honour their commitments that they've made to the Government of Canada, the people of Canada, and will be examining the situation closely.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Speaker, this week is International Women's Week, culminating in International Women's Day on March 8th. This government has a strong record on supporting women. The Prime Minister recently appointed the highest percentage of women to cabinet, as well as the First Minister of State solely dedicated to the status of women. Could the Minister of State please tell the House what she is doing this week to mark International Women's Week?
Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the good work and support of this member as we develop our action plan for women's equality. One of the pillars is economic security, and last evening I was honoured to announce a partnership project with We Connect Canada, which is a women's business network organization that will provide market access to global supply chains for Canadian businesswomen. The Supplier Diversity Program will provide opportunities for Canadian businesswomen to grow their business and succeed. In addition, I am proud to be leading the Canadian delegation to the UN Commission on the Status of Women.
Order. It being 3:05 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, February 26, 2009, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Kennedy relating to the business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Order,
please. The question is as follows, Mr.
That in the opinion of this House, and as experience has demonstrated, the most efficient, expeditious, and stimulative method of transferring federal funding for municipal infrastructure projects is by means of mechanisms similar to those put in place beginning in 2005 to share with municipalities on a per capita basis a significant and growing portion of the federal excise tax on gasoline. And the House calls upon the government to transfer at least half of its proposed new infrastructure funding in this manner over the next 2 years, with no requirement that these additional federal funds be matched by the municipalities with which they are shared. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Prou.
Mr. Prou.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandifuka.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandifuka.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kanya.
Mr. Kanya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Monsieur Giuseppe.
Monsieur Giuseppe.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimond Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimond Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard Macorel-Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard Macorel-Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Chalice.
Was Alicia Lease.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christofferson.
Christofferson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Georges.
Mrs. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campbell Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Blany.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
moved.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Yeas pour 154, 154. Nays contre 136, 136.
Je déclare la motion
I declare the motion adopted.
pursuant to order made earlier today. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motions and report stage of Bill C-10. The question is on motion number 1. Monsieur Laframboise, appuyé par...
Mr. Laframboise, seconded by Mr. Maldo, moves that Bill C-10 be amended by the removal of Clause 6. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Ménard-Rochelaga.
Ménard-Rochelaga.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimond Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimond Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Pailly.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Chalice.
Ms. Wasserly Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoy.
Madame Savoy.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tays.
Mr. Tays.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Mrs. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Moore Fundy Royal.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tubic Mactaquac.
Monsieur Blany.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kadav.
Mr. Kadaev.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Prou.
Mr. Prou.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuka.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuka.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Monsieur Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Scarpelagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriat.
Mr. Valeriat.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur. Yeas pour 82, 82. Nays contre 209, 209.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare motion number 1 defeated.
La mise au voix porte à la.
The vote is on motion number 2. And this results apply to motions 2 to 6. Mr. Laframboise, that Bill C-10 be amended by deleting clause 295. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
La Forêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga.
Ménard-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel-Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel-Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Dufour.
Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Chalice.
Wasserly Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christofferson.
Christofferson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoy.
Savoy.
Mr. Dewar.
Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Malloway.
Mr. Allen Welland.
Mr. Allen Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Monsieur Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramprince Edward Hastings.
Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Dorseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. Devolan.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dassange.
Mr. Dassange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Martin Esquima Wanda Fuca.
Ms. Kwame Wanda Fuca.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Scarpelegia.
Mr. Silva.
Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Paul Findlay.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Canyon.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarat.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur. Yeas pour 81, 81 nays contre 209, 209.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion number 2 rejected.
3 to 6 defeated. The question is on motion number 66. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 67 to 86. Monsieur Mulcair, appuyé par...
Mr. Mulcair, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moved that Bill C-10 be amended by deleting clause 445.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Oh, the honourable members rising on a point of order.
I believe there's an impasse with the party leaders. I'm wondering if you can seek it, you may get it, to apply the votes from the previous vote to this vote.
Is there unanimous consent? No. So, all those in favor of motion number 66 will please rise.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel, Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel, Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Madame Tilac.
Madame Tilac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Chalice.
Rosalie Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Martin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoie.
Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Moorport, Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tubic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tubic Mactaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake
Mr.
Country.
Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky
Mr.
Country.
Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Zion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coder.
Mr. Goddard.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wanda Fuca.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wanda Fuca.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Findlay.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Yeas pour 81, 81. Nays contre 208, 208.
Je déclare
I declare motion number 66 defeated.
number 67 to 86 defeated. La mise au voix porte à la motion.
The next question is on motion numbered 7 in group number 2. A vote on this also applies to motions numbered 8 to 31.
Bill C-10 be amended by deleting clause 317. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Giuseppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Ménard-Rochelaga.
Ménard-Rochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Framboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel-Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Excuse me. Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Malot.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Paillet.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski-Neigette, Timisquata-les-Basques.
Guimont, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley-Chalice.
Washley-Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoy.
Madame Savoy.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Nicholson.
He voted twice.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglucock.
Mrs. Aglucock.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen to Bic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Bic Mactaquac.
Monsieur Blenny.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Brown, Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kadav.
Mr. Goddard.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Martin Esquimo Wandafuca.
Martin Esquimo Wandafuca.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Findlay.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Yeas pour 81, 81. Nays contre 208, 208.
Je déclare la
I declare motion numbered 7 defeated.
8 to 31 defeated. The question is on motion number 32. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbered 33 to 42. Mr. Dewar, appuyé par Monsieur Rafferty.
Seconded by Mr. Rafferty, moves that Bill C-10 be amended by deleting Clause 358. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Chalice.
Ms. Alicia Lease.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westford Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglucock.
Mr. Glucock.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Pitsy.
Mr. Pitsy.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Alan Tubic Mactaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Zion.
Mr. Zion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kadaf.
Mr. Kadaf.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuca.
Marcus Kwame Wandafuca.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Kenya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Minard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Framboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel-Fortin.
Ménard, Marcorel-Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Dufour.
Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Guimont, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Yeas pour 36, 36. Nays contre 253, 253.
Je déclare
I declare motion numbered 32 defeated.
Declare motions number 33 to 42 defeated. The question is on motion number 43. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 44 to 52. Monsieur Laforêt.
Mr. Laforêt, seconded by Mr. Vincent, moves that Bill C-10 be amended by deleting Clause 383.
Un appel au règlement.
On a point of order, the honourable member. I would ask in another official language if there'd be unanimous consent for the previous vote to be applied to the results of this vote. Is there unanimous consent of the House to proceed in that way? Clearly not.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duceppe. Monsieur Laforêt. Monsieur Paquette. Monsieur Crête. Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga. Monsieur Bachat. Monsieur Laframboise. Monsieur Bigras. Monsieur Lessard. Monsieur Roy. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Nard, Marcorel-Fortin. Madame Brunel. Madame Bourgeois. Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Faye.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Oh, Madame Lavallée.
Oh, Madame Lavallée.
C'est Madame Lavallée et ensuite
Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Dufour.
Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Guimont, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washalie Least.
Washalie Least.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoy.
Madame Savoy.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Oda. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam. Mr. Paradis. Mrs. Aglukak. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Lake. Mr. Warawa. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Kent. Mr. Goodyear. Mrs. Yelich. Mr. Hill. Mr. O'Connor. Ms. Raitt. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mrs. Georges. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Ashfield. Mr. Lunn. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Cummins. Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George. Mr. Anders. Mr. Casson. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Mark. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Chong. Mr. Kerr. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Petit. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Podiev. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Glover. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Jean. Mr. Kamarnicki. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Velicott. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reed. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bizan. Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac. Mr. Blenny. Mr. Brown Berry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Fast. Mr. Gedipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Scheer. Mr. DeVolin. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora. Ms. Cadman. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Deckert. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Ms. Hepner. Mr. Holder. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. McLeod. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Rupal. Mr. Richards. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young. Mr. Ignatieff. Mr. Zion. Ms. Guarnieri. Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Volpe. Mr. Bevilacqua. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Mina. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Regan. Mr. Belanger. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Karagianis. Canis. Mr. Lee. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Kadav. Mr. Kotler. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Dosange. Mr. Dryden. Mr. Malley. Madam Jennings. Mr. Cusner. Mr. Pooh. Mr. Martin Esquima Wandafuka. Mr. McTague. Mr. Patry. Mr. Zabo. Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood. Mr. Wilford. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Murphy Charlottetown. Ms. Neville. Mr. Tonks. Mr. Pachetti. Mr. Baines. Mr. Damour. Mr. Holland. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rota. Mr. Savage. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Silva. Sorry, then Mr. Sims. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Russell. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pearson. Ms. Hall Finley. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Foote. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Kanya. Mr. Kennedy. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mrs. Simpson. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Valeriot. Madame Zarak. Mr. Casey. Mr. Arthur.
pour 81, 81 nays contre 208, 208.
Je déclare la motion
Declare the motion number 43, defeated.
numbered 44 to 52 defeated. La mise au voix porte sur
The vote is now on motion 53. The vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 54 to 65.
C10 be amended by deleting clause 394. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Crête.
Monsieur Ménard-Rochelaga.
Ménard-Rochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigra.
Monsieur Bigra.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard, Marcorel-Fortin.
Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Bourgeois.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Payet.
Monsieur Payet.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Henri Mousquinet, Témiscouata, les Basses.
Madame Tilac.
Madame Tilac.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Washley Chalice.
Rosalie Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Martin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoy.
Ms. Savoy.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Taves.
Mr. Day.
Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr.
Mr.
Nicholson.
McKay, Central Nova.
McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Stroll.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Report Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukkaq.
Mrs. Aglukkaq.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Grant Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tobik-Mactaquac.
Mr. Bic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Getty-Poe.
Mr. Getty-Poe.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dion. Mr. Guarnieri. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Volpe. Mr. Bevilacqua. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Mina. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Regan. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. Canis. Mr. Lee. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Cadell. Mr. Kotler. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Dossage. Mr. Dryden. Mr. Malley. Madame Jennings. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Prue. Mr. Martin Esquimo Wandafuca. Mr. McTague. Mr. Patry. Mr. Zabo. Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood. Mr. Wilford. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Iking. Mr. Murphy Charlottetown. Ms. Neville. Mr. Tonks. Mr. Pachetti. Mr. Baines. Mr. Damour. Mr. Holland. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rota. Mr. Savage. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Silva. Mr. Sims. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Russell. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pearson. Ms. Hall Finley. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan and Tobago North. Ms. Foote. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Kanya. Mr. Kennedy. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mrs. Simpson. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Valerius. Madame Zarak. Mr. Casey. Mr. Arthur.
Yeas pour 81, 81. Nays contre 208, 208.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion number 53 defeated.
Declare motions number 54 to 65 defeated. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-10, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on January 27, 2009, and related fiscal measures, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Thompson. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Oda. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Porker Quitlam. Mr. Paradzi. Mrs. Zaglukuk. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Lake. Mr. Warawa. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Kent. Mr. Goodyear. Mrs. Yelich. Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mrs. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
More Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Alan Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Guarnieri.
Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
McCauley.
Mr. Volpe.
Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Belanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kader.
Kader.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Prue.
Mr. Martin Esquima Wanda Fuca.
Mr. Martin Esquima Wanda Fuca.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Petrie.
Mr. Petrie.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
K. Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Murphy Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Hall Findlay.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobago North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kenya.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Madame Mendez.
Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Mr. Laforêt.
Monsieur Paquette.
Mr. Paquette.
Monsieur Crête.
Mr. Crête.
Monsieur Ménard-Rochelaga.
Ménard-Rochelaga.
Monsieur Bachat.
Mr. Bachat.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Mr. Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Mr. Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Guimont Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Guimont Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Monsieur Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Plamondon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Bouchard.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Lévesque. Monsieur Carrier. Monsieur Asselin. Monsieur André. Madame Bonsan. Madame Deschamps. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Vincent. Monsieur Pailly. Monsieur Dufour. Monsieur Ouellet. Monsieur Pomerleau. Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques. Madame Tillac. Monsieur Dorion. Madame Baudin. Monsieur Desnoyers. Monsieur Godet. Mr. Layton. Monsieur Mulcair. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Ms. Washley Chalice. Mr. Massey. Mr. Harrison Chans East. Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie. Mr. Comartin. Ms. Black. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Angus. Ms. Crowder. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Julian. Mr. Sixay. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Bevington. Madame Savoie. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Malloway. Mr. Alan Welland. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Gravel. Madame Hughes. Mr. Stauffer. Mr. Marston. Ms. Chow. Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre. Mr. Heyer. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Rafferty. Mr. Thibault.
Yeas pour 208, 208. Nays contre 81, 81.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion adopted.
Third time, pursuant to order made earlier this day, later this day. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 1 hour and 19 minutes. Un appel au règlement, l'honorable.
Point of order. The honourable member for Joliette. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last Thursday, the parliamentary secretary addressed the House stating that C-241, which is designed to eliminate the waiting period for the employment insurance program, required royal recommendation. Now, as you will understand, I don't share that point of view. As the parliamentary secretary stated, you have already addressed the issue in the 39th Parliament in ruling on C-269, which also contained provisions which were designed to eliminate the waiting period. Now, I think some new aspects and elements must be drawn to your attention. Many things have changed since that ruling, and I think that it should be reviewed because the legislation surrounding funding for employment insurance has changed. In fact, this bill which received royal assent in 2008, and it dealt with the funding for employment insurance. Now, to explain the importance of this bill, I'd like to quote something for you. In order to enhance the independent rate for setting rates used exclusively for employment insurance, the government has created an independent society, the Employment Insurance Financing Board, which is responsible for the following bank accounts. Surpluses will be maintained until they're required to offset costs of the program. And on page 74, it says, and I quote, this board will be set up as a Crown corporation and it will come under the responsibility of the Minister of HRSDC. The board of directors will be independent and will include the necessary experts in order to manage the EI fund, end of quote. Now, I would like to draw to your attention a decision made by the Deputy Speaker of the House on October 3, 2005, with respect to a bill that sought to use the surpluses from the CMHC fund. There were statements in principle there that apply to this case here. And allow me to quote from this decision. C-363 suggests that funding under control of the CMHC and not the Crown are set aside for a specific purpose. Royal recommendation is necessary when the bill wants to remove funding from the Crown. The conclusion is that 363 did not do so. And the money is not going into the public treasury. It is being set aside for another purpose. And it does therefore not affect the Crown funding. So as a result, this does not apply. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary knows or has read this, and he also referred to a decision of May 9th, 2006 that dealt with the reservations and royal recommendation. It stated that C-363 added a new provision to the legislation for the CMHC, and there was a requirement for royal recommendation. But I would like to point out that originally the royal recommendation was limited simply to issues that are subject to the issue of funding that comes under control of the Crown. This does not apply to C-363 because it does not affect Treasury funds, and it cannot be considered something that affects or changes a royal recommendation. End of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, this precedent is extremely pertinent in this case. We have already noted that the Employment Insurance Funding Board will be establishing a distinct and separate bank account, and it will be using the surpluses and ensuring that these funds will be used for employment insurance. So the objective in creating this board is specifically to ensure that the funding in the account are no longer Treasury funds used for the general credits or votes. So, as a result, a royal recommendation does not apply or cannot apply to C-241 because this bill does not deal with funds that is currently in the Treasury. This funding is under the control of the board, and as a result, this bill, to our mind, does not require a royal recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Joliette for his explanation, and I will take all of those issues under advisement when I have an opportunity to examine the bill. The honourable member has another point of order? Yes, another point of order, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, and I'll read it, that this House point out the birth of Charles Darwin and the anniversary of the publication of The Origin of the Species, a book that gave birth to the theory of evolution, and it is recognized. And I hope that you'll see that there is unanimous consent to adopt this motion. Does the honourable member for Joliette have the unanimous consent in order to move this motion? No. Government orders. Third reading of Bill C-10, Budget Implementation Act 2009.
Seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-10, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on January the 27th, 2009, and related fiscal measures, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And mostly thank you that session is now over. That was almost painful, Mr. Speaker, and if that's what the opposition suggests as speeding legislation through, Mr. Speaker, I hope that no Canadians were watching that, because that was pretty pathetic and pretty painful to be holding up money that Canadians need. Mr. Speaker, this is a great opportunity to actually speak to Bill C-10 at third reading, which is the first Budget 2009 Implementation Act at third reading in this House. Hopefully, this will be a very brief debate that will allow us to move quickly to a vote. I note for Canadians watching at home, even after the House of Commons approves this bill at third reading, the vital measures in C-10 that are integral parts of Canada's Economic Action Plan, ranging from extended EI benefits to nearly $6 billion for job-creating stimulus investments in housing, as well as infrastructure and more, to initiatives to help improve credit availability for businesses, and much more than that. still cannot move forward. For, once done in the House of Commons, this bill has to start this same legislative process in the Senate, from second reading, referral to the Senate National Finance Committee for study, report stage, and ultimately third reading. Only after all of these steps are completed will this bill receive royal assent and become law. On the government side, with the support of the official opposition, we have been making the case that due to the fragile state of the Canadian economy, C-10 and its vital measures must be approved by Parliament as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, these pleas are largely being ignored by the NDP and the Bloc, who have thrown roadblock after roadblock to delay C-10 from passing in any form of expedited manner. What's worse, we are now hearing some of the senators vowing to delay this bill for weeks on end, for no other reason than because they can. Bill C-10 was introduced on February 6, 2009 for debate. A month later, we are still debating it in the House of Commons. How does a month of debate qualify as passing a bill as quickly as possible? It doesn't. Seemingly unaware of the urgency of the situation facing the Canadian economy, the Senate is now musing about further delay. Delay so it can engage in, to be frank, abstract and irrelevant debate on this bill. Likely the exact same debates we've already had here in this House for a month. We need to acknowledge the gravity of this situation, Mr. Speaker. Listen to the Bank of Montreal economist Doug Porter. Quote, over the last month, I'd be very hard-pressed to point to a Canadian indicator that came in higher than expected or even as expected. Most have been not only below expectations, but far below, end quote. Clearly now is the time for urgent action. For those members or senators who would argue for more debate now instead of action, let me remind them that prior to tabling this budget, we undertook the widest and most inclusive pre-budget consultations in history, open to all, and this was over the months of December and January. That was the time for ideas and discussion. That time has passed. Parliament must act now. Again, we could, as some suggest, debate C-10 for weeks or months on end. We could engage in abstract discussions about the bill. We can treat this as an academic exercise divorced from the reality of today, but we would be doing so completely deaf to the plight of Canadians and blind to the economic challenges we are now facing. It's easy for MPs and especially senators to drag out debate and delay action for another month or so. They know when and from where their next paycheck is coming. No such luxury exists for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who have recently lost their jobs. This isn't time for politics as usual. We need to demand better of ourselves. Canadians are depending on it. Stalling urgent economic stimulus for weeks or months is the height of irresponsibility. It will only hurt the most vulnerable in Canada. For the NDP, the Bloc, and those senators who would stall this bill, they should listen carefully to Canadians and reconsider. If they do not, we will ensure that it is known that their inaction, their delay, and their ignorance of the pressing challenges facing the Canadian economy are at fault here. For this is not about a genuine debate about the issues for these parliamentarians threatening delay. This is not about some profound opposition to measures within this bill. This is politics for the sake of partisan gain and delay for the sake of delay. While they claim a lengthy delay of this bill is necessary for a proper debate to allow them to do their job, their actions prove otherwise. First, content isn't and was never important to them. For instance, the NDP, weeks before seeing the budget, proudly and publicly said they would defeat it. Reading from a news story dated December 13, 2008, approximately 6 weeks before the budget was tabled, regardless, and I quote, regardless of what stimulus package appears in the January budget, the NDP finance critic, the member for Outremont, says the NDP will be looking to topple the Tory government. Second, understanding the issues isn't and was never important to them either. For instance, Mr. Speaker, we held a briefing for all members of Parliament and senators shortly after introducing Bill C-10. This 4-hour briefing was an opportunity for all parliamentarians to ask factual and substantive questions. We had over 36 members of the public service at that meeting to provide answers. And Mr. Speaker, there was not an NDP or a Bloc in that audience. Mr. Speaker, this allowed them questions that would have allowed a better understanding of the bill, but that would have allowed for more informed discussion in Parliament. Unfortunately, as I say, no NDP or Bloc MPs and only a few senators bothered to attend this briefing. Does that sound like a group genuinely interested in the content of the bill? Does that sound like a group really all that are interested in doing their job? No, it clearly doesn't. So I ask and I plead with the NDP and the Bloc, as well as those senators, stop the charade. C-10 has been before Parliament for roughly a month. We know it will pass. We cannot wait another month. Stop the roadblocks, stop the delay, and let C-10 pass before Parliament rises for the next constituency week in mid-March. To our senators, acknowledge the reality of the situation. Sit night and day, round the clock if needed. Make it happen. Why do we need to make it happen? How will C-10, legislating vital parts of Canada's economic action plan, help those hardest hit by the current recession? How will it help create and maintain jobs? Let me provide, Mr. Speaker, a quick overview of what's being legislated in C-10 and why they merit quick passage. To begin, numerous measures outlined in Budget 2009 to lower the tax burden for Canadians are included in this bill. This tax relief will leave more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, while also taking 265,000 low-income Canadians completely off the tax rolls. These tax measures include, but are not limited to, personal tax relief by raising the age credit amount by $1,000 to help seniors, by increasing the amount that can be withdrawn under home buyers' plan to $25,000, by increasing the basic personal amount that all Canadians can earn before paying income tax, and the 2 lowest personal income tax brackets. This package also includes business tax relief, such as extending the mineral exploration tax credit and raising the threshold for businesses to qualify for the reduced 11% small business tax rate to $500,000. I note that a wide range of public interest groups heralded this collection of tax changes. The Retail Council of Canada, for instance, called them positive steps to rebuilding consumer confidence. These tax changes will put money back in the pockets of Canadians, boosting confidence and encouraging spending, which is critical to the retail sector and Canada's overall economic recovery. This legislation also seeks to help struggling Canadians who are suffering lost employment as a result of this global recession. C-10 will provide an extra 5 weeks of employment insurance benefits and increase the maximum duration of benefits to 50 weeks from 45 weeks for the unemployed. As BC Finance Minister Colin Hanson remarked, and I quote, "The extension of EI benefits are going to be very important. Certainly, as I've traveled around British Columbia, I've talked to many laid-off forest workers who were getting anxious about when their EI benefits might run out, and so the extension will help them," end quote. But as I am sure all members have been made aware by the numerous letters and calls they have received from worried constituents, these increased EI benefits cannot come into effect until Parliament allows this bill to pass. Bill C-10 also brings forward measures to improve access to credit for businesses. As we have heard extensively in recent months, access to credit has been severely restricted during the current economic downturn. That is negatively impacting businesses and their ability to grow, and often even retain existing employees. Our economic action plan sought to help address the situation through our extraordinary financing framework. Many of the measures from that framework are legislated in Bill C-10. For instance, it allows EDC and BDC to extend additional financing to Canadian businesses. It also increases the maximum amount for loans made by Canada's Small Business Financing Program. As the Forest Products Association of Canada noted, and I quote, "Access to credit is the #1 issue for our industry. We are very encouraged by the budget measures aimed at ensuring access to credit for Canadian businesses, particularly the expansion of the powers and the financing authorities of EDC. This bill also authorizes nearly $6 billion for needed long-term investments in infrastructure, community adjustment, housing, and electronic health records. Investments that will not only lead to new jobs in the short term, but will also help strengthen Canada's ability to succeed when competing in the global economy. This includes $4 billion in investments to pave roads, renew our university and colleges, fix wastewater systems, and repair our bridges. As the Caledon Institute of Social Policy observed, and I quote, "The call for infrastructure spending clearly was heard in Budget 2009. The substantial funding for infrastructure was welcome from the perspective of short-term employment and long-term investment in the quality of life in communities," end quote. This also includes $500 million to help implement electronic health record systems across the country through Canada Health Infoway. Not only will this investment help create thousands of sustainable jobs throughout Canada's health and information technology industries, it will reduce errors, dramatically improve patient safety, and produce cost savings. It has the potential to save countless lives. As the Association of Canadian Academic Healthcare Organizations stated, this investment will have a powerful and transformative impact on the health system. This constitutes only a few highlights of the many urgent measures included in Bill C-10. Mr. Speaker, time precludes me from delving further into initiatives to help the move towards a Canadian securities regulator with willing provinces and territories. Initiatives to encourage new investments and the jobs they will produce through modernizing the Investment Canada Act. Initiatives to protect consumers from anti-competitive and unscrupulous business practices by adding new provisions to the Competition Act, and much more. Before moving on, though, let me pass along to this House a sample of the strong support we heard during Finance Committee's consideration of C-10 for the Competition Act changes. As Actions Consommateurs and the Public Interest Advocacy Centre noted in a joint presentation, and I quote, "The proposed amendments are quite comprehensive. They have certainly been the subject of considerable past discussion among stakeholders and represent a fairly balanced take on necessary refinements to the Act. This package of amendments places appropriate emphasis on the importance of deterring anti-competitive conduct, particularly in the current difficult financial environment that all Canadians are experiencing," end quote. We all know what's in C-10. We have had a month to read, review, and discuss it. More than enough time. And for those in need of urgent assistance, perhaps too much time. On balance, a fair-minded individual would have to argue that it is the right plan for Canada's renewed prosperity, that this is the right plan to ensure Canada exit this current global economic downturn the same way it has entered it, the strongest. So let's get Canada's economic action plan working. Let's help those hardest hit by the current recession. Let's create jobs today by making investments now that will help create the jobs of tomorrow. Let's pass C-10 without delay In the words of Global Insight economist Dale Orr, and I quote, "The budget overall was a pretty reasonable compromise. The best thing to do is pass it and get on with it and get things moving as quickly as possible." Mr. Speaker, I ask the NDP, the Bloc, and those senators to heed that advice. Don't delay, act, and let's make it happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, the parliamentary secretary and many of the people in his own party are refining the process of insinuating things that are not true. Insinuating things that are not true. We saw an example of that during question period when the finance minister was boasting about $1 can't be spent until we pass this. You've got to pass it, etc. Well, that's true, but the full truth is that it's illegal for any dollar to be spent until April 1st. Then the member says, we had the broadest consultation, the widest ever. Well, that's not true because the Finance Committee didn't do its cross-Canada, didn't do all those things. It's just not true, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, if they're boasting about how good they consult, where the hell was the consultation on the November economic statement? Why is it that between November the 8th and January 27th, there was this miraculous thing, Mr. Speaker, that there was a global financial crisis that occurred after the November 8th? I mean, this is so ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask the member, will he confirm to the House that on the passage at all stages, including the other place and royal assent of this bill, what is the earliest date on which $1 can flow?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of less than truths in that statement that honourable member made, and Mr. Speaker, I take a little bit of exception. If I'm not telling the truth, then is he insinuating that I'm lying? And I'm sure that he wouldn't insinuate that in this House of any honourable member. In fact, I would bluntly and blatantly argue the pre-budget consultation process that took place, especially in the shortest time frame, I'm quite sure in history, but probably in history, was the broadest that has ever happened. The Finance Committee did not travel, but there was meetings held here. There was people invited to Ottawa. There was people invited to many cities across this country. The broadest online consultation that has ever happened. We had an incredible amount of submissions that actually put forward ideas. But, Mr. Speaker, speaking of ideas, we did not receive one idea from the Liberal Party of Canada. We did from some of their members, but unfortunately some of their members didn't get the message through their neighbors.
Order.
Nobody believes you.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, equalization payments. There's still time for questions and comments. Questions and commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Honourable Member opposite answer the question put to him by the Liberal member, saying that there was consultation that was held by the Finance Committee during the month of December and January, the months of December and January. But then the House was prorogued. And consequently, in December, the committee wasn't really operating. So what type of consultation is the Conservative member talking about? Maybe the Parliament wasn't able to consult and act in that way. I want also to ask this question. He refers to the setting up of a single regulator, a common regulator. He seems to be proud, and the government seems to want to act quickly on that with respect to the $50 million. given the fact that there is strong opposition to this in Quebec, particularly with respect to the constitutionality of that measure, we know that the provinces have jurisdiction in that area. What would he be able to tell the House, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance?
And by all means, we will recognize Quebec's jurisdiction, the jurisdiction of all provinces, in implementing a voluntary, and I emphasize voluntary, common securities regulator. Mr. Speaker, this is an interesting question considering the witnesses that we had appear at Finance Committee this morning that actually reminded us that we are the only industrialized country that doesn't have a common securities regulator. And we had a long discussion about those people that were impacted through non-bank asset-backed commercial paper. And we're not certain that a common securities regulator would have prevented that frozen asset problem, but could have. And, Mr. Speaker, we owe it to Canadians to put in place what could help protect savings of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, that's more important to us than anything we can do. We're in a financial situation where seniors and investors are coming to us and saying, how can we protect what we have left? And a common securities regulator is the right thing to do. Most provinces are on board. The others have the option to come on board.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Vancouver Kingsway, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I notice that this member has difficulty rising in this House to speak to any issue without engaging in gratuitous insults and slurs. And may I remind him that invective is the lowest form of argument. He raises the question of facts in his speech. I'm going to talk about some facts with him. Fact is that in November, his own government claimed that Canada was not in a recession, and in fact, we would be running budgetary surpluses in this year and next year. Another fact, this government is led by someone who claims to be an economist who either in November did not see a recession coming, in which case I question his competence, or did see a recession coming, in which case I question his honesty with this House. This member says that we didn't send in any suggestions to this government. Our party sent in dozens and dozens of suggestions to this government. I personally sent in 15 suggestions about stimulus infrastructure spending for my own riding. And this government persists in saying that the opposition has not been helpful in this regard. That's just simply not true. Mr. Speaker, my question to this member, in the United States, the federal government, Obama administration, is putting every infrastructure project and federal dollar on the internet so citizens of that country can see where their government is spending their money. And I would ask this member if they would do the same.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me be very clear, because once again I've been accused of lying in this House, and I find that absolutely repugnant. Besides the fact, I have slurred no one in here, Mr. Speaker, and you very well know that. But for this honourable member to stand up and tell me I'm lying when, in fact, his leadership did not provide one, and good for you, through you, Mr. Speaker, good for him, if he provided some suggestions to his leadership of the NDP party, because they did not give one to us. And that is the truth. I sat with the finance minister when the NDP critic berated the finance minister, but refused, Mr. Speaker, to offer one suggestion. Shameful. The same thing from the Liberal Party. At least the Bloc had the decency to put forward some written suggestions. The NDP party, the leadership in that party, put forward absolutely nothing. And then they have the audacity to stall this process.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from McLeod, Alberta, for his dedication and hard work getting this budget through, and the Economic Action Plan and Bill C-10. I know that he sacrificed through Christmas and New Year's from his family, and And on behalf of my constituents, I'd like to thank you and for our country for this economic action plan. And what we've seen now is that through consultation, as was mentioned throughout coast to coast to coast, I had an opportunity in my own writing. It was hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. It was people of all ages, cross-section, good input, and I appreciate that. We waiting for the EI for work share, the extension of the EI benefits. My question to my honourable colleague, as you mentioned, Minister of Finance Colin Hanson was in my riding and talked about the budget. Now we've heard from the NDP and we heard this afternoon how they delayed. What are your comments as far as what they've done in the past, bringing this coalition and talking about wanting to bring forward finances for our community and our country that are in a real economic deficit, and then the actions don't respond to their words?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has only about 10 or 15 seconds to respond.
Well, I will make it very short then, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from the Okanagan, a beautiful part of this country, and I envy where he lives, and thank him for all of his support. I would like to suggest that, in answer to the first question, that in actuality, when we talk about dollars going out, the important thing is the fact that the 5-week extension to EI will be delivered to people, will be available to people the moment the budget passes this House.
Hearing debate. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise for the last time to speak on Bill C-10. As I have said before, the Liberal Party will vote in favor of this bill, despite the many significant weaknesses that are contained in it. We will support it for one simple reason, because the economy is in crisis. Despite its weaknesses in a variety of areas, we have indicated that our number one priority, that is for the Canadian economy, is to support the economy in crisis, and that is why we have decided to vote in favor of it. We have not changed our mind.
I think that we have had enough time debating this bill, and it is not my intention to repeat all of the shortcomings in this legislation, all the bad things that it contains, or all the good things that should be in the bill. I do not want to repeat myself, as I said. And so what I would like to do is talk about two issues. First of all, the fact that the government is on probation, and second, the question of these blank checks for billions of dollars.
Both the fact that the government is on probation and is subject to a number of reports, and the matter of the $3 billion fund, both go to the heart of the question of accountability. And especially since this Prime Minister rode to office under a banner of accountability, I think that the government ought to pay attention both to a serious approach to its quarterly reports and to resolving in a satisfactory way this matter of the $3 billion so-called slush fund. On the question of probation, the Liberal Party is voting for the budget, but the Liberal Party, as you know, has put forward a detailed amendment that requires the government to make regular reports. And I would like to indicate in the next few minutes how we propose that the government do this in a way that is accountable and transparent. There are 4 items in our amendment which was accepted by the government. First of all, point A, the government is to provide ongoing economic and fiscal updates. And I think, Mr. Speaker, since the time of the budget, with the terrible economic news that we have had, it should be abundant to all in this chamber that we have a need for fiscal and economic updates. We've had a terrific or a terrible drop in GDP of 3.4% in the last quarter of 2008, the worst since 1991. We've had big job losses. We've had record bankruptcies in the personal sector. We've had big drops in housing starts. And so for all those reasons, point A, which requires ongoing economic and fiscal updates, will be clearly necessary for the reports which the government has undertaken to provide to this House. Second point is point B, to detail the actual implementation of the budget. That is to say, is the money actually flowing the way that the government has said it will flow? Is it flowing fast enough? Are there delays? And I would emphasize the infrastructure funding, which has been talked about frequently, but also the funding from the Business Development Bank of Canada and EDC. The government has committed some $8 billion in small business lending. We know that credit is at the core of our problems, and we had a very unsatisfactory meeting in the Finance Committee this morning with the president of BDC, who was entirely unable or unwilling to give us any idea of the speed with which these billions of dollars in credit would get out the door. Because just as infrastructure funding is of no value if it sits under a mattress in Ottawa, neither is credit to small business of any value if it stays in the vault of a bank rather than getting out the door to the business customers who are desperately in need of credit. So to detail the actual implementation of the budget is point number B, and in this regard, the Parliamentary Budget Officer will be playing an important role. He has provided what I thought was a good report as to how he plans to proceed to help parliamentarians to provide these economic and fiscal updates, to detail the implementation of the budget. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party certainly expects the government to cooperate fully with the requests of the Parliamentary Budget Officer for information in order to permit him to do his job for Parliament, which is to provide these economic and fiscal updates, as well as to detail the implementation of the budget. The third item is that we expect the government, indeed the government has agreed, to itemize the actual effects of the budget with respect to the 5 criteria which our leader has set out. That is to say, to protect the vulnerable, to protect the jobs of today, to protect the jobs of tomorrow, to ensure regional fairness, and to avoid permanent deficits. And in each of these categories, we expect the government, as it has committed to do, to set out the ways in which its actions and its future actions will impact Canadians in these 5 areas. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the point D is to provide details on any adjustments or new measures as may be required to benefit the Canadian economy. And as our party has said a number of times, as the Finance Minister has said, if the situation becomes distinctly worse, then it may be necessary for the government to take further action. This would seem to be a matter of common sense in a crisis the likes of which none of us have seen in our lifetimes. Nobody knows where the bottom is. It is impossible to say whether or not further government action will be needed, but if one bases one's assessment on recent events, one certainly cannot rule that out. The only one that seems to be out of step on this is the Prime Minister himself, who has spoken ambiguously on CNN yesterday and in previous times, where it becomes apparent that he doesn't really believe in fiscal stimulus in the first place, which was clearly reflected in his MA thesis. And so I am not sure that he, unlike his finance minister, unlike the Liberal Party, subscribes to the notion that even if the Canadian economy gets substantially worse, then he will or will not be willing to provide additional support. That's a question for the Prime Minister. But in the amendment to which the government agreed that it would provide details on new adjustments or new measures that may be required. So this is what we mean, Mr. Speaker, by the role of a government on probation. They have agreed to it, and we will hold them to account for cooperating fully and in a transparent manner on all of these 4 points of the amendment which was accepted by this Parliament. And I turn finally, Mr. Speaker, to my second and final subject, Madam Speaker, which is the matter of this $3 billion so-called blank check, we tend to call it, slush fund, others call it, but it's a $3 billion fund which the Treasury Board seeks to appropriate and to spend in some fashion as it sees fit. And if there's any doubt in the mind of anybody in this House as to the position of the Liberal Party, I'll just read you a headline from a Canadian Press story that came out about 1 hour ago, where the headline is, Liberal leader won't bend on $3 billion slush fund despite election threat. That's a verbatim statement of the headline, except that it uses his name, which I cannot say here, rather than Liberal leader. But he has said, and the headline is, and he has said it clearly, that our party will not bend on this $3 billion slush fund despite election threat. And let me just make it very clear what is involved here. This has nothing to do with the vote on the budget, and there's been some confusion on this issue. It's entirely a matter of the vote on the estimates, and that vote will not take place for 2 to 3 weeks, which means that there is plenty of time to make some adjustments to what the government is proposing in order to restore at least a modicum of accountability to the government's proposal, which so far is entirely lacking in accountability. So it is possible, Mr. Speaker, to walk and chew gum at the same time. That is to say, we can get the money out the door with zero delay, with zero impact on the speed with which that money is out there to support the Canadian economy. And at the same time, we can make some changes to what the government is proposing so that they are not presented with a blank check that is absolutely and utterly blank. Because the problem, Madam Speaker, is that we have heard from Treasury Board officials that contrary to statements by the Treasury Board President that this $3 billion would be limited to expenditures on budget measures, the Treasury Board officials have told us in writing that in fact the $3 billion could be spent on anything under the sun, including measures that they haven't even thought of yet. Now, especially for a government and a prime minister that tells us ad nauseam about accountability and how much they subscribe to that, surely it is unacceptable to provide a totally unrestricted rules for a government to spend taxpayers' hard-earned money with no accountability to Parliament, with no scrutiny, with no barriers around the areas in which they are able to spend. So that is why, for the Liberal Party, it is a non-negotiable issue to come to some agreement on this, which will maybe not establish maximum accountability, but at least a modicum of accountability, where, as matters stand today, none exists. And so, Madam Speaker, we have come almost to the end of our debate on this bill. I think all of us must be seized with the gravity of the situation facing our economy. All of us must be seized with the importance of providing support to the economy, and that is why we, notwithstanding all the errors of omission and the errors of commission contained in this budget, will nevertheless support it on third reading. But we are not giving a blank check to the government in two respects. First of all, we are not giving them a blank check because we have put them on probation. We are requiring these reports, and we are demanding that the government behave in a transparent and cooperative way in providing the required information on these reports. And secondly, we are demanding that they display at least an element of accountability, a substantial element of accountability, in terms of the management of this $3 billion fund. So in concluding, Madam Speaker, I would simply move that the question be now put.
McCallum, seconded by Mr. Zavo, moved that this question be now put. Questions and comments? Okay.
The honourable member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. After listening to my colleague from the Liberal Party, who spoke on Bill C-10, which is the budget implementation bill at third reading, he brought out two major points. The second was the $3 billion that the government wants to give itself, and he said he was not prepared to give a blank check. He talked about accountability. He said there wouldn't be maximum accountability, but a minimum level of accountability. So I would like to know how he intends to show the government that it has to be minimally accountable, and what does that mean? The honourable member for Markham-Ville. That wasn't what I said, Madam Speaker. I said that we would require a significant amount, not a minimum amount, which would suggest that it isn't a very big issue. The House leader is in discussions with his counterpart to look at the options, and it is rather technical, but I think that there are ways to limit the government's leeway in what it can spend this money on. Perhaps there are other ways that we can arrive at a solution. I believe that there is not yet a solution that has been found that is acceptable to both parties, but I'm relatively optimistic that we will be able to get to an understanding, and when we have an agreement, and I expect or I hope that we will arrive at an agreement, then that would be preferable. There are ongoing negotiations, so I don't have a specific answer to his question. Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
New Westminster,
Burnaby, New Westminster. Je m'excuse.
So let me get this straight, Madam Speaker. After the Liberals bent over backwards on pay equity, they sold out women of Canada on pay equity. After they sold out and bent over backwards on employment insurance, supposedly they believed that, as the NDP does, that essentially when you have half the workers not being able to access employment insurance, that is a fundamental crime. And they said they believed that, but again, bent over backwards. After they bent over backwards on equalization in Newfoundland and Labrador, in Nova Scotia, and Quebec, after they bent over backwards on virtually everything, now we're being told, Madam Speaker, that this time the line in the sand that they're drawing is a very real line. And I just don't buy it, Madam Speaker, because what we saw today for the 60th consecutive time was over two parliaments now, with Liberals propping up the Harper agenda, propping up the Conservative government.
I would remind the honourable member that members of Parliament are not allowed to use the name of a sitting member.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually referring to an agenda, and kind of like Harper's Magazine and Harper's Index, it describes something that is a reality, not referencing anybody particularly in this House, Madam Speaker. But what we have is systematic bending over backwards on everything by the Liberals, the Conservative agenda. And we even saw the principle of the slush fund in the former sponsorship scandal. It was a Liberal ingenuity, almost criminal ingenuity, that brought the sponsorship scandal to bear. And we saw with the softwood sellout that Liberals supported through every single stage that the Bush softwood slush fund was supported by the Liberals. So the simple question is, how could we possibly believe the Liberals this time?
The honourable member from Markham Union.
Well, Madam Speaker, Liberals don't take any lessons from the NDP, either on economics or on morality. On economics, they don't understand it and they never will. On morality, they may accuse us of propping up this government, but everybody knows it's the NDP that created this government, because as a consequence of NDP action, this government came into being. Had it not been for those actions, Canadians would have childcare, Canadians would have Kelowna, Canadians would have pay equity, and it is the NDP and not the Liberals which are responsible for that. And so we take no lessons from the NDP, either on the subjects that the honourable member raised, and not at all on anything to do with economics.
Before allowing another speaker to rise on questions, I would like to remind the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, that he is not allowed to say indirectly what he can't say directly in the House. I recognize the member from Mississauga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during question period, the finance critic for the official opposition posed a question to the finance minister, the gist of which was following the finance minister's statement that admonishing the House that we've got to pass this because until we pass this, not $1 can flow. The finance critic posed the question about and reminded him that no money under this Budget Implementation Act actually can flow until April the 1st. And that, in fact, is not legal. Now, interesting enough, I asked the same question of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance in commencing this debate, and asked him the blunt and straightforward question, when can the first dollar of these monies under the Budget Implementation Act flow? Can he confirm to the House what that date is? And he didn't answer the question. So it says to me, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives will not answer straight questions because they know they have been implying and insinuating that everything is everybody else's fault, that it's a global financial crisis, has nothing to do with us, that it's synchronized somehow. Yeah, this is jingoism. It's not true. And I wonder if the member would care to comment on the accountability and the transparency that they show even in simple questions.
Markham Union.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for his good question, as I believe he knows in part the answer to his question, which is that the money from the budget can legally flow as of April 1st of this year. When it will actually flow is a totally different matter, and if we were to make that assessment based on the government's past record in flowing infrastructure funding, and based on what we heard in committee this morning about the business BDC's lack of concrete plans, I think we will be left to wonder whether this money will ever flow or whether it will take many, many months before any significant quantity of money does flow. So I think, in a sense, the practical question is more important than the legal question, and this monitoring function will be central for us in determining what the answer to that question is. And the member refers to accountability, and I guess just to repeat my speech, refer to the double elements of accountability that will be important to us going forward. First, to have the government accountable as a government under probation according to the four sets of criteria set out in the motion. And second, that the government must also be accountable in accepting substantive and significant changes in the management of the $3 billion fund.
Time for a brief comment. The honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, this budget, New Democrats believe passionately in pay equity. This budget trashes pay equity. New Democrats believe in respecting our public civil servants and the sanctity of negotiated contracts. This budget rolls back negotiated collective agreements, including rolling back pay to RCMP officers. New Democrats believe in childcare spaces. This budget doesn't create one childcare space. New Democrats believe in a national housing plan, something that the Liberal Party promised to restore in 1993 and failed to deliver despite being in government for 13 straight years. I'd like to ask the honourable member what he says to the children, the women, affordable housing advocates, and the civil servants of this country in terms of his supporting of this bill.
I'd like to give the honourable member from Markham Unionville the opportunity to answer.
Well, thank you,
35
Madam
seconds.
Speaker. The NDP can always be counted on to speak with sanctimony. The NDP never has to exercise responsibility. And that is the fundamental problem. I have said many times, this budget is far from perfect. It is reprehensible in many ways, but the NDP never considers the fundamental point that this is an economy in crisis. This is an economy where jobless rates are soaring. This is an economy where in my office I receive requests from...
Order. 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 Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. From the outset, Madam Speaker, on this bill that we are currently considering, C10, I will say to you that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against it for several reasons. During the debate at second reading, we proposed amendments that were all defeated. We know that the Budget Act and the Budget Implementation Act will create inequities for Quebec, run counter to Quebec, and those measures have been highly criticized in Quebec, especially in the National Assembly. There was even a unanimous resolution produced by the National Assembly, supported by the four parties present at the National Assembly. And these aspects are so important. They're crucial for Quebec. And they held an extraordinary session at the National Assembly and then came out with their unanimous resolution. Especially with regard to the $150 million that's been earmarked for setting up a national securities regulator. And Quebec has always been opposed to that idea and will continue to oppose it. So as a result, the Bloc Québécois will continue to work hard to defend our position because, first and foremost, this area of jurisdiction is clearly Quebec's area of jurisdiction. The government has been attempting to create this institution since 2006, but it's very clear with respect to the constitutional nature of the bill and with respect to its effectiveness, we're opposed to it. Moreover, this morning at the Finance Committee, our Liberal colleague mentioned this, in fact. We heard from specialists and experts from the Department of Finance, and they said that even with the existence of a national Securities Commission in the United States, the Commission was not able to deal with the devastating effects of the mortgage crisis in the United States. And this came directly from the experts from the Ministry of Finance. So even a single securities regulator in the United States wasn't capable of dealing with the issue and the crisis that arose. So what is the Conservative government's real intent here? It wants to put in place a National Securities Commission, and in doing so, it is running counter to a system that's in place that currently works well. There are 13 regulators with respective areas of jurisdiction in their provinces, in the 10 provinces and territories of Canada. There's a passport system that allows for communication between the regulators, and it's possible in fact, I would point out that the IMF has identified this system as being effective for Canada and Quebec. So how can the government say that it absolutely wants to make a decision that runs counter to what Quebec wants. The Autorité des marchés financiers in Quebec is really the only thing that is left that will protect the issue of securities. It's the only protective measure for the stock exchange in Montreal to protect it and to protect its areas of jurisdiction. Now, there's an attempt here to deprive Quebec of this instrument that's so important for its development and to concentrate all of these efforts in Toronto, where, quite paradoxically, is the only province that opted to not participate in the passport program because it said that it disagreed with the passport system and that if there were a single national securities regulator, it would inherit it. So we're opposed to that situation. Now, Madam Speaker, there's another aspect that's important. We moved an amendment on this measure with respect to unilateral action taken by the Conservative government in the area of equalization. Quebec will be deprived of the increase that was set aside for them. Quebec will be deprived of $991 million, and this figure was confirmed by the Department of Finance officials. So for 2009, 2010, Quebec will be deprived of that. And that will prevent Quebec from putting in place programs, improving services for education or health, in transportation, and as a result, once again, the people of Quebec will simply face this situation. Agreements were already in place. It's an offloading, if you will, and Quebec will be bearing the brunt of it. And we fully disagree, Madam Speaker, with this decision. Now, earlier I mentioned the resolution adopted in January 2009 by the National Assembly that calls on the Conservative government to change its position in that area because it's completely unacceptable. In 2007, in March 2007, the current Prime Minister wrote to the Premier of Quebec to state that from then on, equalization payments and transfers would be predictable and would enable Quebec to prepare itself better, to know ahead of time what funding it would be receiving under equalization. But all of a sudden in November, without advising anyone, the government put an end to that program, or to that agreement rather, and has cut equalization to Quebec without taking into account the years to come. Now there's another major problem in this bill. It is the preferential treatment for Hydro One in Ontario with respect to the its activities. Now we know that Hydro One transmits and manages lines. Quebec does the same thing, except that in Quebec, Hydro-Quebec also generates activities which involve the generation of electricity. But 2/3 of revenues for Hydro-Quebec come from this transmission, the transmission of electricity, and the government is not applying the same measures. The government could have applied the same measure for the 2/3, but in doing so, it will deprive Quebec of $250 million. They should use the same formula that's being used for Ontario. So once again, Madam Speaker, this is completely unacceptable. Now, once again, an area where our amendments were rejected. They were defeated this afternoon with respect to pay equity. In this budget implementation bill, the rights to pay equity are being violated. The rights enabling a woman to obtain equal pay for work of equal value. in this bill, or in fact, this bill creates a right that's negotiable, and that is unacceptable. We've heard representatives of the government, the Conservative government, saying that they had modeled this change on something that exists in Quebec, but that is untrue because we have a very proactive legislation on pay equity in Quebec, and it examines problems women face, etc. But what we're seeing here is a setback, a major setback for all women who work in the public service, and to whom we're saying, well, look, now this right is negotiable. We'll see if we can adopt it. And the Conservative members are saying that it's similar to the Quebec Act, and that is completely false. And so we completely disagree with those statements. Now, there's also a cap on salary increases for federal public servants. Agreements had been signed with several unions, and with this bill, once again, this bill represents a setback for those people who are being raked over the coals in public by a government who claims to work on behalf of all Canadians and Quebecers, but a government that refuses to acknowledge a fairly negotiated agreement. They just, with the stroke of a pen, struck it out. And that, too, is completely unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Now, another major aspect, and I'd like to signal that I'm only addressing the major aspects. We're not going into the detail of all of the other problems, the major irritants in the bill. I'm speaking just to the major aspects. There is the provision dealing with the navigable waterways under C10. Extraordinary powers are being given to the minister. Without any consultation, the minister will be in a position to define a waterway, a navigable waterway, a structure that can be exempt from an environmental assessment. And this is, in fact, too much power for the minister without consultation, without the environmental assessments. These powers given to a minister who could say, well, we need to move quickly to spend the infrastructure money, so let's do it. Now, Madam Speaker, generations following us will criticize us and will criticize the Conservative government and the Liberals who are supporting them and say it makes no sense. What you adopted in that bill makes no sense whatsoever. You gave powers to a minister that will enable that minister to sidestep environmental assessments that are so important. And given the speed at which they want to proceed, there might well be projects that will damage the environment. And so we are opposed to that as well, Madam Speaker. Now, in the debate on the budget, we talked about inequities, and I'd like to remind you of that. An inequity for the forestry sector. There was nothing in this bill to remedy the situation. The budget contains $170 million for the forestry industry Canada-wide, whereas $2.7 million was earmarked for guaranteed loans to the automobile industry, which is primarily located in Ontario. So we have the crumbs left over for the forestry sector that has been facing a crisis for 5 years. Money is being given to the automobile industry, but it's as if we were saying to the forestry industry, well, your industry is not important. In Quebec, there are some 140 municipalities that are sole industry communities that live off the forestry sector, and the Conservative government simply doesn't care about these communities. People will be losing their jobs, companies will be closing down, and nothing is being done for these people. There are no guaranteed loans for these people or these communities to help them survive. But there's no willingness to help them. Now, one final element, Madam Speaker, I would like to talk about employment insurance. Now, the government has said we've improved the employment insurance system by adding 5 weeks, increasing the number of weeks from 45 to 50. But there are very few unemployed people who will benefit from that, because the time when they really need assistance is when they lose their job. So that's why it's important to eliminate that 2-week waiting period. And during the election and during the holiday season, we saw this, the importance of this, because there are many temporary industries, people working in seasonal industries, and they say when we don't get anything during that 2-week waiting period, that 2-week period hits us really hard, because it's something that comes back from year to year, and they can never recover that amount. So when the Conservative government says that we need to rapidly inject funding, well, I'd point out that we prepared a very specific plan. We presented it to them prior to the economic statement in November, and it will stimulate economic development, because people will have money in their pockets to spend it. Whereas what we're doing here is impoverishing people. And for these people, they face unemployment often. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to reiterate that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this bill, against Bill C-10. And I will conclude by saying that I would be pleased to take any questions members may have for me. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to the speech by the member for Saint-Maurice, and I listened with a great deal of interest, because he, like us, is opposed to Bill C-10. But we've seen, in fact, the Liberal Party, or we saw the Liberal Party rather, make a speech stating that it was opposed to this bill, but they're voting for it. So for the 60th consecutive time, they voted in favor of such measures. So I'd like to hear how the member perceives this action taken by the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party says that it's opposed to the measures contained in the budget and in C-10, but is still voting for it. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. Of course, we've seen a number of contradictions from the Liberal Party over the past year and a half. We see that they're supporting the Conservative government, oftentimes on false pretexts. And once again, we were shocked. We have been shocked on several occasions during speeches, during question period, to hear them say that such and such a thing doesn't make sense, measures should have been put in the budget, but at the same time we're going to vote in favor of it. It's as if we were saying there are some very important measures, but in fact they're not all that important, or it's not all that important to protect women's rights to pay equity. For the Liberals, it's not all that important, because they're just going to let these measures pass this time. So for the Liberals, it's just not all that important that Quebec unanimously demanded changes to the equalization to be restored. They are opposed to the setting up of a national securities regulator. But this isn't important for the Liberals either, because they're going to be voting with the Conservative government, and they're going to be imposing these measures that Quebec is not satisfied with on Quebec.
So I can tell my colleague that, unfortunately, we have heard the same things, and we have seen the same inconsistency on the part of the Liberal Party. Questions and comments?
From Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the honourable member on the other side from the Bloc Québécois, and all the problems with, as he determined, with the economic action plan that we have presented as our government. And I find it really strange and hard to imagine that a member who would, the budget would be providing many, many billions of dollars to his province in various aspects, in either in economic structure development and also, of course, in equalization. So my question to that member is, why would he keep blocking the passage of our Bill C-10?
The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've often said that the measures in the budget are missing the mark. The Conservatives' measures to stimulate the economy are not on the mark. Indeed, they have admitted that they admitted that we were the only opposition party that submitted a plan to them and that was a plan with credibility. We feel that the measures that we submitted would allow the unemployed, older workers, the elderly acquire monies that they needed. And in fact, our measures would not have seen what has been done in the budget, where nothing is being earmarked for forestry or for manufacturing. Everything's going to the automobile sector in Ontario. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague, the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain, the following question. He talked about Bill C-10, Part 7. I find that part particularly interesting. If the committee were to study that part, it seems to me that, or when it did study that part, there were 28 witnesses that were invited. But yet, we see that there are problems with respect to 1992 into following years. There is nothing that corresponds to what needs to be done for the majority of the waterways and lakes in Quebec. I'm very surprised that the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain would not support this bill, which I believe is quite inadequate for Quebec. Would he not agree that the waterways and rivers, secondary ones, are not included in this bill, and yet they merit that inclusion? I would like to hear his opinion. The member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is referring to the part where navigable waters are dealt with. I believe, Madam Speaker, what's very important in this is that a single person, an individual, the minister, is being given powers that did not exist before, and certainly would not have if this bill were studied if this matter were part of a separate bill. There are all kinds of elements which almost run counter to their own philosophy here, the way that the Liberals see things. But measures, knowing that the government has taken this opportunity to put into a bill, this type of omnibus bill, matters referring to navigable waters, matters referring to the environmental process. But it is the minister who's going to be able to decide what structures will be set up with respect to the environment. That is unacceptable. Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The honourable member for Outremont. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, too, am very pleased to rise to speak on this very important bill. which illustrates the profound differences that divide the different sides of this House. I think that this sheds light on the challenges that our third minority government in a row has to face. If you look at the annals of Canadian political history, you see what is happening. You have the Paul Martin minority government and the two conservative minorities with the present Prime Minister. I say this by way of introduction because I wish to explain that clearly the government feels that it has found clever ways to accommodate the presence of other political forces in this House. Let us look at the differences in approach. When Paul Martin came in with his minority in the spring of 2005, he was dealing with a majority opposition, the Conservative, the Bloc, and the NDP parties were sufficient in number to defeat the minority government. Therefore, the minority government had to find an ally. In that budget, he was going to cut $4.3 billion from major corporations. That sum was to go into the coffers of the state. The NDP supported the budget conditional on a change, that those $4.3 billion would be taken and would be used otherwise in three areas. First of all, social housing. Secondly, mass transit. And third, post-secondary education. That illustrates clearly the fact that parties in a minority situation can work together if you have a government that is willing to accept its status as a minority. What a change we've seen with the Conservatives. The first was from January 2006 into September 2008. We have seen a different parliament. We have seen an argumentative parliament where invective reigns, constant invective, constant fighting with a minority government. Perhaps the Liberal government was so weak as to vote 43 times to support the government, and that led to his showing and saying that the Conservatives weren't very good, yet he supported them 43 times. The Conservatives decided, therefore, to call an election. First thing that we should notice is this. The election was called on the basis of what was their ethics package. If that appears pompous, bombastic, it is, but it is also an empty package. They said the government, it's not normal for the government to always call an election on when conditions are best, so we will bring in a fixed date election package. And that's when it will happen. It will happen in October 2010, the next election. But they did like all other governments beforehand. They brought in legislation into the House saying that it wasn't normal to leave the choice for an election call up to the government alone. Therefore, they set the fixed date election program, and yet it was disregarded. If you recall, in 2008, they swore to the public that they were competent enough to work with and ready to work with all the other parties in the House. They said that many times. They would work with them even though they were in a minority situation. It's true it was different. It was worse. Right in the middle of what they were announcing, what had already been demonstrated, that is the worst economic crisis since the 20s, the Conservatives made a budget statement which required the confidence of the House. And in that statement, their economic statement, they attacked three things. The first thing they attacked was the right of women to have an equal salary for equal pay for equal work, if you like. Secondly, they attacked union and social rights. And third, they attacked the funding of political parties, a system that was set up during the worst scandal in Canadian political history, where the Liberal Party stole millions of dollars of Canadian taxpayers' money for their own profit. That is what the government chose to do without proposing a budget that would save jobs, that would create new jobs. It was so serious, Madam Speaker, that the New Democratic Party, the Bloc, and the Liberal Party of Canada announced their intention to defeat the government. And that was where we saw that person, the Prime Minister, who appears to be so very tough, run and hide behind the apron strings of the Governor General. And here we saw something truly unique in the history of Canada. A few weeks after the general election, the Prime Minister was on the point of seeing his government defeated. He ran to Rideau Hall, hid out there, and obtained prorogation. So from November 27th, to the 27th of January, you had what? You have the budget. Well, what does this budget do? The budget attacks women on the basis of equal pay for equal work. It attacks the unions and social programs. But this time, instead of attacking directly the political funding of parties, they attacked the government by taking away the protection for that government that is provided by the Navigable Waters Act. I'm going to enumerate the things that are in the budget that shouldn't be there. But there were also things that should have been there that weren't. The first thing that was taken out between November 27th and January 27th, where the budgets are going, where rather the Liberals are going to support this budget. Well, the first thing you see is that they will be able to recover their money. You'll understand, Madam Speaker, the only thing that the Liberals are interested in is their money. It is the party that depends the most on public funding. In fact, they can't fund. They are incapable of raising funds themselves. And in fact, with the sponsorship scandal, they cannot raise money in Quebec. We've understood the model. In another C10, a previous C10, they were going to start censoring films. Those good conservatives could make us think we were back in the 1950s again, that they were going to start censoring films. Well, all this through a tax credit. You know, in Quebec, this doesn't fly. This is a right-leaning ideology. There was something else. There was an attack on our immigration system. Our immigration system that is founded on rights. That is, you have the right to become a citizen if you meet the criteria. And they've changed that. They say you can. You may if you meet the criteria. But it no longer is a right. It becomes discretionary. There is no equality of rights in a society, but it doesn't matter to them. I talk about institutions and the equality of rights. That doesn't seem to be reflected in the Conservatives' budget. I must also say, Madam Speaker, that it is above all the things that should have been in the budget and which aren't in the budget that are of great concern to me. Here I would like to make a friendly suggestion, a fraternal suggestion to my good friend, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, to either wash his ears out or have his memory tested. Because when I was with my colleague from Winnipeg, with the Minister of Finance and with that gentleman, not only was it explained to him what should be in the budget, because our approach was to stimulate the economy, but knowing them as well as I do and we do, it's been on the website for a long time. My leader went to meet with the Prime Minister and said, look, we have a series of measures. We communicated them. And in fact, it is my colleague who, on behalf of the caucus, transmitted line by line, item by item, those projects that were ready, that had been analyzed in the various areas of the country, the regions of the country. The Minister of Finance, I was gesticulating and he was writing. It seemed as if he was writing and taking notes, but maybe he was just pretending to do so. But today they rose in the House to say to my colleague that we hadn't suggested anything at all. My colleague gave a list, an itemized list. But our approach is very different. As the Bloc has said very clearly, there is a difference, a fundamental difference between our two political parties. And that is spilling over onto their type of thinking. From the outset, the wall-to-wall reduction of tax cuts for all of society cannot be a good thing for everyone, because if you don't make a profit, you can't have a tax cut if your business isn't in the block. And yet they should have targeted the manufacturing sector, the forestry sector. But unfortunately, those two sectors are principally in Quebec. They're found in Quebec, and they don't have a base there. They've spent billions of dollars on companies in the West. Their political base, oil and gas companies. Companies that don't need the money have been receiving money, and those companies that need the money most have not been receiving it. And here I'm talking about before the economic crisis actually hit. There was 350,000 jobs lost in the manufacturing sector, and 150,000 in Quebec and in British Columbia in the forestry sector. But that didn't affect them at all. That didn't change their mind. That's what we were talking about when we met with the Minister of Finance, and when I heard the Parliamentary Secretary say that, oh no, that wasn't good. Well, this is it. We do not agree with the decision that was wittingly taken by the Conservative government not to help the manufacturing and forestry sector. Therefore, by January 27th, they brought in their budget.
Since September, however, we also had the problems in October, November, December, and January, but they hadn't done anything up to this time. Then they introduced the budget. 1.9% of the GDP was going to be public investment. 2% was the level that was suggested by the G7 and the OECD. The 1.9% includes the $1 billion from reductions in public spending, and nothing has happened there. And something that is important to keep in mind is that the Conservatives who've been in government now for 3 years, and we're talking about the period before this point, increased program spending by 25% with no gave a great deal for big companies, but there are no results there. Did they eliminate the waiting period for employment insurance? Not at all. Did they help industries with the loan guarantees? No, they don't believe in that. The 1.9% GDP also includes purely fictional sums, and there are money there that belong to the municipalities that they are going to be spending. So in their books, they take money that belong to the municipalities that don't have access to that money, but it belongs to them, and it's in the federal books. All countries are doing everything they can to be able to just get by. The Conservatives are taking from this side and that side, but they are not investing in the economy, really. This is the aspect in the budget that is totally lacking. There's a third aspect as well. We talked about what was in the budget that shouldn't have been there. That is equal pay for work of equal value. There should have been real spending for infrastructure to make houses more more environmentally sound. If we were going to give our future generations a debt to deal with, at least they could have had good infrastructure. But the government is planning to destroy the environment by approving projects more quickly. The government is attacking women, attacking the environment, and attacking social programs. But last Thursday, we learned that using a vote technicality, the government is going to be able to get approval to spend as they like a slush fund of $3 billion. Once again, they are trying to clear their conscience by saying, well, this is something that we need to do. This is a bit like Chuck Guite. We need to realize what is happening here. The state is being asked to do the same thing as the Liberals asked bureaucrats to do in the ad scam. We have a parliamentary system that is based on ministerial responsibility. Since the sponsorship scandal, the rules have been changed to make explicit what was implicit before, and that is the responsibility of the Prime Minister. Although this bill was on accountability that was brought before the elected members here in the House, we see that they have acted in a very dangerous way. In another system of government, there would be a lot different rules. For example, in the United States, the President Obama, is putting in place a system to be able to track every dollar of government investment. Here, we do not have that. I made that suggestion last Thursday, and I believe that the minister was on TV with Tom Clark. 2 days later, CTV question period with Craig Oliver said, well, what about this idea? And the government thought it was perhaps a useful one. The government, instead of stimulating the government, is attacking fundamental rights like those of women and is setting up this slush fund of several $billion. So this is shameful, and we will stand up and vote against this budget. Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, much of the debate that we've had through the various stages of this budget implementation bill has meandered around the question of whether or not this budget, which is a flawed budget, should be passed. Madam Speaker, I think that all honourable members understand how serious everyone is about the principles which are being trampled upon by this budget. But, Madam Speaker, it would appear that when you consider that from a budget coming down at January 27th and how long it's going to take to get through the balance of third reading and then through the Senate, that it appears it's going to take till near the end of March before this budget of January 27th is going to, in fact, be in place, and the money will start flowing April 1st. It's basically 2 months. But the process was also contracted in terms of the budget consultations as well as in terms of even the debate, Madam Speaker, which means that if we were to defeat the budget, go to an election, see where it turns out, get the House back, start it all up, get another throne speech, get another budget put in, and then add about 2 to 3 months onto that, it would appear that we would be into October of 2009 before we'd be back at the same point we are right now, with a different budget, albeit, I hope. Now, Madam Speaker, some of the things that are being trampled upon, I'm pretty sure that the damage done by this will be reparable by subsequent actions of Parliament. What I'm not sure about, and I think I'm convinced of, is that the damage done if we don't get this stimulus out and help the people of Canada to either save their jobs or create new jobs will never be reparable if this House is defeated and we go into an election. I wonder if the member cares to comment on that assessment.
L'honorable député d'Outremont. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
An interesting experience to listen to Liberals trying to give themselves a clean conscience as they vote against women's rights, they vote against the environment, they vote against social and union rights, and try to give themselves a clean conscience by convincing themselves that somehow this is a stimulus package that's going to help the economy, whereas their person from Markham Uniondale, who's always been with me in committee, says the same thing, that a lot of this is a pure fiction. Of the 1.9% of GDP that's supposed to be in this budget, a lot of it is money that they're presuming is going to come from municipalities and provinces who don't have that money. So that's a fiction. A lot of it is supposed savings in government spending. The Conservatives are the worst public administrators in the history of Canada. Prior to this budget that has a large deficit, they had already increased public spending by the order of 25%, almost $40 billion a year, with nothing to show for it. This so-called stimulus package has almost nothing left in it, except for the $3 billion slush fund that they keep talking about now, and that has to be put through with the same urgency. They're using a very real political emergency and an economic emergency at this time in the country to try to take away the normal rules of control of public spending. That's exactly what the corrupt Liberals did with the sponsorship scandal. There was a very real national urgency with regard to national unity in the wake of the 1995 referendum. And what the Liberals did is they said, we have this unity problem. We're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars of public money. What they forgot to say is they were going to take away all the normal controls and they were going to fill their pockets with millions of those dollars. That's the sad legacy of the Liberal Party. And that's why no one who actually knows the Liberals is surprised to see them talking about women's rights and the environment and then voting against it. There was one of their members from Toronto Beaches, I think is the name of her riding, who spoke eloquently yesterday, and I congratulated her when I saw her alone. I said, so you're going to do like the members from Newfoundland, you're going to actually stand up and vote against the budget. And she sort of walked away and having nothing to say. And I saw her today, shamefully, standing up and voting for the Conservative budget because, like all the other Liberals, she's devoid of principles. She talks a good game when it comes to women's rights, won't back them up when it comes to a vote.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found the speech by the member from Outremont very interesting, and I would like to talk about the fiasco of the government, that is, rather the calculated clever risks that the government took here, because the Liberals are going to vote for this bill and it will pass, and then there are here a lot of bills like this. We've got the Navigable Waters Act, we've got the Competition Act, the Investment Act, the Transportation Act, the Air Canada, the Capital Act. So I would like to ask the member for Outremont whether, in fact, this amounts to contempt of Parliament when they act this way. The honourable member for Outremont. I could not agree more with my colleague, the member for Brome-Missisquoi, but I would add that there is contempt of voters by Liberal members who appeared and they speak here in the House and they go out to speak to the press after. They talk about the rights of women and how terrible it is that the government wants to take these rights away, but they do nothing. They don't vote in favor of defending women. They talk about how bad the Navigable Waters Act is, but they vote with the Conservatives on it. And another one that my colleague didn't mention is the creation of a new regulator, and people don't really want this. There is no appetite for it. This Conservative government talks about too much government, but they're creating a new apparatus to deal with securities. It's hard to understand. This does not solve any known problem. There is a passport system that works just fine, that has been praised by the G7. Canada is seen as a model in this area. How many times has the government been taken to court about the sponsorship scandal? No, it has not happened even once. It was the government of Quebec only. But Vincent Lacroix has had how many days in court under the criminal code? As you know, we have the criminal code at the federal level, and we have the civil code for the provincial level. We have had hundreds of criminal charges. And how many days of trial? I'll give you another indication, another clue. It starts with 0. So the federal government, when it comes to those kinds of criminal activities, that is white-collar crime, has no reputation. We have the OSFI as well, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. Ms. Dixon came last year, and we had questions for her on the commercial paper. But she could not tell us what she was doing about it, even though there was one of the largest frauds ever committed in Canada going on. So before trying to teach other people moral lessons, we really need to look at the facts. Questions and comments. A very brief question. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague from Outremont mention that the Conservative government, unlike the minority government before it, did not work well with the other parties and didn't consider itself in a minority situation. I would like to hear him elaborate on that a little bit, because I don't really understand it. If he could explain that, I would appreciate it. The member has 45%. I'm not sure whether I'm going to speak as a lawyer or a member of Parliament, but here it is. When the Liberals, who have no principles and no backbone, always support the Conservatives, we have a new party. You know, the Conservative Reform Alliance Party, and
Party. Ça, c'est...
And there was a very memorable acronym. We have now a different kind of alliance with an interesting acronym as well.
Member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to participate at third reading of the debate on the budget implementation bill for the fiscal year that will commence on April 1st. Madam Speaker, we have been through a little bit of a roller coaster ride, and I thought what I'd like to do is maybe try to bring us to where we are and where maybe some of the indicators may have been had someone had their eyes open or at least read the newspapers. Madam Speaker, back in the 39th Parliament, there was a number of matters going on, some things in the House, some investigation, and certainly some saber-rattling on behalf of some political parties that if the government doesn't get its act in gear, that it may face an election, that they didn't really have much confidence in the government, that the government couldn't be trusted, that their credibility was in question, that what they said you couldn't believe, that conservative times were tough times. I mean, all these things are going on, and this is part of the political process that we experience in Parliament, Madam Speaker. But then during the latter part of the 39th Parliament, there was an investigation going on in the Ethics Committee, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, called the In and Out scandal. And it was the scandal where the Chief Electoral Officer ruled that the Conservative Party had broken the elections law of Canada and overspent its advertising budget, etc., and laundered the money through candidates, etc. Now, I don't have to go through any more of that, Madam Speaker, other than to say that there is legal proceedings going on as a consequence of that, and they're still going on today. But we did have hearings there, and we were getting evidence and testimony from people that were basically corroborating the fact that the Chief Electoral Officer had found that, in fact, that the government was, in fact, aware that what they were doing was improper under the Canada Elections Act. This is where the term dysfunction came out. And in fact, Madam Speaker, the standing committee that I chair was holding even summer hearings on this, and things were getting pretty hot and things were getting pretty interesting to the point where we had to subpoena members of the Conservative Party of Canada to appear, and they refused to honor the subpoenas of the committee. That, Madam Speaker, was getting an awful lot of attention, and in fact, where we landed up was that the committee said, when the House resumes, we're going to deal with this because we're going to have to get the assistance of the Speaker of the House to be able to act on these subpoenas and to determine whether contempt issues might have to be dealt with, contempt of Parliament issues. Madam Speaker, before the summer was over, before the House was to return, the Prime Minister dissolved Parliament. He said Parliament was dysfunctional. And as you know, Madam Speaker, we had an election. The election date was October the 14th, 2008. And Madam Speaker, the first point is there was no defeat of the government on any confidence issue. There were certainly a lot of concerns of opposition members about the integrity of the government, but there was no threat to any legislation. Everything they wanted had passed. And in fact, one of the things that had passed in that Parliament, Madam Speaker, is a fixed date, election date law, which had specified that the first election was supposed to be October 19th, 2009. It's coming up next October. That's when the first fixed date known election. And the Prime Minister himself said, we will not ever again have a Prime Minister to have the opportunity to call election when it's politically advantageous. Everybody, every party, every member of Parliament, every member of the public is going to know exactly when the next election is. So what does he do? He still dissolves Parliament, calls an election 1 year earlier than the laws of Canada stipulated. Why, Madam Speaker? And I can remember. Because by that time, we were already seeing indications that there was an economic tsunami forming. We saw indications that the period of record high employment levels, the highest employment record in our history, in some, or at least in 30 years, all of a sudden it was starting to crack. And all of a sudden, Madam Speaker, there were indications that there was a
a concern within the economic indicators and with the financial institutions and some of the major industries. We started to see some indications in the auto sector. We started to see it, Madam Speaker, in some of the other program areas. There were little cracks forming, Madam Speaker. We had that election. We came back. I remember I got a letter from my own broker with regard to my RSPs and said, we've had a long period, a good, healthy period under the Liberal government, and there was, balanced budgets for 10 years, tax reductions, highest employment rate, lowest inflation, lowest interest rates. Madam Speaker, things are good. But, Madam Speaker, what was going to happen, as we know now, was foreshadowed by a lot of the indicators that were out there. In fact, one of the key indicators happened to be the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who was created under the Federal Accountability Act to make sure that the information that the government had was going to be reliable for parliamentarians and for Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that's a story in itself of the way that the government has totally ignored the information and the advice of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. But we had this with this election on October 14th. And in November, I think it was November 8th or something like that, we were back here and there was an economic statement. That economic statement said that life is good. We carry on. Everything's going to be fine. We're looking forward to a nice 4 years of healthy surplus yet again, and don't worry about it, okay? And by the way, as long as we're at this, you know what we're going to do? We're going to cut pay equity out. We're going to destroy pay equity. We're going to cut out the funding of political parties. We're going to deal with the public service, and we're going to do a few other things. All things that had nothing to do with budgetary or economic measures, Madam Speaker. But it was playing games. It was poking stick in people's eyes, trying to make them upset, okay? But, Madam Speaker, all of a sudden, this November economic statement didn't have the support or the concurrence of anybody, anywhere on the planet. It was so ludicrous, it was so ridiculous, Madam Speaker, that all of a sudden, it was pretty clear that under the Constitution, that if this economic statement was going to be, and the government was going to be defeated either on its throne speech or on some measure out of this economic statement, that we were going back to an election. But there was an opportunity, Madam Speaker, under our Constitution, that the Governor General, if there was an election within the last few months, could have approached the official opposition to form a government if it could demonstrate it had the support of the House, the majority support of the House. So we know where we were. There were indicators there. So the government says, hey, everything's good. The November economics said, hey, it's going to be great. But I'm a little concerned, and here's the government again saying, well, boy, I'm getting a little worried about having a possibility of a coalition government and getting turfed out of office. We better save our backside. So what do, Madam Speaker? When we see that there's problems coming down the pipe, when we see that the jobs of Canadians are going to be put at risk, what do? You prorogue Parliament. You shut it down. Totally. No committees exist. No work's getting done. No attention is being given to the emerging issues of the day. So, Madam Speaker, we come back. We come back with a throne speech and a budget, January 26, 2009, with the throne speech, and then the next day this budget. The budget now shows 4 years of deficits, not 4 years of surplus. Now it shows 4 years of deficits. In fact, cumulatively, $84 billion worth of deficits. Now, I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but when you go from 4 years of surpluses and everything is fine in an economic statement on November the 8th, and then on January 26th, you put out a document that's already a month old because you have to go through the approval process, and it says 4 years of deficits, $84 billion of which, Madam Speaker, he said, where is this coming from? How is it that the world could change so much? Well, the Prime Minister explained it quite simply. It has nothing to do with us. Our banks are healthy and we don't have to do anything. But what he did say also, it's a global economic crisis. A global economic crisis. Consider what that means.
global. Everybody who's in business, anybody who's got any activity, economic activity in the world, is part and parcel of the same thing that we're experiencing here. On November the 8th, when they put out an economic statement that they were having beautiful, nice surpluses, everything was fine, had no inkling whatsoever, and then all of a sudden there's this global economic crisis that in the next month they recognized and they changed their numbers and their forecasts and come out with the January budget showing 4 years of cumulative deficits. Can you imagine the ludicrousness of that? To suggest that they didn't know about a global economic crisis because it really didn't happen until after the economic statement is nuts. It's absolutely unbelievable. And they think that Canadians are stupid somehow. Well, they're not, Madam Speaker. They're not. And they continue to persist. It's not our problem. We didn't create that. Well, Madam Speaker, it's pretty clear. They inherited a $14 billion annual surplus from the previous government, from the Liberal government, who had 10 years of surpluses and handed over the reins of healthy economy. They squandered that by their tax cuts and their spending spree that they went on, highest spending per capita in the history of our country. They squandered the $14 billion annual surplus. They put us in a condition where we had absolutely no wiggle room. There was no cushion to help us get through difficult economic times. $14 billion per year. Madam Speaker, that would have gone a long way to handling the so-called global economic crisis. It wouldn't have been so painful. So what do? Now we have this wonderful budget which has a stimulus package associated with it. And Madam Speaker, 40% of that is infrastructure. And we know that infrastructure is an efficient way to save jobs at risk, to create new jobs, and in fact, Madam Speaker, generally be supportive of a good, and other countries are doing it. And to provide support to the financial sector, and we are doing that as well. But you know what, Madam Speaker? The government continues to tell in its answers to questions and things, the opposition's got to put the public interest ahead of partisan interest and pass this budget. So what do, Madam Speaker? Well, they decide that in this budget that's going to address the serious needs of Canadians who are faced with job loss and all kinds of other consequential impacts of a major financial crisis. They decide that they're going to load the budget up with a whole bunch of other things. A whole bunch of other things. What are they going to do? They're going to basically decimate pay equity for women. Equal pay for work of equal value. Doesn't have anything to do with the budget, but if I throw it in here, the Liberals and the others, they can't defeat this budget because if they do, we're going back to an election. Well, Madam Speaker, that may be true. But you know what, Madam Speaker? They also put in things like the Competition Act, changes to the Navigable Waters Act, changes, proposals for a national securities regulator that couldn't possibly be resolved for years. It's going to take years to deal with that. They also had some other changes on equalization, a very sensitive area that affected Quebecers and Maritimers. Madam Speaker, they made it an omnibus bill, which means they put in a whole bunch of things which aren't necessarily connected. Why did they do that, Madam Speaker? Again, this is playing partisan politics, poking the stick, and trying to get what they can get because they know that nobody's going to allow this budget. No responsible opposition party and official opposition party is going to allow this budget to be defeated because if it does, it will take probably until next October before we can be back at the same spot that we are today. But by that time, Madam Speaker, the jobs will be lost. The bankruptcies will have peaked, personal and business. The consequences to Canadians will be enormous. The damage will be irreparable. It would be totally irresponsible for this Parliament not to pass this budget. And the government knew that. And the government knew there was an economic crisis. They knew there was going to be this major downturn. They knew that they could get away with this, and they continue to play partisan politics, and yet every time they talk about it, they say the opposition has to put the public interest ahead of political interest. And yet it's their actions. It's not their words, Madam Speaker. You have to look at their actions. Their actions have been totally
contrary to the words that come out of their mouth. Today, a question was asked of the finance minister, and he said, the opposition has to pass this budget quickly so the money can flow. No money's going to flow until we pass this budget. Well, Madam Speaker, that is true, except that this is the budget implementation year for the fiscal year that's going to start April 1st, 2009. So even if we passed at all stages, even in the other place, got royal assent, no dollars can legally flow until April the 1st. Okay, so we still have a month, Madam Speaker, for the balance of this process to take place. But just the way that the finance minister trying to give the insinuation that it's everybody else is slowing down and you're blocking the money from flowing. Well, what makes it even more ironic is that over the past 2 years, Madam Speaker, $2 billion of approved and funded and appropriated infrastructure funding was promised but never got sent out, never got spent. $2 billion. And as a matter of fact, we still got another month to go here in the current fiscal period. Why isn't it? If infrastructure is so important, if jobs are so important, Madam Speaker, if stimulating the economy is so important, why aren't they spending some of that money even in this last month? Why aren't they getting it out before the books are closed? I know why. Because they promised they were going to have a balanced budget in the current fiscal year, which ends on March 31st, 2009. The current budget implementation bill shows it's going to be a small deficit of $1.1 billion. But they have ways to you mark my words, we're going to have a balanced budget reported for the current fiscal year. And they're going to use that to say, see, we kept our promise. Madam Speaker, what they've done is they have taken away the opportunity for Canadians to save themselves, to save those jobs by having $2 billion of infrastructure funding lapse. This is not integrity of government. This is not transparency and openness. This is not accountability. The measure of success of a country, Madam Speaker, is not the measure, an economic measure. It is a measure of the health and well-being of the people. And with the actions, or I should say inactions of the government with regard to the infrastructure funding, it's very clear. They don't believe that stimulus funding is going to do any good. They just want to paint a picture for partisan reasons that the current fiscal year is going to look pretty good, pretty well a balanced budget. And if we delay enough, a few other things, and all this other stuff, the $3 billion slush fund that they've set up in this thing with no accountability strings attached to it, they're going to be able to maneuver. And they said at the beginning, and I can remember one of the speeches, I wish I could pull it out and read it into the record for members, but they basically said, you know what, we're a trading country, and all of those countries out there, the United States and others that we trade with, they've got massive stimulus packages. They've pumped a lot of money into the banks and into the auto industry and into infrastructure, etc. We're going to benefit because they're going to start buying our stuff again, and everything's going to be fine. So we really don't have to have a stimulus package. They don't believe it. I honestly think that they don't believe that the stimulus is necessary. And I think that they're going to do everything possible to make sure that that stimulus doesn't get out on a timely basis, and maybe never. It'll be promised and never delivered, and promised and another photo op, and promised again and never delivered. That's what they've been doing ever since they were first elected in 2006. The Conservatives have not been governing since 2006. They've been campaigning. That's what's been happening here. And it's only because of the official opposition saying, we can't let this happen to the people of Canada. Someone has to give hope to the people of Canada, not fear. It's the Conservatives who are delivering the fear to our country. So, Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? Just 1 minute. Well, I wish I could. I know there's others who want to speak, and I do want to hear them as well. Madam Speaker, today it's reported that the Prime Minister, in an interview with the CNN, said that what's happening right now is just a cyclical downturn, but nothing that requires major government intervention. I think it speaks for itself. The Prime Minister isn't on side. He doesn't believe it. He can't be trusted. He's not credible in what he says. His caucus is right behind him in lack of credibility, accountability, transparency, and openness. Madam Speaker, the day will come that we'll be able to fix all of the damage that they're going to do with this budget. But in the meantime, the official opposition is going to support this budget because the people of Canada need us to be here working for them and making sure this government is held accountable at a time of Canadians' need.
Great speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Bruce Huron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that was a very entertaining speech we heard from the member from Mississauga South. We all know the Oracle of Omaha is Warren Buffett, and he's been a very successful investor over the years. And I heard the honourable member comment during his speech that during the election he anticipated and he saw that there was a downturn in the Canadian economy. However, during the month of September, we saw an additional 100,000 jobs added to the economy. In October, further during the election period, we saw 9,500 jobs added to the Canadian economy. When the analysts, unlike the Oracle here, the analysts had predicted a loss of 10,000 jobs. And this economy produced 9,500 jobs to the Canadian economy. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, is that this Prime Minister took action well in advance. He anticipated the downturn long before, unlike our colleagues to the other side of the House. Tremendous stimulus in the form of tax cuts to keep this economy going. One of the last countries of the G8 to maintain a positive economy, Madam Speaker. He talks about a vision for Canada. His leader offered a vision of Canada. His former leader offered a vision of Canada in October called the carbon tax. Just imagine, Madam Speaker, if the carbon tax had been brought into this country. Devastation. I want to ask the honourable member in the question, if he was predicting the future like Criskin, where was his comments? Where are his comments that we were going to foresee this massive economic recession during the election? Would the honourable member happen to comment on that?
The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Madam Speaker, Statistics Canada just reported the results of the fourth quarter for 2008. An annualized rate of reduction in the GDP of 3.4%. That's the reality of what happened in the last quarter of 2008. Under their watch. Madam Speaker, I don't care how rosy the member wants to paint, October, etc. The fact remains that we have lost record number of jobs in the fourth quarter, that the economy has tanked, that there is a global recession going on. It is very deep, it is very dangerous, and these conservatives over here think that all they have to do is say, somebody else will take care of it. You know what, Madam Speaker? The interesting thing is they feel so little responsibility to do anything about the economy, they've decided to turn their attention to working on perusing thousands of hours of tapes of the leader of the official opposition to see if they can come up with stuff they can use in attack ads for the next election. That's the priority of that government. As I said earlier, Madam Speaker, since 2006, they haven't been governing, they've been campaigning, and they continue to do it.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Jean Lebert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In his speech, my colleague said that for all practical purposes, the Liberals didn't have any choice but to support the budget. Well, that's not true, because there was a coalition that was signed by three parties, which would have allowed for an overthrow of the government, change of government, without going through an election. At the very least, it seems to me the Liberals could have made significant gains for the population. So what have they obtained except a new cloak room, a new place to put their coats in the lobby? They have obtained nothing. They have made a pitiful report with respect to the government on their work. Well, look, it's the work of all parliamentarians here. The Liberals have asked the government, in a sense, to do the work of the opposition. Should there not be something more substantial rather than just make banal reports on that subject?
Madam Speaker, the member has a point, but sometimes you have to
say that this is not a matter of a lust for power. This is a matter of what's in the best interest of the country and the people. And the coalition, yes, constitutionally, it was a possibility. It still is a possibility. But the member will also know that the opposition was able to secure a substantial amendment. And that amendment, Madam Speaker, as you know, and I won't read it all, but it called for ongoing economic and fiscal updates, detail the actual implementation of the budget, itemized to the actual effects of the budget in respect to protection of the most vulnerable, minimizing existing job losses, creation of employment opportunities for tomorrow, provision for economic stimulus, etc. Madam Speaker, this was the compromise that was made by the official opposition. Madam Speaker, the official opposition has a greater responsibility than the other two opposition parties who will never, ever form a government, Madam Speaker. It is our responsibility to work in the best interest of Canadians. We've taken it a decision, and Madam Speaker, Canadians will judge ultimately.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So let's get this straight. So the Liberals sell out employment insurance for the 50% of Canadians who lose their jobs and can't access it, and that's okay. They sell out on pay equity, rise in this House and try to defend it, and that's okay. They sell out the Kelowna Accord. They did in the last election campaign. Their election promises repudiated Kelowna, and 14 years in power didn't deliver child care. So basically what we're hearing, Madam Speaker, is every single time Liberals sell out Canadians. Every single time. Without exception, they sell out Canadians. And they're doing it again, Madam Speaker. They simply do not have any credibility whatsoever. You can't have credibility when time after time after time you break your promises and they sell out Canadians.
The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Let me remind the honourable member from the NDP that with their vote bringing down the Paul Martin government, that the child care program and early learning and childhood program never happened. The Kelowna Accord to help Aboriginal Canadians never occurred, and the pay equity changes that we were bringing in never occurred because that party, Madam Speaker, decided...
Order.
Madam Speaker, because the NDP decided that they were more interested in going into an election than they were serving the people of Canada. In this budget, $2 billion of infrastructure stimulus, $495 million base funding program, $250 million for communities, $200 million for green infrastructure, $51 million for Atlantic Canada Opportunity Fund, $106 million for econ development in Quebec, $175 million in Ontario, $17 billion in the North, $154 million for West, $1 billion in repairs for the PSE institutions, post-secondary institutions, $75 million for First Nations housing, $125 million for CMHC support and reserve housing, social housing, low-income seniors, disabled persons, and in northern housing, and there's more. Madam Speaker,
I believe the length of the answer has to correspond to the length of the question. I'd like to recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, for a very short question and a very short answer without lists, please.
There was so much from that speech. I listened to every word the member gave. As usual, it was just right on the mark. I'll ask him a simple question. I know he's very interested in innovation and research. The government talks about the fact that they put money into innovation and research. The facts are a little bit different. We even have the case of the university teachers, Cout, going in to see the minister and being told to shut up, and they burned their bridges and all that sort of stuff. I wonder if my colleague could tell me, is that a good idea? Is that the way to treat people?
The honourable member has about 40 seconds.
Yeah, well, no, the member is quite right. Unfortunately, a minister of state for the crown, starts raising his voice and pointing fingers and telling them that they don't understand the budget and everybody loves our budget. And when you get someone who represents 121 Canadian universities and colleges across the country telling them that they don't understand, it means one thing to me, Madam Speaker, and I'll finish with this. It sounds to me yet another example of where this government really doesn't care to listen to anyone who doesn't agree with them. And if you don't agree with us, we're going to bully you.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Jean Lebert has a few moments to begin his speech, but I will have to interrupt him very soon. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With what time remains, I will try to present my case. The Bloc is not going to support this budget because it doesn't deliver the goods, and also because, once again, it is intruding in areas of jurisdiction that fall under the government of Quebec. For example, the issue of securities, the will that has been demonstrated by that government to set up a common regulator across the country is something that is not accepted in Quebec. It's very, very astonishing to see the federal government intrude in areas of jurisdiction that belong to the provinces when at the same time it can't even do the work that falls under its own jurisdiction. I tell you, the day that the federal government masters its own areas of jurisdiction, perhaps it won't have much to do, and then it might be tempted to go look elsewhere. But that's not the case. Let me give you an example. Immigration. There is, in immigration, we have many agreements. We have investment immigrants, that is to say, immigrants who come here willing to invest a great deal of money in the country. They go through the Quebec program, they receive their certificate from Quebec, but they have to wait years and years for the federal government to do a simple check with Interpol to see who they are, to have a check with the doctor and a visit at the doctor's. It takes years, Madam Speaker. I can tell you that if tomorrow morning the federal government said, look, instead of intruding upon the areas of jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces, we'll look to our own business and just try to expedite these immigrants, these economic immigrants who make investments in this country, and try to place them and do the background checks on them, well, I think that would be a good thing. However, we have thousands upon thousands of people who want to come here to Canada to live and who would stimulate the economy here. However, that's not the case, Madam Speaker. They prefer to try to impede the work of the members from Quebec and other provinces. There are members who have said, well, listen to Quebec. Well, look, Madam Speaker, there are a certain... I'm terribly sorry. I must interrupt the honourable member. It being 6:49, the House will now deal with the consideration of private members' business according to the order on today's order paper.
Business consideration and second reading of Bill C-300, the Corporate Accountability of Mining, Oil and Gas Corporations in Developing Countries Act, standing in the name of Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood, seconded by Mr. Savage, moves that Bill C-300, an act respecting corporate accountability for the activities of mining, oil and gas in developing countries, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development debate. The Honourable Member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a matter of some considerable pride for me to introduce this bill into the House and hopefully to precipitate a fulsome debate and ultimately move it on to the committee. Madam Speaker, we're all proud Canadians. Everyone in this chamber is a proud Canadian. People in the gallery, they're proud Canadians. People watching on television, they're proud Canadians. We're proud of our hockey team. In fact, in Salt Lake City, when the men and the women won gold, I think that's an enormous matter of pride for our nation. In fact, Madam Speaker, students, when they're traveling in Europe, are so proud of their country that they sew a flag on their backpacks for a couple of reasons. One, to say that they're proud Canadians, and two, to say that they're not Americans. So, Madam Speaker, we're so proud at times that we're at pains to tell others that we're not like those Americans. And even, Madam Speaker, sometimes we're right. Certainly we have a superior banking system, we have a superior healthcare system, we don't have a subprime crisis. But frankly, Madam Speaker, there are times that we are morally arrogant to the point of being insufferable. Our superiority is at times unbecoming a nation of dignity. Last week I was visited by some folks from Ecuador, and they talked about a Canadian mining company that was behaving in a way that was distinctly un-Canadian, certainly at variance with our sense of self, our sense of our nation, and our sense of how we operate in this world. The video they presented showed the ugly Canadian corporation trying to gain a commercial advantage over Indigenous people, a company willing to engage in violence to get its way, a company that was using its superior financial resources to get its own way, a company that was quite prepared to abuse the environment in order to get its own way, a company willing to abuse human rights in order to get its own way. To be fair, Madam Speaker, the video did not show the company's side of the story, and basic rules of procedure and fairness require that we at least listen to the other side. Nevertheless, this was a pretty damning indictment of a Canadian company using its financial clout to develop a copper mine. I wish I could say, Madam Speaker, that this was merely an isolated example. Unfortunately, I cannot. There are documented abuses of Canadian companies operating in Guyana and in the Philippines, and possibly as many as 30 other countries, which are acting in manners that are unbecoming of our sense of self as a nation, our sense of how we operate in this world, and our sense of how Canadian corporations should operate in the world. The Toronto Stock Exchange is the most active mining exchange in the world. More money is raised there than anywhere else in the world for mining and exploration. 60% of the world's mining and exploration companies are listed in Canada. It's not my intention, Madam Speaker, to overstate the case by painting all Canadian extractive companies with the same brush. Many, many companies are quite responsible and actively pursue their responsibilities both for the environment and for human rights. They are seriously engaged in environmental compliance and respect for human rights. But, Madam Speaker, we all have reputations at risk by the behavior of certain companies. Not only is there a risk, a behavioral risk, to an individual company, but it is also a national reputational risk. When a Canadian company behaves badly, our national reputation suffers. All of the hard work done by many, many Canadians through NGOs and indeed through the government gets swept aside when our own companies and our own people abuse human rights standards and environmental standards. Our reputation for responsible environmental stewardship gets swept aside when we degrade and we debase other countries' environments. So, Madam Speaker, what to do? Ideally, Madam Speaker, the government should be presenting this bill. Or if not this bill, certainly a beefed-up version of this bill. The National Roundtables on Corporate Social Responsibility and the Canadian Extractive Industry in Developing Countries presented a report on March 29, 2007. Those roundtables, Madam Speaker, were actually sponsored by the government. Yet here we are almost 2 years later, and we have yet to hear the government's response to their report. In fact, Madam Speaker, the roundtables redeposited their report just in the hope, the faint hope possibly, of trying to solicit a response from the government. To date, there's been silence. And Madam Speaker, these roundtables engaged everyone. They engaged government stakeholders, they engaged NGOs, they engaged corporations. In fact, Madam Speaker, it kind of reads like a who's who of the mining industry. Mr. Tony Andrews from the Prospectors and Development Association was part of the round table. Jim Cooney from the Government Affairs for Placer Dome was in on it. VP for Exploration Dennis Jones from Imagold Corporation. Various other, Talisman was represented. Various other corporations were represented at this round table, in addition to various NGOs and in addition to, if I may say so, the usual suspects, Madam Speaker. So this was a series of round tables engaged in by all of the stakeholders. They presented a comprehensive report, and yet we have no response from this government. So as I say, Madam Speaker, ideally this would be a government bill. This would be a government bill because the government can do so much more than can a private member. For instance, a government member, for instance, a private member cannot propose the spending of taxpayers' money. Only the government can propose, upon parliamentary approval, the spending of taxpayers' money. So the limitation of every private member's bill that's presented here is called a royal recommendation. We cannot, in a private member's bill, present a bill which would require the government to spend money. The problem in this case, Madam Speaker, is ideally the responsibilities for the implementation of this bill would be reposited in an ombudsman or an ombudsperson. And unfortunately, however, if you do draft your bill so that the responsibilities are deposited with the ombudsman, you will trigger a royal recommendation, and so you will not. The bill will be ruled out of order. So, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we've had to draft around the issue of a royal recommendation. So the responsibility in this bill, Madam Speaker, is reposited in the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of International Trade. In a lot of other respects, Madam Speaker, the bill looks a lot like the recommendations as contained in the Round Table's recommendations. The basic purpose of the Act, and I'm quoting here, corporations engaged in mining, oil, or gas activities and receiving support from the Government of Canada act in a manner consistent with international best practices and with Canada's commitments to international human rights standards. That is the purpose of the bill, Madam Speaker. Paragraph 5 provides that the Minister shall issue guidelines that articulate corporate accountability standards for mining, oil, and gas activities and make reference to specific internationally recognized standards for the environment and human rights. So you set up the purpose, Madam Speaker, and then you set up the guidelines, and you adopt these guidelines. And once you adopt the guidelines, you set out a scheme whereby the minister or ministers, as the case may receive complaints, conduct examinations, and publish their results, presumably in the Canada Gazette. And that's where the problem arises, Madam Speaker. This does not have the force of law, such as, say, the Criminal Code. It is not regulatory. It is guidelines, for which there is no explicit sanction, such as a fine or imprisonment. The reason, Madam Speaker, is that there are limits to the extraterritoriality of Canadian law. Just as other countries can't and don't apply their law to our country, so too Canada cannot apply its laws and its regulations to other countries. So, Madam Speaker, where's the teeth in this bill? What will happen to a company that offends these guidelines? Well, Madam Speaker, the first sanction is reputational. I would expect that good companies will work at not finding themselves being gazetted. All of us here in this chamber, indeed, work at protecting our own reputation. What's true of individuals is also true of companies. Companies spend a lot of money preserving and enhancing their reputation. Being gazetted under this bill will not enhance a company's reputation. Remember, Madam Speaker, the Nike issue, where Nike was accused of engaging in dubious labor practices? And Nike had to not only reverse their labor practices, but it spent millions and millions of dollars trying to restore its reputation. But, Madam Speaker, there are some companies that simply don't care. There's just way too much money to be made to worry a little bit about a reputational downside. And if that reflects badly on Canada, so be it. There's a certain cynical truth that some companies will conclude that it's a lot cheaper to engage a bunch of lawyers and PR people than to comply with internationally recognized guidelines for corporate behavior in third world countries. So, Madam Speaker, if you're not overly worried about your reputation, and you know of the limitations of Canadian law as it applies to activities in other countries, what additional sanctions should we do? The proposal in C-300, Madam Speaker, is that we put a bit of financial bite into these guidelines. If a finding has been made and gazetted, then the company in question will not be eligible for Export Development Bank of Canada Services, EDC. Now, it may be that such a corporation really doesn't care and it doesn't need government help. Well, Madam Speaker, as well, the corporation cannot expect anything from the Government of Canada other than basic consular services. In the language of the bill, no undertaking made through a program developed by the minister in the exercise of his or her powers shall promote or support mining, oil, or gas activities. In other words, Madam Speaker, basic consular services, nothing else. If the corporation is gazetted, you'll basically be on your own. So maybe, Madam Speaker, the corporation doesn't care about EDC or doesn't care about promotion by the government. Maybe disallowing Canada Pension Plan from investing in the corporation will get your attention. With the passage of this bill, CPP will have to assure itself that it has no assets invested in the offending company. In other words, no CPP money, Madam Speaker. And because CPP is so heavily weighted in the market, other pension plans may well follow suit. Money just got a whole lot more expensive, Madam Speaker, for a corporation that ignores this bill. Corporations which have nothing to fear, much to gain. Those are good corporations. Those corporations will be enhanced. Their reputations will be enhanced. And they will be entitled to assistance from EDC. They can expect support from the government. And their money gets cheaper. It doesn't get much better than that, Madam Speaker. So let me conclude, Madam Speaker, by urging all honourable members to support C-300. Good ethics make for good business. Good business makes for good ethics. Everyone should win. These guidelines be adopted in this legislation. Canada should win. These corporations should win. And citizens from around the world should win. Win-win seems like something to be supported, Madam Speaker, and I'd urge all members to support this. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamoska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, I would like to congratulate the member for Scarborough-Guildwood for his initiatives. I think we have been waiting for nearly 2 years for a response from the government, and I liked what he said about the bill and the royal assent. but in there were a lot of recommendations in the report. I don't want to deal with all of them in connection with the royal assent, but would he agree to improve the bill in some ways in committee? For example, the mechanism for appointing an independent ombudsman to receive complaints. He says that the Foreign Affairs Minister would receive the complaints. Would this not be a bit of a conflict of interest, and would he be open to examining this further? Of course, we have to wait for the question of the royal recommendation.
First of all, I want to thank the block member for the support of the block in this bill. If the honourable member can show us how we can avoid a royal recommendation by the appointment of an ombudsman, I'd be on it in a heartbeat. That would be the critical question. I think he's absolutely right that there is a bit of a conflict of interest, or possibly not as much enthusiasm on the part of a minister to pursue complaints as there might be on the part of an ombudsman. I would prefer an independent officer of Parliament to be the person that has the responsibility for the prosecution of this bill. So I agree with you totally. If we could do it, I'd do it. And if you can propose an amendment which will meet the guidelines of the Speaker, then I'll be happy to consider that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from London North Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments that have been made on this issue. In areas, for instance, a decade ago in Africa, we had difficulties with certain Canadian companies that were involved and under dubious means. And what ended up happening was that a split developed between our foreign diplomacy efforts from Foreign Affairs, as opposed to something like CETA, which was a development effort, which was trying to do work in a region and was finding their work undermined by some of these companies. I guess my question to the member would be, how do you see that squaring up under this? I'm interested in how those controls would work, so groups like CETA who invest in those areas where these companies are having a detrimental effect would be able to be protected and their own investments protected.
The Honourable Member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
That's just exactly the kind of question that we should be asking in this chamber, and I thank the Honourable Member for a very fine question. I think that if you stand back, if you wind the lens back, Canada has a confused moral stance. We don't know whether we're doing development one day and defense the next day, and we want people to vote for us at the UN, and we want to have our sphere of interests protected as well, our economic interests. And so certain companies operating in Africa, our economic interests clash with our moral responsibilities. CETA was discharging its sense of a moral responsibility, yet this was a corporation that was chartered in Canada, sold on the Canadian Stock Exchange, and was operating in a fashion which, frankly, lacked certain levels of morality. So I think that by publishing these guidelines, everybody's bound by it. CETA's bound by it, international trade's bound by it, and Foreign Affairs is bound by it. It will be the law of Canada. I think in some respects it resolves certain elements of moral ambiguity.
30-second question, the Honourable Member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know the commitment that the member from Scarborough-Guildwood has to international affairs. I also know he's familiar with the NGOs and faith-based organizations that are involved in supporting. I wonder if he could just run through some of the organizations like CCIC and others that would be supportive of this bill.
Honourable Member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, just before our debate, Madam Speaker, I received an email from a Catholic-based organization for development and peace, and they'd delivered to one of your NDP colleagues 1,800 names on a petition to support this kind of initiative. So CCIC, Mining Watch, even the World Bank and OECD have their own guidelines. So I'm expecting that there will be an enormous amount of support for this bill from a wide variety of sources. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to the issue of corporate accountability as it relates to the activities of Canadian mining, oil and gas companies operating in developing countries. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the Member of Parliament from Scarborough-Guildwood, for introducing Bill C-300 on today with regard to the opposition party for their also continued interest in this very important issue. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government attaches a great deal of importance to the question of corporate social responsibility, or often referred to as CSR, and we encourage and expect Canadian mining and oil and gas companies working around the world to respect all applicable laws and international standards, to operate transparently and in consultation with the host government and local governments, and to conduct their activities in a socially and environmentally responsible manner. Canada is, after all, a major player in the international extractive sector, a sector that has significant investments and operations in developing countries. Canada is a world leader in mining. Between 1998 and 2008, the share of worldwide mining exploration attributed to Canadian companies increased from 30 to 43%. Canadian mining companies invested over $60 billion in developing countries abroad, including $41 billion in Latin America and Mexico and almost $15 billion in Africa. Total foreign direct investment in all developing countries is $80 billion. The economic downturn that started in 2008 will likely decrease or delay further Canadian mining investments. However, the projected figures remain very impressive. For 2009 and 2010, Natural Resources Canada estimates additional Canadian investments in Africa to be between $10 to $12 billion. Madam Speaker, these investments play a very important role in Canada's economic development. Our companies not only drive prosperity here at home, they also provide jobs, opportunities, and other benefits in what we often small, rural, indigenous, and isolated communities abroad. In many cases, they bring vital infrastructure to communities that are without roads, hospitals, or even clean water. Madam Speaker, as a member of the International Trade Committee, I've had the honor of traveling to some of these communities, whether it's been in Yemen or last May in Colombia, and seeing the shanty towns and the displaced individuals and working with them, and seeing the Canadian companies and how they're bringing the corporate social responsibility method to the community's tables to bring that philosophy that a rising tide rises all boats and all ships, and all individuals have an opportunity to be a better individual and more prosperous future. So through global investment, this sector is making its presence in Canada felt throughout the world and helping other countries to develop their own mining industries. As Canadians, we recognize that with this presence overseas comes numerous social responsibilities for our corporations towards local communities and stakeholders. That is why our government actively supports CSR best practices for corporations based on internationally recognized CSR standards and principles such as International Finance Corporation, otherwise known as IFC, and performance guidelines and the voluntary principles mentioned in the bill. But our Conservative government goes beyond that, Madam Speaker. We also look to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, otherwise known as OECD, the United Nations, the International Labour Organizations, and other leading standards around the world for inspiration. Indeed, Canadians want our companies to be a positive force in the communities in which they operate. In fact, adopting CSR practices can be an important benefit to Canadian companies. It can improve their situation and facilitates business climates in which our companies operate. It can promote trust and goodwill in communities and with host governments. And it can send a powerful signal to the world that Canadian businesses are upholding CSR principles and should be partners of choice around the globe. Madam Speaker, many Canadian companies from every sector already recognize these benefits. They've put in place voluntary CSR practices to help them manage the social, economic, and environmental issues they encounter in their daily operations. They recognize that a commitment to CSR is a commitment to their own success. It makes them more competitive by giving them an enhanced social license to operate in communities. It enhances the brand reputation that they have, as well as helping them manage risks and therefore improve their access to capital and other financing and insurance opportunities. Unlike these voluntary practices, Bill C-300 mandates ministers to issue guidelines that articulate corporate accountability standards, but leaves the legal effect of these guidelines unclear. Therefore, my government does not believe this bill is the right approach to take, As mentioned, we support the voluntary nature of the internationally recognized CSR standards and principles. Madam Speaker, several Canadian industry associations and companies have been globally recognized for their leadership in CSR. Our Canadian companies are doing their part, Madam Speaker, and the Conservative government is there to help them. Our Trade Commissioner Service provides counseling and advice on local market conditions, including local laws, risk assessments, and advocacy through more than 150 offices across Canada and around the world. The Canadian International Development Agency does tremendous work building the capacity of host governments to support economic and social investments aimed at promoting the sustainable development of rural populations within the areas of influence of the extractive sector operations. Our partners at Export Development Canada, otherwise known as EDC, and the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board also believe that working with Canadian business to foster CSR best practice is more effective than creating a rigid and punitive legislative regime. The Canada Pension Plan Investment Board already has a policy on responsible investing by which it engages the companies in which it invests. In defining this policy, the CPP Investment Board has taken a broad view of the impact of environmental, social, and governance factors on long-term investment performance. Madam Speaker, let me also say that while our companies clearly recognize that CSR is an inherent part of doing business, they have indicated that there is a limit to what they are capable of providing in the area of support for the social, health, and educational concerns of the communities within which they operate abroad. Responsible business conduct cannot substitute for host government responsibility and therefore governance of social and economic policy. It can already be quite challenging for our companies to do business overseas, Madam Speaker. Unpredictable business environment, limited services, protection for investors, ill-defined or unevenly applied regulations, legislation and property rights, weak host government institutional capacity to manage extractive sector development, and associated social and environmental considerations are only some of the challenges they face, particularly in developing countries. So, in this sense, while environmental stewardship and successful community involvement is a shared responsibility, and Canada can certainly offer a range of assistance to help developing countries build their own capacity to manage CSR issues, host governments ultimately remain responsible for the transparent development of legislation that meets the needs of their citizens. Madam Speaker, as you know, following a 2005 report on mining and CSR by the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade, the Government of Canada organized the 2006 National Roundtables on CSR and the Canadian extractive sector in developing countries. The National Roundtables provided a unique opportunity to encourage a practical and solutions-oriented dialogue on ways to expand the knowledge and capacity of Canadian companies to conduct their operations in a socially and environmentally sustainable manner. Madam Speaker, the government shares the view that more can be done to enhance the ability of the Canadian extractive sector to manage the social and environmental risks of its operations abroad and at the same time enhance the benefits arising from their investments for the local communities in the countries in which they operate. While I know that some honourable members would prefer to address this issue by creating a punitive legislative regime and broadening the scope of our sanctions legislation, we believe that it's far more effective to work with our companies and host governments to achieve these goals. Where efforts to work with host governments fail, we do have the tools at our disposal. Canada has the ability to impose sanctions against foreign states in response to a call of an international body or when a grave breach of international peace and security has occurred. Madam Speaker, in closing, I ask for the support of all honourable members from both sides of the floor as we continue to take steps to ensure that Canadian companies can make the most out of global opportunities while setting a high standard for CSR excellence in the communities in which they operate. Since our government will soon be introducing and announcing a more comprehensive CSR approach for the Canadian international extractive sector, I trust that this bill is redundant. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for having given me the opportunity to address the House on this important issue, and I look forward to discussing it further with my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to once again congratulate the member for Scarborough-Gilwood for moving forward with this piece of legislation. I worked with him on the Finance Committee And without wanting to impute motives, I wouldn't have thought that he was in the left wing of the Liberal Party. But he saw that this would be beneficial for the entire industry to go ahead and move forward with the Bill C-300, an act respecting corporate accountability for the activities of mining oil or gas in developing countries. Now, I'm quite astonished to see the government's position, because as a part of a report prepared for a roundtable on developing countries, it's been, almost 2 years since this roundtable sat, and now the member opposite says that this, he believes, is redundant, but I don't think that is the case at all. The government is, or in fact this House is dealing with this bill. There's a motion that's going to be dealt with on Monday along the same lines. So I think that it's important to examine this bill, and the Bloc Québécois will be supporting it, because we feel that it's a step in the right direction. Now let's look at the facts. 60% of the mining companies in Canada contribute to more than 40% of the budget for extraction in the world. $2.3 billion US is the amount invested by these companies in exploration abroad. So we can see that this is a major economic issue, and it's important for us to examine the corporate social responsibility, the environmental responsibility of companies in Canada abroad. The Bloc Québécois, since 2001, has been concerned with this issue, and I must say that I don't think that we can just go on companies' good faith. The majority of companies, like the majority of citizens, are honest people and do their job properly. But unfortunately, there are some corporations in the past that have shown that they've had behaved badly. And as a result, we need to be in a position to discipline them and to ensure that their behavior is responsible. Now, Canada is a world leader in terms of mining. And it's very present in Africa, where most of the companies are Canadian and American, where they're on the Canadian Stock Exchange. So it is important for Canada's image internationally for these companies to behave properly. For some years now, several mining companies have been associated with forced movements of people, displacements of people, support for government regimes that prone violence, and we need to ensure that we move away from this kind of behavior, and that is why the Bloc Québécois has always supported the idea of imposing corporate social responsibility requirements. The federal government has always talked about a laissez-faire approach, a volunteer approach, but today we can see today that they're doing the same. In the advisory group on the national roundtables dealing with social responsibility, that it was important to note that their recommendations had the unanimous consent of industry and the civil society. I was made aware of the issue by a development organization. It's an NGO that works to mobilize people on the importance of ethical action. Now, earlier on, somebody talked about postcards, and thousands and thousands of people responded. They signed a postcard asking members of Parliament to deal with this concern. And this issue is dealt with in the bill that we're facing here this evening. Now, this bill doesn't cover all of the aspects contained in the report by the round table, but it does deal with a number of them with respect to human rights and respecting the environment. In the bill, the Department of Foreign Affairs deals with best practices, and this includes respect for the International Declaration of Human Rights. There will also be a responsibility to table before Parliament a report. So in this context, this bill is a step in the right direction, and it's important to support it and to move it on to committee for consideration. And based on that study, in fact, we will be in a position to take a more in-depth look at recommendations that could be added, recommendations by the round table added to this. With respect to the social corporate responsibility, environmental responsibility. Now, there were a number of recommendations put forth to ensure that Canadian companies have the knowledge and support and incentive to conduct their activities in a responsible way, environmentally speaking, and in accordance with international standards on respecting human rights. 3 of the recommendations by this committee proposed very concrete recommendations with respect to follow-up and monitoring of mining operations conducted by Canadian companies. Several NGOs in Canada had called this committee's reports a breakthrough. They have a lot of hope that it will be put in, these recommendations will be implemented as quickly as possible. Now, there are some problems. In fact, we talk about issues facing the Department of... What we're seeing here is that there's a lack of organization, agreement, and despite the findings of the government, it can see, or there's in fact agreement with other OECD countries, the United States and England, there needs to be a legal framework that's more specific for, and that's very important for Canada. Unlike the Conservatives, we don't think that the host country or the industry should bear all of the responsibility. The issue is to ensure that the natural resources in the country contribute to reducing poverty and to promoting economic development. The mining industry fills that responsibility. It generates economic activity in these countries, and that's not the problem. The problem is with the behavior of some of these countries that need to be monitored more closely and to be disciplined. Now, earlier, I said that in the bill there were some improvements that we would like to propose, and I talked about the creation of a position of an ombudsman. We feel that we need to carefully examine the possibility of including all of the recommendations, even if it requires royal recommendation. Now, I know that the member would like to see his bill to be adopted, and that's understandable, but let's take a look at giving this legislation teeth so that this bill can be effective. And in that light, there are some changes that could be made to the bill, and I'm sure that the member will agree with the recommendations that we will make. Now, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, despite the submissions from the bill, in our view, the bill goes in the right direction. It does cover off some of the... It doesn't cover off all of the recommendations from the round table. However, it is a step in the right direction. And as a result, we believe that it's important to ensure that Canadian companies involved in mining comply with human rights and have good corporate social responsibility so that Canadian society contributes to economic development and social development by redistributing wealth throughout the world and not simply using the natural resources without necessarily guaranteeing or monitoring how they're being used. Now, whether we be talking about the Chinese government or another government, rules to protect the environment and rules to protect workers are important, and the Canadian government must establish the same criteria. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member from Scarborough-Guildwood for introducing this piece of legislation. and for his general concern for the citizens in developing countries. I thank the member while noting, I'm sure, with his agreement that corporate accountability for Canadian resource extraction companies can operate abroad is long overdue. We know that extractive industries are often able to take advantage of political cultures in developing countries that do not accept or respect our domestic principles of democratic accountability and transparency. Centralized decision-making at the executive level can offer extraction rights in exchange for capital in many developing countries, in many developing companies, can greatly infringe upon human rights and environmental sustainability of localized populations. Canadian companies, like those from other modern industrialized states, have at times taken advantage of political circumstances in their quest for new sources of revenue, to the gross detriment of workers and local communities, which have and will suffer the devastating environmental consequences for generations. I was sad to see that just this week a lawsuit was filed against a company listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange for their alleged involvement in human rights abuses at a mining concession site in Ecuador. I'm sure that all members, current and past, from this House will agree that legislation that enforces international rights standards and environmental best practices upon Canadian companies operating abroad is long overdue. Now, the member from Scarborough-Guildwood will know that New Democrats have long stood in this House in support of corporate accountability as a principle of international trade and economic activity among and between nations. He'll also know that it was the former honourable member from Ottawa Centre that first sought to enforce this principle with Bill C-369 in the 38th Parliament. Support from the New Democrat caucus on legislation that enforces ethical behaviour upon Canadian companies, including those operating abroad, has never been difficult to attain. As such, and given that this bill merely seeks to encourage such behaviour rather than enforce it, I can only offer my qualified support for it at this stage. This bill is an imperfect piece of legislation that is too narrow in its scope and application and too weak in its enforcement. If this member is truly interested in ensuring that companies apply environmental best practices and the protection of international human rights standards abroad, he will promote or surely encourage three very important amendments to this bill. First, the member should encourage an amendment to this bill that will see it apply to all corporations in Canada with operations abroad, and not just those receiving government assistance and that operate in extractive industries like mining and oil and gas. It is true that the very nature of extractive industries make violations of these principles all too profitable and tempting for many. But violations are also likely to occur and be reported in manufacturing and agriculture and other labor-intensive and environmentally taxing industries. And this would be, Madam Speaker, a very important amendment. Second, the members should encourage an amendment to this bill that ensures the principles contained in this bill related to environmental best practices and international human rights standards are enforced rather than simply encouraged. This could be achieved in this bill by adding a provision that amends the criminal code to punish the same undesirable behaviour abroad as it does at home. Such a provision was contained in Bill C-369 from the 38th Parliament, if members wish to explore this possibility. Finally, the members should encourage an amendment to this bill that would create an ombudsman's office to help ensure the principles of this bill are respected and to investigate any claims that may be brought against companies with respect to the provisions of this bill. An independent ombudsman would help ensure that our domestic and international politics do not interfere in the promotion and protection of environmental best practices and international human rights by Canadian companies operating abroad, and would also assist the minister, as well-intentioned as they may be, so they will not be exclusively burdened with monitoring and enforcement of these measures. It is important to note that this last amendment was called for in the advisory group report titled 2007 National Roundtables on Corporate Social Responsibility and the Canadian Extractive Industry in Developing Countries. I'd like to thank all members of the advisory group and all participants in the National Roundtables on Corporate Social Responsibility for their hard work, and encourage each and every member of this House to read their report and strongly consider their recommendations when deliberating this particular piece of legislation. And I'd also encourage the member from Scarborough-Guildwood to take a bold step by pushing for these 3 amendments, including the creation of an independent ombudsman to be attached to this bill at the committee stage. Madam Speaker, this Parliament represents a rare chance for real change on a number of fronts. If only members can muster the political will and courage to stand up in support of the principles they claim to respect and wish to uphold. This bill, for all its imperfections, is progress on the issue of corporate responsibility for Canadian companies operating abroad. Given that this bill can be amended at committee, I offer my support to it at this stage and thank the member for tabling it.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Pleased to speak to this bill, and I'm pleased, actually I'm proud to second this important bill, particularly in light of the fact that the member who proposed it, the member from Scarborough-Guildwood, has a record of success in private members' business. We recall the way that he worked with C-293, the Overseas Development Act, to make sure that poverty was the focus of overseas development assistance. And, you know, I can't help but react a little bit to my colleague from the NDP. I understand his concern, but we're trying to do something here. This member from Scarborough-Guildwood has been able to take legislation and move it through the system. It doesn't happen all that often, Madam Speaker, as you would know. He's done it twice now, and he's going to work on doing it a 3rd time. And we have to keep in mind that we have to present a bill that can actually pass the House. We really want to make a difference. We don't just want to make a point. And we can't let perfect be the enemy of better. And I think that this bill will make things better. Why is the bill important? Well, I think we know why it's important, Madam Speaker. We have in Canada a unique position. 60% of the world's mining and exploration companies are listed here. We've had Canadian companies that have been implicated in practices that none of us would be proud of, both in terms of how they treat the environment and how they treat human rights. Complaints regarding the impacts of Canadian extractive companies' overseas operations have been lodged with a number of international organizations. So there is a problem, and Canadians can't just take a blind eye to these problems. We have a responsibility to the people around the world, especially our companies have a responsibility for the places where they take profit to give something back. In 2007, the UN Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination recommended that Canada take appropriate legislative or administrative measures to prevent acts of transnational corporations from Canada which negatively impact on the enjoyment of rights of Indigenous people outside of Canada. So we have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, and I think we would all want to see something that would make it better. As my colleague mentioned, in 2006, the Canadian government was involved in roundtables to address corporate misconduct in the extractive industries. And, you know, Madam Speaker, there's a whole list of recommendations that they agreed to. I won't bore everybody with the details, but there was a number of recommendations that were agreed to by a wide range of stakeholders, industry, labor, academia, and civil society. And they agreed on these recommendations and they put them forward, but nothing has happened. So, Madam Speaker, we recognize that there is an issue. We recognize that there are solutions, but we recognize that the government has done nothing about them. And my colleague from the Conservative Party suggests that they're going to come up with something and make this bill redundant. I would suggest let's pass this bill and make whatever they're going to do redundant, if in fact anything is going to come down the pike when it comes to this. I've had the chance to to travel with my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood and see his commitment to people from other countries, particularly those countries that haven't been as blessed or fortunate as Canada. I had the chance to travel to Kenya with the former member from Halifax, with our colleague from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit. He's aware of organizations from Canada that are making a difference, and there are many. There are many organizations from Canada that are making a huge difference in the Third World. There are NGOs that are making a big difference. CETA can make a difference. My sister right now is working for HoC in Sri Lanka, making a difference. We met people on our trip from the Red Cross who were Canadian, who were making a difference. So Canada does an awful lot of very positive things in the world. But we also contribute to the problems that we then have to go and alleviate. And I think Canadians expect us to do better. There has been some mining of public opinion which indicates that 90% of citizens believe that corporate social responsibility should be a top corporate responsibility priority. 65% of surveyed Canadians want companies to go beyond simply obeying laws and become fully accountable for any conduct that might undermine social and environmental health. So I think Canadians want us to do it. They see that there is a problem. I suspect the average Canadian may not know what this means internationally to any great extent, but they have an expectation of Canada to do better. And at one point in time, Canada had a great reputation, and we still have a good reputation, but I would say it's been undermined to some extent. I notice in the Responsible Competitiveness Index that Canada, 2007, Canada ranked 10th. A lot of countries rank worse than us, but as usual, our Nordic friends and many countries from Europe, as well as Australia and New Zealand, are ahead of us in corporate responsibility. It's possible to do better as well. My colleague mentioned that there are companies that do a good job for us. I know of one that's based in Nova Scotia, a company called Etruscan Resources, who had a mine, a gold mine, and not a desperately profitable one at the time, that decided if they were going to work in this country, and the country was Niger, which is very near the bottom of the Human Development Index of the United Nations. I think at the time it was 173rd out of 174. And there was a potential for mining. They decided that before they took any profits out, they would make sure that there was some social infrastructure there. They came to my father, who had just resigned as the Premier of Nova Scotia, and asked for his help. And he was delighted to help. Very proud of the work that he was able to do. They built a health clinic there that exists to this day, and they bought in the Rotary Club from Dartmouth, and they've had some international assistance, and the Canadian government has helped a little bit. And they have left a lasting legacy of Canadian goodwill and investment in that community, and now they're doing some business in, I believe it's Burkina Faso. So there are companies that take this responsibility very seriously. And I applaud people like Etruscan Resources. I applaud Jerry McConnell, the president of that company, who has taken a responsible view. And, you know, the people in that community, I say with some measure of pride that that health complex is actually named after my late parents, John and Margaret Savage. And it's a source of great pride to our family. But the people in that community have a very high opinion of Canada. And I think that the company, Etruscan Resources, and others like that deserve an awful lot of credit. But that is how we as Canadians would expect that a Canadian company would do business. If we're going to go overseas and we're going to make money and we're going to mine the land, we should do it responsibly. We should respect the environment. We've all heard of stories where companies haven't been so respectful. And more than anything else, we need to treat the people with the kind of respect which we ourselves would want to be treated. As an international player, I'm afraid we're not the gold standard anymore, but we can do better. We should do better. We should live up to the expectations that the people in this country have for us, and we should go beyond them. We should recognize the work that international aid organizations do in pulling all of this stuff together and in keeping us responsible. And I hope that in the support of this bill, that we get the kind of support, and I expect we will, with my colleague's last bill, when organizations like the CCIC, who do so much good work in Canada, Make Poverty History, Development and Peace, and the MICA Challenge, and the Primate's World Relief and Development Fund, and all those organizations that believe that we can help make the world better, get behind this bill, and that we can encourage the government members to support it. We can get it to the committee stage. We can work it and do all the things that our colleagues want us to do. But let's remember that we're here to make the world a little better place. We're here to make a difference, not just to make a point. And I applaud my colleague, for bringing this bill forward. And I'm very proud to second it, and I hope that all members in this House will support it.
The honourable member from London West has about 4 minutes to begin his speech. He will be able to continue when this debate resumes in the second hour, so I recognize him.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Being newer into the House, I must tell you that 4 minutes seems like an eternity at one level, but it's my privilege to rise in the House today to speak to Canada's role in promoting effective corporate social responsibility and socially responsible investing. And also as a new member of a House and a rookie in the International Trade Committee, I take seriously the role that corporations must accept in their capacity as positive contributing members. So let me thank the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood for introducing Bill C-300 on February 9th, and all the opposition parties for their continued dialogue on this important issue, because their contributions make this House better. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the many constituents of London West who have taken the time to send their opinions on the subject. I've received many postcards and emails from constituents, and many I don't know who have expressed a desire to see Canadian companies demonstrate more corporate responsibility. We all know that London is a growing hub for international business and that corporate success comes from serious responsibilities. I know Londoners care and business cares, and that's why they're concerned about issues like this. I consider my role as past president of the London Chamber of Commerce, which provides a thoughtful perspective on corporate social responsibility with companies in my city, which are world-class, a very personal insight. The Conservative Government of Canada already encourages and expects Canadian companies working internationally to respect all applicable laws and international standards, to operate transparently and in consultation with host governments and local communities, and to develop and implement corporate social responsibility practices. My concern, Madam Speaker, is that Bill C-300 would impose a rigid legal framework of corporate social responsibility standards that has not undergone the necessary degree of consultation and analysis. The framework would abandon the use of multilateral standards and instruments that create a unilateral corporate social responsibility regime against which the Government of Canada would assess the activities of Canadian companies operating abroad, raising concerns of both privacy and extraterritorial jurisdiction. Moreover, this legislative framework would affect the ability of the government departments, agencies, and Crown corporations to fulfill their mandates, and its compulsory nature would entail a rigidity that would not be beneficial in today's economic climate. Madam Speaker, Londoners believe we can and should always encourage greater efforts toward corporate social responsibility, but unfortunately I believe this proposal falls somewhat short. Bill C-300 specifically addresses how 2 Crown corporations and 1 governmental department encourage Canadian companies to act in a socially responsible and sustainable manner. The bill proposes substantive changes to the legislation that establishes Export Development Canada, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade without due consideration for the consequences, nature, or enforceability of those changes. Madam Speaker, those departments and agencies have already incorporated corporate social responsibility initiatives into their operations. The Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade actively promote corporate social responsibility best practices to the companies it serves. As part of this commitment, trade commissioners in Canada and around the world work with companies to help improve their corporate social responsibility records. The Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade chairs Canada's national contact point for the OECD guidelines, an interdepartmental committee with representatives from a number of federal government departments whose role is to promote awareness of the guidelines and ensure their effective implementation. At Export Development Canada, Canada's Export Credit Agency has become an integral part of the operations and risk management practices. They provide expertise to Canadian exporters and investors and their worldwide partners. Export Development Canada recognizes that in the extractive industry,
I regret to interrupt the honourable member. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And we will now proceed to the adjournment motion. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to follow up today on my question about the an equalization payment that was committed to Nova Scotia in the amount of $75 million. I asked the minister at the time that this payment was made or promised if he could table the details of the $75 million agreement. It seemed to be a verbal arrangement, and I think anything worth $75 million should be committed to paper when it's between two levels of government, and I thought that was a reasonable question. And I also asked if this transition payment was only going to happen in 1 year, this year, or would it happen for the subsequent years for the term of the agreement. And the minister replied that they've made the arrangement and Nova Scotia is happy, but this isn't Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. This is the House of Commons, and it's our job as opposition members to find out the details of these arrangements and these deals and hold the government accountable should they be held accountable. And so I am again asking the very distinguished parliamentary secretary who's here to answer the question today, is the $75 million arrangement only verbal, or has it been committed to paper? And will it extend for more than 1 year? Because all we've seen in the statements in the media is that it's just for 1 year. But had the changes not been made, we'd have had that equivalent amount for 5 years at least, and maybe even till 2020, which is the extent of the term of the Atlantic Accord. So, if the parliamentary secretary could tell us if it has been committed to paper yet, and what the details are of the deal, and will it continue on to subsequent years, or is this just a one-shot deal? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my friend and colleague from the other side for his continued questions and his passion for making sure that his province is treated the same as every other province. But Madam Speaker, if you will allow, I would. Today is a sad day for Nova Scotia. On this day, we mark with sadness the passing of a great Nova Scotian. And I would like to convey my respect and condolences to the family and friends on the passing of the Honourable Michael Baker, Minister of Finance for Nova Scotia, after a long and courageous battle with cancer. Our thoughts are with his wife Cindy, his sons Matthew and Daniel at this time. On behalf of the Minister of Finance, I wish to read his statement on Minister Baker's passing. And I quote, "I had the good fortune to work with Michael, both in cooperation with Canada's other finance ministers, to address the collective challenges facing our nation, as well as directly in our efforts to secure a resolution to the long-standing Crown share payment issue for the people of Nova Scotia. In all cases, Michael advanced the interests of Nova Scotia and Canada with the utmost respect for his constituents and colleagues, a profound appreciation for our parliamentary traditions, and a great sense of personal responsibility for securing his home province's prosperity. His passing marks a tremendous loss for his family, his friends, his province, and our country." End quote. Madam Speaker, addressing today's question, let me assure the member Nova Scotia's cumulative best-of guarantee is untouched by Budget 2009 equalization changes. This means that Nova Scotia will receive at least as much equalization and offset payments on a cumulative basis as it would have under the system that was in place when the 2005 Accord was signed. On top of that, they are receiving $1.5 billion of equalization and offset payments combined for 2009 and 10, along with a $74 million transitional adjustment payment, ensuring payments to the province are the same as in 2008 and 9. Despite the fact that Nova Scotia's fiscal capacity has grown significantly, this payment is legislated through Bill C-10 and Budget 2009 Implementation Act. It is referenced on page 335 of that document. In subsequent years, total equalization payments under the new O'Brien-based system will grow in line with GDP on a 3-year moving average. The amount each province gets will depend on its fiscal capacity. For example, a province growing faster than the national average might see a decrease, while a province growing less than the national average could see an increase. However, Nova Scotia was provided what has become known as a cumulative best-of guarantee. This guarantee ensures that Nova Scotia will do at least as well under the new O'Brien-based system, which Nova Scotia has opted into on a cumulative basis, as it would have if it had remained under the old system that was in place when the 05 Accord was signed. The cumulative best of guarantee and the 2005 equalization and accord system are not touched by the equalization changes in Budget 2009. Thank you.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. I still didn't get the answer to my question about the ongoing transitional payment, but I think it is just for 1 year, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to just slide into another issue that we talked about before, and that is the October the 10th, 2007 deal had a 3.5% escalator clause for Nova Scotia when they used the fixed base formula based on the 2005 agreement. And each year, Nova Scotia is supposed to get a 3.5% cumulative escalator increase in their equalization payments. Now, when the budget came out and when the budget speech was made, and in the budget it says that increases to equalization will be capped at the overall growth of the economy, and in fact, the parliamentary secretary, I think, just said that again a second ago. And I just wonder if he could confirm absolutely for sure that the 3.5% escalator for Nova Scotia will remain in place until 2020, as originally agreed to in the October the 10th agreement.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and indeed that is what I said. But I do want to refer back once again to the expression of regret that this House, two SO 31s today were read out in this House recognizing the passing of Minister Baker. And as Nova Scotia's finance minister, he served in the most demanding portfolio in all of government, amazingly, while courageously battling cancer. He realized Canada was facing one of the most challenging global economic periods that we have seen in recent history. Indeed, he attended the meeting of the Canadian federal, provincial, and territorial finance ministers in Saskatoon this past December, while he provided valuable insight and ideas that helped craft our federal budget. We thank him for that service, and we thank him for his wisdom, and we thank him for his courage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.